You want me to test? Okay, testing, testing. Welcome, everyone, to the Crestone Energy Fair 2024. Woo! We're in our 35th year here, and we're very excited. We've got a wonderful opening ceremony and a great lineup. Hopefully, all of you have seen the events for the day listed around the park. And don't forget about our wellness village that's down Silver, as well as the demo site. Okay, if you see the big pirate ship, you're by that demo site on the way in. Okay, I will be doing an update on some of the events going on in the other areas, but here at Main Stage, we're very fortunate for our opening ceremony to have the Pajito Wapaka singers, so Lakota traditional singers of songs and prayers, and they are the Green Grass Creek Singers. And they are a traditional Lakota group from Cheyenne River and Standing Rock bands of the Seven Council Fires. Martina Looking Horse, Del Cook, Maria Looking Horse Kane, and Jesse White Bull. They'll be performing time-honored songs in the original Lakota and English. Martina will be blessing us also with an opening prayer for our opening ceremony today. So please welcome the Green Grass Singers.
Hello. Gee, I'm really loud. Hello and good morning. You can chantewashte na pechu sapi. In Lakota, that means I shake your hands with a good heart. That's always our way of greeting each other. And not normally. Well, first of all, my name is Martina Looking Horse, and I come from the family of the keeper of the sacred calf pipe of the Lakota Nation. And my community is Greengrass, South Dakota. And I was at the No Dapple camps in 2016, and that's where I met our good friend Melinda Myers. She's going around smudging everybody, but that's where I met her, and she gave me this letter. It was really moving. It was from the people of Crestone, and they sent their support for the No Dapple camps, and it was so touching. And I presented it to them, and I just want y'all to say thank you for that letter of inspiration back in 2016 when we had no dapple camps going Standing Rock against the Exile pipeline. And that's where we all originate from, the light that lights the whole world. That's what I call it, because that was an awakening call, not only for our people, but for all the people of the world, all the different countries, the different races, religions, creed. And it bonded us at that time in a spiritual way. And we all became a spiritual nation. We all learned how to pray and honor the water, the sacred water of life, Mene Choni, and Unchimaka, the grandmother earth that nurtures us all. So in this way that we come with peace in our hearts for all nations. That started from the Nodwapa camps. And to tell you the truth, I'm not really a person that's out in public a lot. I adjust the way I do, however I dress. Most times it's just a t-shirt and jeans. I had for like 20 years. They're all raggedy and stuff. But that's how I am. Most times when you brush my hair, I look like a wild woman running around. Hey, but anyway, I'm trying to like connect here in a good way and tell you that you're all special in your own way to the Great Spirit. And you need to honor that within yourselves. Honor the Great Spirit that is the breath of life. And everything we see, everything that's not man made, I always tell people God is the universe and the universe is God. So we're all connected. That's why we have this saying, Mitakuye Owasin, that means all my relatives. Not just people, humans, but the animals, the trees, the birds, everything. Wamakashka means everything between heaven and earth. And these are spiritual terms, but we use those in prayer. So anyway, I like to pray in my Lakota language, and then I could translate a little bit in English afterwards. But I'd like to start now. Um, if you can remove your glasses or whatever. But first of all, we have to sing a prayer song, and then after that, I'll pray.
Oh, Makiayo, Oh, Kashela, oh, Makiayo, oh, Makiayo, Makakishelo,
Piloyampi, Pijito Wakpa Singers. That's the name of our drum group. We started out in early 1980s with my dad. My dad, he didn't really have a drum group. In the evening time, he just, after we eat, he'd bring out the drum, and whichever males were around, he'd gather them and sing with them. And I learned how to sing there too with my brothers. And he taught us, all the singers have to know all the songs, powwow songs, ceremony songs, Sundance songs, honoring songs, memorial songs, veteran songs. There's all kinds of honoring songs for every category. And there's at least, like, at the powwow, there's at least 100 different songs you can sing for each category. Like the men's traditional, the women's traditional, men's fancy. They're all separate songs. Even the tiny tots have their own songs, the children's songs. So anyway, I just wanted to explain that. The name of the group is Pejito Wakpa, which means Greengrass Creek. Ohancha. Atan kashlo kanta ka khateto pa na makpeno jimaka. Kchala chasohina jimbi kamakata kahito. Ushukila pia lam petuki. Kchawi chasham kicham nas go kshamhito kabika. Taku washteste wogla kamna. Taku washteste kiksuyab na taku washteste. Uspon kalkta lana tum kashla yawakane yawashte lam petuki. Lana wate tanga hibna. Taku washtet wenka chimpsa no. Woki uchakuna, pet washte uchakuya, Takushitagana Pahabus and Washtechel Wangok to let us on Petuki. Na Tato Yakabina to Kashlat, Dagani Kopop Taxini, Dak Washtechel Soleoptana, when I let Dak Ota Ukilustonk to Kantu Kashla, Honoch Piana, walk and wash up and Lahabla. Hinalhapia, Homitakwasi. I prayed for a good day for all of us and for all of you to have good health and happiness. And that you all get home safe. Thank you. You guys want to sing another song? Yeah. Okay. The drum groups can sing another song of their choice. Mm-hmm. Okay. It's an honor song.
Oh, yeah, take it, watching your bellow head. Take it, watching your bellow head. Oh, yeah, take it, watching your bellow head. We charge a cola chocolate. Oh, yeah, take it, watch it, ya bell, ik say we trash, get cola, chocolate, oh, yeah, take it, watch it, ya bell, oh, yeah, take it, watch it, ya bello ik say we chashake cola choka oh, yeah, take it, watch it, ya bello ik say we chashake cola choka oh, yeah, take it, watch it, ya bello oh, yeah, take it, watch it, ya bello oh, yeah, take it, watch it, ya bello we try shake cola choka
Okay, that song translated means the people have need of you. And the word we use for everyone is common man. So the world has need of you. That's what it says.
That was an honor song for all of you today. Thank you.
Please give a warm thank you to the Greengrass Singers, Creek Singers, excuse me, for our wonderful opening and the blessings. We really appreciate them coming all this way. And we hope that they have a wonderful time while they're here on our weekend. So up next at 10:15, coming up pretty soon, we're catching up with our schedule, so we're doing pretty well. Our first panel of the day is our theme this year, which is called Rooting Forward. And we have our illustrious director, Lisa Bodie, being the host. And we have Kizan Lakai, Adam Kinney, Peter Anderson, Leroy West, and Anya Katz will be part of our panel. So please come or stay for this panel. We'll be talking about the community conversation based on the theme of rooting forward. Okay, and that will be exploring the evolution of governance, politics, and volunteerism in a frontier community, which we still are, almost not, right? And the preservation and protection of our environmental and cultural ethos. So please join us in just a little bit. We also have the beginning of our first demo site demonstration at 11 down at the beginning of town. And that's going to be a Cobb demo with Sean King. We also have Hatha Yoga with Julie Silverman at the Wellness Village, okay, which is down Silver. You'll see the signs past the Elephant Cloud, and Julie will be starting at 10:30. So please keep an eye on all the events going on throughout the park and the downtown area, because we have many. So we'll be with you in just a few minutes. Thanks so much.
days of your life. Fire, let it burn away your greed, devour your desire. Oh, don't look before the factory will lift you higher. But I'm in the places of Sophia, live from this fire. Let the credit for Jack exists to be a liar. So every man and woman get this opportunity to take this life and do your right and live it up fully. Listen, brothers and sisters, guys, it's so easy. Just love everybody, yeah. And free from pride and jealousy. Your heart and soul shall be no more negativity, only jollity, yeah. And let your body become part of the river flow. Realize within your heart is all you will ever need to know. If ever you are afraid to face the day, well, carry your booty, well, let me lead you astray. Heading in our way. Humble, humble, humble. Put your ego man before you stumble. There is no need to grumble. For Jah is guiding your way. Let your light shine through you. Be in the temple in everything you do, and goodness will follow you. Come on, little days of your life. For your fault is never gonna manifest unless you realize your fault. And for goodness sake, never make your head so big you topple and fall. Cause useless arguing steps against the word of the Almighty Jah. You're never gonna break the spirit with the Rasta. Hey, cause never know, never see man sang, you never reach. But the chosen never choose when Jah use them and to teach. Oh, it could be you, it could be me, it could be anyone at all. But you better be ready to when someone Jah call. And don't take it personal if you bet the man judges you. Cause only you and Jah know the reasons why you do what you do. Yeah. And he is probably acting up for some insecurity. Boy. So just give him all your love and reflections of purity and surety. And humble, humble, humble. Put your ego man before you stumble. There is no need to grumble. For Jah is guiding your way. Lord, let your light shine through you. Be an example in everything you do, and goodness will follow you. Well, and the rest of the days go by, and you're still living in fear. The hours turn into months, turn into years. How much of the is to bear? How many more oceans will we fill with tears? Trinity, with Mother Earth and Daddy, Son, and here we go and live this so disrespectfully because of the family heart. So please be careful what you choose. We've got everything to lose. Before you judge, look at somebody else's shoes. You just might change your views. 'Cause only through poverty can you know true well. And only through the eyes of others can you see your true self. So look in the reflection, do you like what you see? This life is such a blessing, give love and be happy, boy, be happy, yeah. Humble, humble, humble. You go man before you stumble. There is no need to grumble. Put it in the way, but Jah is guiding your way. Oh Lord, let your light shine through you. Be an example in everything you do, and goodness will follow you, yeah. Well,
Okay, we're getting very close to our first panel of the day, the Rooting Forward panel. So please gather up and come and listen to our Rooting Forward panel to start out our Energy Fair event this year. Thank you. Okay, welcome everyone. I'm here on the stage because I'm going to introduce the illustrious host for this panel. And please give a big round of applause for a current and ongoing but transitioning director, Lisa Bodie. Yay, Lisa. We couldn't even have this fair without Lisa. So we really want to acknowledge her and let her share with us all these wonderful people we have on this panel, because the Rooting Forward theme, we all brainstormed and came up with it, and we thought it was a great theme because of transitions that are going on in the world, right? There's a lot of that happening, and Energy Fair is also seeing that as well. We've got some great new people helping us, and we're very fortunate to have a lot of talented people on our team. But we could always use more volunteers. So if anyone really likes what's going on and you really want to help us, there's a big green sign. It says volunteer check-in. So please come visit us, and Dana over there at volunteer check-in. Okay, Lisa Bodie has been a very prominent member of the Crestone community and a director of the Energy Fair for the last 7 years. She has dedicated countless hours, many, to supporting non-traditional home owner built and affordable housing in our community, as well as finding ways to utilize resources more responsibly and equitably. Her passion is community organizing, and she is really good at that, and networking, and more recently, she's been integrating restorative practices and social permaculture into our nonprofit. She strives to be a bridge between our youth, our peers, and elders, so we can all live an abundant and healthy life together. So please welcome Lisa and our Rooting Forward panel. Thank you.
Good morning, Crestone. It's beautiful. Thank you everyone for coming. This is one of our bigger gatherings for our opening ceremony. So thank you, Pejuto Wakpa, for that beautiful songs and prayers to open, because as we all know, we're all relatively new to this space and these lands, and so honoring those that have come before us is very important, and our ancestors. And thank you all. And I just want to say thank you, Mom, for making this possible for us to be here together and moving back to the Valley. We're back. Karen Bodie, thank you. So we'll introduce our panel. I'm really honored and humbled to host this panel today, Rooting Forward, based on this year's theme, because this is our 35th annual Energy Fair. So this does have some deep roots in our community. And I wanted to just share just a little the past few years before we introduce each person and go into our panelists. A few years back, we came up with a consistent theme for 3 years, and that was self, village, and nature. That we first have to be taking care of ourselves and that inner circle, our homes, those around us, our close family, friends, because then we can move out to our village and our community and be more serving. And then with that, when we can connect those pieces, that's when we are taking care of our resources, our environment, creating that ethos and that culture. So in that first year of self, village, nature, we did reconnect. This was during the time of COVID, and we realized people just needed to trust and be able to hug and to be able to come back in to partnership with each other. So we had reconnect. The next year we did reclaim, because we realized we're really wanting to walk in a new way so we're not losing our rights, that we keep our sovereignty for how we build, how we grow our food, how we keep each other supported in our community. So we did reclaim. Then that final year was reimagine. It's like, if we have all these things in place, let's reimagine together, what can we create? And that's led us into this year rooting forward. And what we've realized, we've had a lot of conversations and emails, and thank you for that prep work, to come to this rooting forward and make the selections. So some of this, and Anya and I talked a lot about this, is wanting some elders, people who have been here in the community for quite a long time, having some newcomers, and then having a mix of male and female and of age level as well. So getting a little bit more of that intergenerational is really important to us. So I would like to introduce each person, but I would like you to share a little bit more about yourselves, because you can read their wonderful bios on our website as well to learn a little bit more. But I want to hear more in your words, just your work in the community, and then we'll go into the real opening. So this will still be intro, but Leroy to my left, Leroy West. We're really excited because, as you know, we have the Baca Grande POA, our Property Owners Association, and this will be the first time, at least in my history, that we've had a representative come to really bridge that discussion with our community. So I want to thank you, Leroy. Adam Kinney has been on our town council. He's been on our town board for years. He's a father, a business owner, and we'll let each of you share too, maybe how many years you've been in the community. But thank you for all of your service, Adam, and raising your kids here. Kizan Lakai, we all know Kizan has been our mayor, so she's no stranger to governance and our politics. And, also the owner of the Eagle for many years, and has just gone through a big leadership succession transition. So we're going to touch on some of those aspects today, on how you do that in a community, and just your gardening and your work with Janet. Again, thank you. Anya Kotz is new to our team in the last couple of years, but has just been stellar. This is kind of my co-mentorship director, so whatever you want to call her. But maybe I'm putting those words in for hint, hint. So, but just from our graphic design, working with Chris Manfield and with Nick Navarros, our producer, the stellar level that we've elevated with communication and with our outreach and social media. Thank you, Anya. She's been a real support for our team. Yeah, thank you. And Peter Anderson, I've had the joy of, well, maybe you wanted me to come over to you, of knowing Peter, and I would say more socially. We've been able to sit and have those philosophical questions and discussions over the years, and about community, sitting at the Bliss, sitting over at the T Row Brewery in the park, and then you raising your daughters here with Grace. I had the privilege of working with your daughters some, and with our work programs and youth programs. So thank you, all of you. And then I just invite each of you to maybe share, as part of our intro, just a little bit more about yourself and the work in the community. And maybe you were a minute
Okay. Hi, my name's Leroy, and I'm a father and a grandfather. I have 2 daughters and 4 grandchildren. I've been a meditator my whole life. I've been a businessman my whole life in several different businesses. And I've been really interested for the last 20 years in alternative building and sustainable community. So during COVID, I really went inside about what I wanted to do, and I closed my business and said, from now on, I'm only going to work on heartfelt projects. And one thing led to another, and here I am in Crestone, and building community in Crestone is my heartfelt project.
I showed up here 23 years ago, barefoot, super dirty, matted hair, and bought some land in town and got to live in it. This was in a different era when there were more tolerances. So I got to live in a tent and haul my water and have my children at home and poop in a bucket. And the experience I had coming here looking like that and behaving like that, but being welcomed in by the old timers who actually grew up here was unlike anything I had could ever even have imagined. It was the graciousness that they invited me into the community with. I'll never forget. And a lot of that was practical, hardworking old timers. At the same time, it was people like Kizin, who at the time were on the town council. So I had the opportunity to look like that, but be allowed to participate in decision-making processes and local governance, which I don't think I could have done anywhere else in the United States, being the type of person I was at the time. So it was a really remarkable experience, and I'm really grateful for that.
I'm Kizan Lakai, and I think probably most of you know me through the Crestone Eagle. I started and published the Crestone Eagle for about 34 years, and really has been able to witness the growth, changes, transformations, continuance of this community through the Crestone Eagle. You know, to tag what Adam says here, what happened is for us that were here already, we saw a really fine young man who might have needed a bath, but we're going to put him to work. And it's like how so many people is you get, oh, well, come help do this, come help do that. And then the next thing you know, you just get sucked right into the community. And that's how things happen here. Yes, I've been on the town council for a long time. I have joked that I was sentenced to a lifetime of community service rather than jail time. So here we are. I think that's true for a lot of us. I raised my 3 kids here. We have a big organic garden, and and I think like so many of us, we just love being here.
Hi, my name is Anya. I came to Crestone for the first time back in 2018 and spent chunks of time here before moving here full time about 2 years ago. And I definitely got sucked into the Crestone volunteer vortex, which is most often amazing, and I'm really grateful. I decided back around 2018 that I wanted to commit my life to working and living in community. And this was one of the few places that I thought that was actually really possible, that there were other people like that who were here to do the same thing. So I've been writing for the Eagle, helping Janet and Kizin at their garden, helping with the energy fair, and whatever else people throw my way, just trying to participate and listen. And I'm really grateful to be here in the community and on this panel.
Hi, my name is Peter Anderson. I landed in Colorado almost 50 years ago to the day as a young but wet behind the ears college student. I knew how I felt about the place, I didn't know the place, but I knew how I felt about it. I knew I wanted to find a way to be at home in the West, but I also knew I didn't know jack about living in the West. So for the last 50 years, I've made a point of trying to be a good student of my place. And I think for me, that's what Rooting Forward's all about, is learning your place by way of the folks who have been around for a while, by way of, reading, walking, gardening, whatever it is. But writing has been a big part of the learning process for me. And here in Crestone, we've, I've had the good pleasure of organizing some different writing events and the Crestone Poetry Festival, which we've been doing for 7 years, and which gathers writers from all around our region once a year to write, to tell about their places and how they write about their places and so forth. But anyway, Crestone has became, after some years of wandering around the West, the place where I chose to dig in to really make a home and raise my daughters. And here we are 24 years later. Feels pretty good.
Oh, you do. Okay, now that we've had our lovely introductions, we're going to ask Peter, since he is the poet that he is, to start us off.
So Wendell Berry, the great farmer poet, says, you don't know who you are unless you know where you are. And Gary Snyder, another great poet of place, said, who you are, your place is part of who you are. I experienced this in a really visceral way a couple of years ago when the pandemic was happening, and our politics, at least on a national level, seemed pretty broken. Everything felt really unsteady. It's hard not to feel unsteady as a person, in the midst of all that. But it really helped me just to think about belonging to this place, and that's what this poem is about. It's kind of a longish poem, so bear with me. It's called Riding the Wheel. Since the cranes appear in late February and are gone by the time the vultures arrive in early April, since the aspens will leaf out a few weeks later and the warblers will find shelter there, since the wind will blow till most of the snow is gone from the high peaks and the meadowlarks offer their lilting serenade from valley cottonwoods, since the creeks will rise as the sun tracks north towards its solstice, since the swallows and nighthawks will swoop through the end-of-day sky, chasing the smaller winged ones, since a river of bats will emerge every evening from the old mine up north to do the same, since the bluebirds will be hatching and minding their young ones, since thunderheads trailing veils of rain will drift across the valley on July afternoons, since the blue columbines will grace the edges of talus slopes and boulder fields up high, since valley meadows will go yellow with black-eyed Susans and purple with the blooms of asters and bee plants, since the sun will settle into a more southerly path, rendering the light a little softer on August afternoons, since the hummingbirds will leave on their impossibly long flight to Central and South America, since the hermit thrush will add a few more ethereal refrains in the last light of an Indian summer evening before joining the great wave of songbirds headed south, since only the regulars, nuthatches, juncos, chickadees, and jays among them, will fill this hillside with their presence while the dippers flash through the riffles of the creeks and the canyons, since the elk will be bugling for their mates as the snowline descends from the high ridges, since whirling showers of yellow aspen leaves will be released to the wind, since the bears will forage through remnant patches of rosehips and chokecherries, since southbound cranes will fly out of low autumn clouds, pausing for a few weeks to glean the grain left behind from valley harvests, since the first flurries of snow will drift across the lower reaches of the higher elevations where the ptarmigans have all gone white and the snow line will continue its descent until the first storm arrives, Since the real cold days will come and go, mostly come, along with longer nights and a deepening silence, since the winds of spring will eventually begin to stir again, the cranes will reappear, and we will notice the big wheel of life turning, even though it's turning all the time, as the constellations remind us. One might imagine time as a circular phenomenon, although it might also be that this is just a label which helps us make sense of things, that time is really just a shapeless medium through which everything moves. But speculations about the nature of time are best left to those who really understand such things. What I will say, what I can say for sure, is that I will join with those whose calendars look more like a circle than a line. And I will pledge my allegiance to the big wheel of life, which, among other things, brings the Western tanagers back to the Pinion just beyond this window in the spring, which offers some hope, even in these precarious times, that what has been will be again.
Thank you, Peter. Beautiful. And we are all on that wheel of life here together and this weekend. So, with our theme, I wanted to share, and thank you, Anya, for your wordsmithing, what we meant by rooting forward to inspire each of our panelists and all of you to participate. It was for us as a crew, it's prioritizing our commitment to finding common ground, reaching across the aisle, and growing strong roots in order to move forward as a grounded, unified collective. So I just invite all of us just for a moment. I know sometimes I want to thank everyone who's come in from out of town too, and our vendors. It's a lot to get set up. So this morning, everyone just root and let's just take a moment with maybe, sure. You want me to read that again? Sure. But let me encourage all of you as we're doing that, get your feet or your hands and your body rooted on this earth and this land, taking those deep breaths that you've landed, you've settled. Now you get to have an experience here and create the magic and the beauty with each other. Rooting forward, prioritizing our commitment to finding common ground, reaching across the aisle, and growing strong roots in order to move forward as a grounded, unified collective. So with that, some of the questions we want to start with is, I wanted to add one more thing. It is like, what does rooting forward mean to you? But also, what is the ethos of our community in relation to that? And ethos is, it's that characteristic spirit a community or a group of people have, and that it helps us manifest our beliefs and aspirations of who we are. So we all have a lot of ideas of what is our ethos and how does that help us maybe root forward, or what does rooting forward mean to you? And I'm fine with popcorn style. So whoever'd like to go first.
Just addressing the ethos of the community is that I know when I came here and I participated in some pretty fantastic spiritual experiences and opportunities, and I had a sangha of people my age who were doing similar things, and we were helping each other build our homes. And I think we developed this almost, I don't want to say arrogant, but we developed this idea or this thought process that we were special and part of something that was unfolding in the world. And as I've gotten a little bit older, and even some of our sanghas have split and gone their own ways, and a lot of us are kind of caught up with making our way and providing for our families. So I've started to see being here as more something like, we're not here because we're special, but we might be special because we get to be here. And I saw somebody on social media recently said, don't try to change Crestone, let Crestone change you.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah, I guess rooting forward for me, I'll answer, is that I think as a newcomer, have tried my best and encouraged others to do the same, to really listen and ask questions. And even though our roots may not go back that far, there are certainly people in the community who have been here for a significant amount of time, and not just in Crestone, but also in the surrounding valley. George Witten and his ranch, like there are a lot of roots here. And so I've done my best through the Eagle, but also just because of personal interest, just gone and asked questions and done my best to listen and learn. And I think, I love the poem that Pete read, and also this idea of, that time sort of evolves in ripples, and we're sort of always coming back and growing and evolving and coming back. And like a story can't just start somewhere randomly, right? Like there is always a history, there is something beforehand. And so whatever we are building is being built on something else. And my curiosity is around what is that something else, and how can we honor those things in order to move forward, because we can't stop progress, but we can maybe be intentional about the kind of progress that we create.
I brought a rock today. This is a mono that I found not far from my house. First People is a grinding stone. I found it in the Pinyon Hills, where probably people had camped, First People had camped and ground pinyon nuts. I also have a matate that was found in that same area, but it's too heavy to bring down. And so often, First People, when they would come to an area, they didn't lug these things around. They would have a camp that they'd come to every year, and they would leave the big heavy rocks and the matates to mark where their spot was each year they came to. I brought this along about where did we come from, and I think about the people who came and hunted and fished here and gathered pinyon nuts, and so I brought that today. I came to Colorado in 72, passing through, and the mountains kind of grabbed me and said home. Crestone did much the same. I've been moved here in 83 with 3 small children. There weren't a lot of people here. There was maybe 250 people. And we came in because Hannah Strong had this idea about creating a spiritual community here and wanted to see young people come in. So all the regional school bus hippies said, oh yeah, let's come. And there was a founding seed that happened then that sort of grew into what we see now. The first settlers in the Baca were a lot of retired military and folks that through advertising came in to have their little place up in the mountains. They saw pictures of the streams in the mountains, and they got there and they had bought sand in the grants. But, there were still some of the old timers here in Crestone that were from the mining days. And I feel fortunate that I got to meet some of those people who really lived through some amazing isolated times here. But our wave of folks that came in looking for community. Where I had lived before, probably where a lot of you had lived before, if you said the word like yoga, you were really weird. And coming here was to find our tribe, find our like-minded people. And this place was kind of almost established to bring in the people who love the earth, that wanted to work to help create community. I see Mark and Chris out here, who one of the first arrivals also, who have just been such earth stewards. People came in for spiritual teachings, for the spiritual centers. What an opportunity to live in a place that had all the different world religions. I didn't have to travel around the world. I just had to go down the road, and here was a fire ceremony. Here was a sweat lodge. Here was all of this right here. And so this was like a vision that those of us who came, say, in the 80s or the 90s had of that this place would attract those who want to be of service, who want to leave a small footprint, who want to build alternative houses, who want to see, you know, that respect for the earth and the wild thing, who were captured by the incredible beauty of the mountains. I mean, every day you look out here and it's like the light, the light, the light. Look at this shadow. Look at this rainbow. Look at this cloud. Look at the deer in my front yard. And when we talk about our roots, those are our roots in a real sense of community. And we, generation after generation, group after group that has come in, there has been people who have been here who said, yeah, come on in. Join the fire department. Join the ambulance service. Work for the charter school. And people were glad to serve. They were hungry. We've all been hungry for finding our people and finding our community. And it's how do we move forward? How do we build on our roots is to keep doing this. Oh, you just moved here. Welcome. We need libraries at the volunteers at the library. We need volunteers here. Can you read to students to participate? And also, I've seen here of just leaving your own egos at the door. There's a leveling that comes here, you know, to where what we're looking at with each other is what's really in your heart. What's really in your heart. Doesn't matter how you look. Doesn't matter what job you had. Doesn't matter what title you had. Doesn't matter how much money you have. It's who you are. And I think what we love about here so much is people see who you are. They see who you are. And I think as we go from myself, I moved here when I was 31. I'm now 72. I am so thrilled by what I see here. I think we're just so much going in the right direction.
Thank you, Kizzy.
So I think that the mountains attract people here, and I have kind of a confidence in who's been attracted here, that the right people are attracted here, and now that we're here, it's up to us to find a way to find our place and cooperate and collaborate. And you know, I think people are attracted here because of the energy of the mountains and the beauty of the nature, but they're also attracted here by a community that's focused on sustainability and self-reliance. And I think what surprised me is I was attracted here by the mountains, but I've been pleased and I don't know, just happy to find the depth of the human resource. Incredible, incredible group of people have been attracted here. And I'm just really happy to be part of that. And also I've been, you know, because I'm new, 3 years now, I've been studying history. I've been going back and looking at documents and talking to people that have been here a long time. One time I invited Hannah and Kate Stryken over and plied them with wine and snacks and said, tell me the history of Crestone decade by decade. And they spent 4 hours going through each decade and how waves of people had come, and then half of them had left and the other half had stayed and integrated, and then there's kind of a gap, and then another wave came. And, you know, to me, it seems to me that I'm part of the COVID wave that came. And now that wave is kind of integrating and waves will keep coming. But it's really up to us how to build on those themes of spiritual energy and beautiful nature and sustainability, and work together to make all of our dreams come true.
Thanks, Leroy.
I think there are a lot of different ways to be rooting forward. I love the phrase. I think it's a great theme for us. What Leroy was just saying about studying the documents and talking to people and plying Hannah with wine and getting a firsthand history of how this place has evolved is great. There's so many ways we can do that. I want to give a shout out to Adam Kinney, and who did some fantastic interviews with people that have lived here for quite a while. It's a great way to get tuned into some of the history and folklore, lore of our town, our community. You can find those videos on YouTube, Adam, is that right? At SLV Anthology but they're fantastic. And, there are other ways to root forward. I personally, I think, getting acquainted with geology, biology, ecology, history, all of that is so important. Because as we deepen the map, as we become more connected to our places, then we become better citizens, I believe. And that kind of knowledge, I think, is so important. And then there's just the stuff that we notice by spending time and listening and watching. I bet most of you have appreciated the music of the wind blowing through a ponderosa pine. Those long needles, the sound that it makes, So you notice that kind of thing. Here's a little haiku. Hey, ponderosa, are you playing the wind or does the wind play you? Yeah, so when we notice those things, if we spend time and walk and listen and look, and to me, that's a huge part of rooting forward.
Thank you all. See. Okay, so with these things, with the depth of the connection to the earth and nature, the spiritual exploration, the sustainability, really being committed to that and unifying, what are some of the environmental or cultural concerns that you have of preserving this place and space? The kind of preservation of this community. What are some of the concerns that we are confronted with? And if we have a lot of really good questions, maybe trying to keep so each person has maybe like that 2 minutes, then we can get through a little bit. We've got some really good questions here.
Okay, I'll keep it short. It's against my nature, but I'll keep it short. Gentrification. I think that's a big concern, gentrification. We're in one of the poorest counties in the state of Colorado, and as a result of that, we've had a lot of people who moved in who want to buy cheap land and build big houses. And I have a concern that people are trying to build their own homes, live a simple life, are being squeezed out financially. And I think this is something that if we want to keep the heart and soul of our community, we have to be aware that of gentrification. And at the same time, that leads to a lack of awareness, as Peter said so well, of where you are.
I would say, and maybe people don't think about this as environmental, but building codes. I think what we have here in this county is extremely unique, and being able to use recycled materials, regenerative, sustainable materials, and also do it ourselves is, I think, something really worthy of being protected, and something I really hope that, that the Energy Fair is helping to raise awareness and activism around that, and not just for our community, but as an example to others as well.
I really appreciate the awareness that folks who have been involved with the Energy Fair have cultivated in terms of the building code in our county, and keeping the minimum, not restricting people who want to build small places. That could really be could really facilitate the kind of gentrification I think that Kisden's talking about. We need to keep things open and available to home builders and to homeowners and owner builders, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But any way we can do that is a good thing, and I think helps us avoid gentrification.
I think it'll come up in a later question about politics and governance, but I think that focusing or making the effort to establish and maintain trust amongst the people and the human side of being here is really important and precarious, and that as we move forward, we will grow and change and progress. So establishing and maintaining that trust amongst ourselves during that process, I think, is vital.
What's happened in Crestone in the last few years is what's happened in every attractive small mountain town in Colorado. It's not actually unique. And the biggest challenge is affordable housing, and particularly workforce housing. And so something I'm particularly attentive to is what can we do to support housing for people who are working hard and just trying to get a place to live, and how can we make them owners, not renters? The other thing is my vision and understanding has been growing, and particularly in the last year, that the whole SLV, the whole San Luis Valley, is a bioregion and economic region, and how we can build more integration between Crestone and the whole valley, and not just the county, but all of the counties working together. This is a very amazing and unique frontier that we're on, and we are a particular and one of the wealthiest parts of the county. So there's a responsibility that goes with that, and I'm still just learning about that, but trying to build unity across the valley is important to me.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. All right. Yes, politics and governance. I actually want to put a plug, though, when Adam was talking about that trust, and with each of us, his wife, Christina Cabeza-Kinney, and then Alice in Wonderland, who is also doing our art installation behind us, Where Are You Going? Please check that out. But those two women are having a discussion to go deeper into this later based on Joanna Macy's work called The Work That Reconnects. So that's a great segue after this if you want to go deeper on that track here. But thank you all for those really conscious answers. So politics and governance. How many of you have gotten involved in politics and governance? Anyone out there, How many of you, once you got into that position, there started feeling more divisive and people coming at you? I needed to look up here too. We're curious. When you're part of this panel too, as I was really looking for servant leaders, those people who serve in their community without just this is a job or this is compensation. They're truly looking to make the community stronger. And so I'm curious, how do we create a structure or a hierarchy within our politics and governance that brings more cohesion and more trust? Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
A couple of thoughts on that. One is Teddy Roosevelt has a famous, I don't know if it's a poem or a speech or what it was, but talking about the man in the arena. And basically, a key understanding about any sort of position of leadership or any sort of community volunteerism is understanding that blame and shame goes along with the praise. That's just part of the nature of it. So just realize that's the service is showing up and taking it. And also understanding that everybody is just doing their best. And the people who are coming at you care a lot too. They've just got a different point of view and different understanding. And one other key way that I look at it is in every successful partner relationship I've had, what's made it successful is when both partners made staying together and being happy together more important than their personal opinion. And so to me, that's a key understanding for the community, is just understanding that if we put collaborating and listening to one another and moving forward together as more important than our personal opinion about any issue, then we'll be successful.
So my partner Chris and I talk about this a lot as far as hierarchy and power, and I think we have this sort of warped understanding of power or hierarchy because they're so often co-opted and abused, but that power in and of itself, or hierarchy in and of itself, is actually pretty neutral and can be good. And I think, if we're all working toward embodying our authentic selves, I think there's really no competition among us. Like, we all have something super unique to offer, and that it is, a service for us to embody that authenticity. And like the example that we talk about a lot is, in a tribal group of people, if there's a big, strong, muscular guy and he's like, oh no, I don't want to carry all that wood. I don't want to like outshine anyone else, that's a disservice to the rest of the group. And so for all of us to feel okay about doing what we're good at and working together with other people doing what they're good at, and that I've sort of seen that there's a miraculous way that just all works together, and there is no sort of fighting or competition, and we can all honor each other's skill sets, and that those skill sets don't make us better than anyone else. Like, it's just, we're all special, and that sounds kind of hyperbolic, but like, we're all special and unique. And yeah, I think that's good for everyone when we're able to embody and express that, especially in a group or community situation.
I think one thing that is kind of unique about Crestone is that many of us have come here wanting to find a place kind of outside of the mainstream culture, and perhaps a lot of us who've come here have kind of an innate distrust of authority, because let's face it, we've been lied to by politicians and religious leaders and all sorts of people. So maybe there's a kind of built-in concern we have with those in leadership positions, that, well, are they being straight with us? Are they telling us the truth? I just think that's a cultural thing that maybe is especially relevant in Crestone. But I think that most of the leaders that I've seen here, most of the people that assume positions of leadership are really, working for the big picture, working for the greater good. And as Leroy said, they're going to have to take some heat, maybe more in our communities than some. I don't know, but I'm so grateful for all of those folks that have risen into the leadership positions here, politically, culturally, running our school. All that kind of stuff is really, really hard to do, and they deserve a lot of praise and credit.
I think it falls on us as a community to expect more from those people. And I think that's kind of a catch-22, because if a lot of us feel like we can't trust some people who step into those positions, then it's scary to feel that way, or to feel like you can expect more. And I think a different way of saying expect more is to believe that something else or a next level is possible. And I think that level for leaders to strive for is listening. And so, in my experience going out in the valley and meeting, I really appreciate what Leroy said about us understanding that we're not just Crestone, and we are part of a much larger community and sense of place. And in my experience going out there, I definitely observe and feel a break between Crestone and the rest of the valley. And I think that needs attention and to be tended to. But the hundreds of people that I met out there, the experience I had listening to them and watching and feeling them and our leaders.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
You know, it was mentioned here about having a distrust of authority. I was a child of the 60s out there protesting out in front of the Democratic Convention in 1968, and definitely a distrust of authority. And as a young person, I didn't have that trust. And coming to Crestone, one of the reasons I got onto the town council, besides the fact that there was only like a handful of us here and everybody had to take their turn, was I didn't want anybody telling me what to do. So I would get on the board to make sure that nobody was going to tell me what to do. And that might have been the initial motivation. But over time, it grows into what do we want to see? What do we want to see for ourselves, for our community? What is it that's important to us? What are the values that are important to us? How do we preserve those values? And when you're involved in governance, and I highly recommend that everybody take a turn at some sort of form of governance, because it's one of the most amazing learning experiences you can have. Especially when you need to put yourself back and really listen, as Adam said, listening to a broader voice and being able to work towards what you feel are important. And I can look at being on the Crestone Town Council. I'm wearing the Dark Skies shirt because people really got involved in wanting to see Dark Skies evolution. Crestone has recognized the rights of nature. That was something that was important to us, that nature have rights, that the streams, that the deers have rights in nature. And so you get to take the values that you have and use it to, preserve the things that you want, and also to plan how you want to move forward. And that's sort of really tedious work, whether you're making ordinances or you're doing master planning. That's just slogging through things that you're trying to enact a vision. And I think another thing about good governance is that you're looking for an equity. You're really looking for an equity amongst the people who live here and who are your constituencies. And I think that it's so important having that communication. And we've known in this small town that sometimes when people come in, it's like, well, I think you need to do something about this or that. The parks have too much litter and somebody needs to do something about this or that. And in a small town, you have to be careful about doing that, because the next thing you know, you're put in charge of cleaning up the parks, and you have a concern about this. Oh, guess what? You're now in charge of that committee to go ahead and solve the problem. There's not so much an us and them. It's all y'all. It's all us. And if you feel passionately about something, then you get involved. You put your hand up and you get involved. If you want to know what your local governance is doing, you show up at the meetings and you hear firsthand what's going on. And you get involved yourself on what's going on. Because most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time, the people in the community they're trying to do good. Most of them have good at their heart. Not we might disagree on what good is. What's good for you might not be for me. But I find that most people really do want to. There's a goodness there. Adam mentions about listening. I think that's probably the most important thing. And listening also goes two ways. So I feel like with governance, be involved in your local government. Be involved. Take your turn. Take your turn.
Thank you. Ooh, I'm getting some mentorship here too. This is great. So thank you, because that's something that we've seen with the Energy Fair. It's branched into looking at governance, right? Looking at codes, looking at how we work with our county. And there were different things coming down the road over the last few years that we said, hey, we've got to go different. We're still in this mindset. It's we don't like that decision, and there's that attack, right? Or you're doing this wrong, or here's how you need to do it. And we formed a mindful land use committee and just called it mindful. I mean, the county has a planning commission and land use, but we said, let's come at this from this place of they're our partners. They are our neighbors. They're no different. They're part of our community, and we elected our commissioners, right? So if they're part of this circle, just because they know they've stepped into this other position of leadership, it's the same person. That's that same person that we've put in there, that we need to support them and come in with solutions. Or it may be education. I mean, because I've seen those town hall books that are like a 1.5 feet wide that you carry around. I mean, to have just a small council of people be expected to know every code, ordinance, regulation, event, you name it, it's overwhelming. And so I'm just encouraging, how do each of you and with your skill sets contribute? So we're doing the research if that's what's needed for a committee, right? We're doing the planning, or we're stepping up and playing the volunteer role, because it really does go a long way when you say, hey, we actually are all in this together. Because that was part of our thing too, is we need to reach out further into Saguache County. And thank you, Saguache County and the commissioners, because this really is funded by them and has been our like sole supporter to make this happen. So we feel like we have bridged that. If we go into our thing, we've bridged that relationship. So I want to really focus with that on because this is an energy fair, really on our traditional building and natural building, is how do we continue to work so we can show all these beautiful demonstrations of natural building and utilization of resources, repurposing materials. If there's suggestions, solutions, how we unify here so we can protect this way of living and building, especially when it comes to codes. You know, codes are being pushed at a state level, and that means a lot of changes. We won't get into all that nitty gritty because it is being worked on at the county level, but we have to actually come up with our own ways that we know are safe, healthy, and that we can continue to live this way. So the question's a little open and broad on how we build here, how we can protect those ways that we can continue to build naturally and with repurposed materials.
I think it's going to look different for everyone. Like, I guess going back to what I said before, I think we all have a unique role to play. So I think whether it's education, actually doing the work, teaching others about how to do it, I feel like for me, writing about it in the paper or otherwise, like we can all play unique roles, and not just preserving our right to build naturally, but also all these other pieces that are so much worth preserving in our area. So I think it's a question for everyone about like what really lights me up and makes me come alive. Like what do I really care about? And then doing that, because I think that's the only thing that's actually going to be sustainable, is doing what we really believe in and love, and participating authentically.
I've been a builder a long time before I came here, and I'm very aware of alternative building. I've been going, exploring those techniques and working. Hello. And working on, different alternative building techniques long before I came to Crestone. And one thing I notice here is there's kind of three main groups relevant to this. One is the self-builders, who are very deeply into understanding all of these alternative techniques and passive solar. And then there's the new residents that are building new homes, who many times have a lot of those same ideals, but don't know as much about it. They're trying to figure it out. And then there's the contractors trying to make a living working for those people, who in some cases know a lot, in some cases are trying to figure it out too. So to me, there's a unification or a collaboration that is happening, and it can happen a lot more, of the people who've really been working on passive solar and solar electric and alternatives, sanitation and alternative building, somehow making that information more available to those who maybe have those ideals but don't have the knowledge. And how can we work together? And because I think that even the people that are supposedly coming in and building the big houses, they're building the big house here. So there's something that drew them here, and it's just a matter of bridging that and catching them before they finish the house, and helping them do it in a smarter way.
On the town council a number of years back, we were redoing our zoning. We realized we did not square footage on houses. And we proposed 300 square feet. Because they felt like there shouldn't be any minimum at all. So a few years back, we were working on our zoning codes again, and somebody proposed we have 0 minimum square footage. And we all agreed, and we voted on that. But when our attorney did the rewrite of the zoning code, I saw that somehow it stayed at the 300 square foot. I think he just could not handle the fact that we would have 0. So in town, if you have legal sanitation and you want to live in something that's the size of a tiny home or a 1-bedroom, if you want to live in that, as long as you have legal sanitation, you can. So we had been faced not long ago, thank you all your work, Lisa, on the county looking at doing a 900 square foot minimum. That did not happen. In the Baca Grande, you have a minimum of 900 square foot for the main Baca, but 700 in Casita Park. We need to change our way of thinking about this and about housing. That somehow you're going to have, if you have small homes, you're going to devalue property values by having a small home. If you have a limited amount of income, you can take and build a beautiful 500-600 square foot home. Finish it with beautiful siding, make it just as cute and as nice as it can be, energy efficient, you can do all that. If you're forced to have to build 900 square feet, you're going to go with cheaper siding. You're going to go with cheaper wood, with cheaper windows. You're going to go with things you can't own. But if we're going to have sustainability, we should allow people to build within their own means and be able to do that. building codes have long been a mixed issue. I think there's only 2 counties in Colorado that don't require universal building codes. You do have to have electrical, you do have to have plumbing. And if I had a UBCs, I wouldn't have been able to build my house. My cabin is totally 100% recycled. It was an old cabin that got torn down and moved up here and put on the ground. The windows are recycled. It's everything in it came from what I could build over time. It took me 5 years to get a well. I hauled water. In town, we don't require that you have running water. If you want to haul your water for the rest of your life, you can do so, as long as you have legal sanitation. And I think it's essential for the planet that we do not consume more resources than we have to or than what we can afford. And I think I just feel really passionate about this. I know there's concerns and there's talk we've had on the town council whether or not for commercial buildings we should have universal building codes for public safety. We also look at the idea if we're going to have houses that are for sale, that you buy a house, you want to make sure that the foundation's good enough or that the span is good enough. And so there's ways to explore, though, to have some sort of maybe a certificate or a builder's guild or something yet to be figured out here yet, how that we can make sure that homes are built properly without having the requirements that make it almost impossible for people to build on a low income. So there's a lot of work to be done on this. And then we also have to move away from the idea of fear of what's going to be created. You have to be able to trust that people also want to have a nice home. And it might start off small and it might start off funky, but over time, if they're able to, people want to improve their properties. So there has to be trust.
I think over time it'll just be big and funky. But
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I also think that the machine of progress and regulation and property value is relentless, and that we will have to be warriors on the logistical level of protecting the type of development that we want to support in our valley. And so I think that the work that Lisa and Brett did when the building code issue originally came up in what year, 2021 or 2?
Yeah, 21, I think.
And you guys formed that group and you educated yourselves and you established relationships with the people who make the decisions. And it was a very concerted and mature effort to advocate for our rights as owner builders. And I think that's the only chance we have, because it's not going to stop. The money behind and the finances behind the effort to instate building codes here, it's never going to stop. So I think that the education effort, focus, and really mature and clear communication to probably establish our own regulations is where it's at.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Ooh, well, we only have a few more minutes. So I'm wondering, I have so many more questions. I want to just touch on some of the topics just to have you think of it, because I'd rather open it up to the audience. But we talked too about, how we maintain our adequate housing for workers. We have the Airbnb situation, the same thing. If we create some more of our own regulations that really feel fair and work, we discussed a lot, and this was my big question, and Anya's working on this fair. I don't know if most people know, but we're pretty much all volunteers, and there are small stipends, but what that's doing is as we really expand the work that we do, we're facing these questions of how do we actually make a living, survive, do this work, because it becomes at least half-time work, three-quarter time work. And when we talk about the emotional level, it really is full-time. It's, you kind of eat, breathe, sleep these things. And most of you that have been involved in our community understand that, right? Neighbors helping neighbors, the school, the fire department. And so we don't have to maybe all answer that now, but I want our community to think about that. It's how are we supporting those people in those positions of servant leadership? Because we are in an era with, for our age group, I'm going to say more like, this middle age group, we're in between the young and our elders. And we have a new influx of a lot of people that can work remotely or came out of the cities with COVID with employment. And it is changing the face and the structure of those that were here kind of in that working class. So these are just more like thoughts for your thinking, because I would rather come out there and I like to get up. But I want to thank everyone for this. And if you can hang in there and let's see what our audience may have for us in these last few moments. So any questions from the audience? Can I walk in front of this tree? Come on. Okay. Yarko. Hey, he was putting up our sign yesterday.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So I know recently the county commissioners had some draft for protecting our water with real great environmental economic review on proposed water processing. Obviously, there's a big white elephant in the room that, we all know what that's directed at, because there's people that want to commoditize our resources here. But in looking at that, it's also something that could limit new subdivisions, if they have a higher standard of review and credentials to reach to. So my question is when you say like make the code that's local, how do we avoid the risk of standardizing and commoditizing what we have?
Here, I have an idea too. Exactly. Is I want to utilize, it's not just our panel. We have amazing resources in our community. Tom McCracken is our commissioner for Crestone. So thank you.
Hello. I could address I think you're referring to the 6-county IGA to allow all the counties to vet any water export proposal out of the valley. Now, we specifically wrote into this agreement that it only pertains to exported water. So we are very specific. It doesn't affect any kind of water development that might occur in the San Luis Valley. So, yeah.
I think sometimes I think I could get myself in trouble, especially if I was still running for county commissioner. But I'm not now, so I have a little more freedom to talk about it. But I think the conversation around water export is oversimplified. I think that as our commissioners would probably agree, one, we already export water in the Closed Basin Project. So this 6-county IGA, which is a really powerful and successful protection against conversations about future export. But I also have heard some farmers say that we currently export water via potatoes. And so I'm just kind of like Googling shit and trying to figure it out. But what I read is that it might take 29 gallons of water to grow a pound of potatoes, and that this year farmers might be able to sell a pound of potatoes for 7 cents. So that's not sustainable. And one thing I was really trying to learn about when I was running for county commissioner is that, and in the, I would say, possibly hundreds of farmers and ranchers that I spoke to, is that a lot of the reason I say the conversation is oversimplified is because a lot of people will say export water bad, because we have to protect the water for our grandchildren and our descendants. But what I've heard is that if we continue on the path that we're on now with the manner of agriculture that we're doing in the valley, we're not going to have water for our grandchildren and our descendants because it's not a sustainable or regenerative process. And I've also heard Tom McCracken highly advocate for a regenerative practice in the valley.
Thank you both. Any other comments on that? Any other questions? Nina Gonzalez, another amazing community volunteer at the school.
Hi, it's so great to hear all of your stories about coming here, and I am so glad to be a participant in some of those memories with you both. My question is in regards to when you talk about community and codes, I'm wondering in regards to voting rights for a lot of us that are in the Baca. I know that I've been a Crestone resident here for 20 years and have been very involved in the community, but yet I have no say in what happens in town because I can't vote. I can't, hold an office because I'm technically not a town resident. I'm a Baca resident. And so I'm wondering if you have considered those issues because we are a community of quite a few people and we are kind of, we are a community as one, but, when it comes to voting rights, we are very separate, and a lot of us in the Baca don't have a say of what happens here in town, and so that's kind of disconcerting when, we want, like, for me, want to step up, but like, where is my voice? You know what I mean? Like, I technically have no right to say anything of what you all are talking about because I can't vote anyway. Thank you.
I think that's a disaster, Nina, that you don't have access to that seat at the table or a voice for town policy. I also think at the very same time, if I living in town got to decide a regulation that only applied to somebody 7 miles south at the end of the Baca, like what size fence they're going to have or something like that, I don't think that would be appropriate either. But I've been personally a longtime advocate for, I even had people tell me that they didn't vote for me for mayor in town because I was advocating for people in the Baca. And I think, awesome, yeah, totally. And I think our current, I think our current statutes won't allow, within the current structure of our local government, won't allow for somebody outside of town to have a vote or be a member of the town board. But we've had several conversations about either putting somebody at the table from the Baca that's a Baca representative that at least has a voice and can participate in the conversation. And I think that's very accessible. And then the bigger picture would be some sort of dissolution of town government or merging of Baca and town governments. And I think if I look ahead 10 years or 30 years to the future of our community, I think anything other than a merged governance is not going to work.
Okay. Roy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to jump in on that for a minute. To me, we have the Baca and the town and the county, and if I may honor Crestone Energy Fair, that's a fairly large and activist community around Crestone Energy Fair too. And there's more institutions, but to me, those are kind of the four main institutions. And one comment I got from an old timer is that for the last 40 years, about every 5 to 7 years, there's been a big initiative to merge, and they've all faltered. And I'm not going to go into it, but there's very good reasons it's faltered. So I think that absolutely in the long run, I don't know if that's 10 or 30 years, but in the long run, there will be a merger. But the way we get there is by collaborating. So it's not about advocating for a vote. Someone that lives in town and doesn't own property in the Baca is not going to be able to vote in the Baca. Someone that lives in the Baca and doesn't live in town is not going to be able to vote in town. But we can start listening to each other and not wasting our energy bickering with each other, spending more energy listening and finding common solutions. So a lot of it is like the way to achieve that unity we want is to act like it now.
Yeah, I think, and maybe it's a good sort of wrap up too of the theme of rooting forward. I think I've, for the past year now, been attending the town board meetings for the purpose of writing about them for the paper, but also because of my curiosity. And I think there's so many conflicts, especially the conflict between the Baka and the town, that makes sense. I understand the history of it, but I also think it's sort of unnecessary. And I think a lot of the reason that that kind of merging hasn't worked before is because a lot of it is antagonistic, us against them, and it's not listening to each other. And so I think if we're going, and you know, a lot of the people that want that merging to happen are in the Baka, and I really think it's important for those people, myself included, to listen to the town residents and understand what their concerns are and recognize that they have concerns just as we have concerns. And so I think only by us coming together and rooting forward and making that decision together, not forcing the other side or trying to overpower the other side, is the only way that's going to happen. So even if it's just getting to know the Baka residents, getting to know the town residents, and vice versa, and really forging those personal relationships first, and then let's work on how we fix this, which I think we can all agree is not a practical way to move forward as it is now.
Okay, well, thank you everyone for your wonderful questions, and each panelist for your time, dedication, the service and community. And we hope this has inspired you for the weekend. So it's just a touch of how we want to interact and create some new beginnings. So we're honoring these old roots and new, honoring our roots. Oh, yes. And bringing in the new. So we're going to close with a poem from Kizin.
So I talked earlier, we all talked earlier about the work that it takes to create a community. And I look at all the different organizations.
They can't hear you.
You can't hear me, okay. Can you hear me now? All right. And, you know, I myself have been on a number of different volunteer groups. You know, I was on the music festival board, and Adam was a firefighter, and on and on. Everybody has, I look around here, and to me, this poem, it's by Marge Piercy, really speaks about values that we all hold in common. And this poem by Marge Piercy is called To Be of Use. The people I love the best jump into work head first, without dallying in the shallows, and swim off with sure strokes almost out of sight. They seem to become natives of that element, the black, sleek heads of seals bouncing like half-submerged balls. I love people who harness themselves, an ox to a heavy cart, who pull like water buffalo with massive patience, who strain in the mud and the muck to move things forward, who do what has to be done again and again. I want to be with people who submerge in the task, who go into the fields to harvest and work in a row and pass the bags along, who are not parlor generals and field deserters, but move in a common rhythm when the food must come in or the fire be put out. The work of the world is common as mud. Botched, it smears the hands, crumbles to dust. But the thing worth doing well done has a shape that satisfies, clean and evident. Greek amphoras for wine or oil, Hopi vases that held corn, are put in museums, but you know they were made to be used. The pitcher cries for water to carry, and a person for work that is real.
Please give a round of applause for our Rooting Forward panel. Yay. Laura, can you give that to me? Okay. Thank you so much, Rooting Forward panel. I think that was great information, and everybody seemed to have a lot of things to share as we're moving into a new era, right? So I do want to make an announcement here, and we're going to have a little AV changeover in a minute, but there will be a seed saving workshop going on right over here with the blue top tent with Oppenheimer Ranch Project. And you will be learning how to continue to make your garden regenerative by saving and growing your own seeds. So please join Diamond and Leah over at the Oppenheimer Ranch booth for the seed saving workshop. That begins at noon. And what we have here on the main stage coming up is a great talk by Tyler Breath from Alpine Valley Mushrooms. And that will be nurturing our microbiomes, mushrooms and us too. So please join us in a few minutes for Tyler's talk. Thanks so much. Okay, there we go. We have sound. Okay, everyone, we want to welcome our first speaker, but our next event here on main stage. So if you would honor our next speaker here, groups of speaking people, we appreciate it. Please join us for this next talk. Okay, and it's a Valley talk, which is awesome. So I'd like to introduce Tyler Barrett. He is the owner and co-founder of Alpine Valley Mushrooms, which is a valley enterprise here in Saguache County. And his talk, and anyone who knows about mushrooms and that life form understands that we have a microbiome, right? And his talk is about nurturing microbiomes. So Tyler has been working with mushrooms for over 10 years, and he started Alpine Valley Mushrooms, a certified organic family-owned mushroom farm in Saguache. He's very passionate about local community and ecosystems. Tyler's talk will be about the importance of nourishing our microbiomes, the fungal extension of our microbiomes for both human and planetary health. So please welcome Tyler Barrett.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. All right. Thank you guys so much for showing up and being here. I am going to pull out this chair because I might sit down, but I honestly have way too much energy to sit down, I think. So I'm going to try to contain my excitement about mushrooms and try to keep this to a point that's concise and that people can kind of understand the points that I'm getting across. I tend to go on a lot of tangents about fungi, so I'll try to keep it narrowed down and try to hit the most exciting points. But as mentioned, so I'm up here to speak about our microbiomes, and our microbiomes extend much further than the mushrooms that we see growing out in nature. Our microbiomes are actually integral in our health. So what do I mean by microbiome? What a microbiome is the fungal microbiome. So it's a fungal microbiome. No matter where you are, you can find them. You can find them on the planet, under rocks, under trees, and basically all over the place. But one of the most important microbiomes that I'm going to be talking about today is in the human gut. So when I refer to the term microbiome, I'm mostly referring to the human microbiome of the gut, which is our fungal community of our gut. So I'll give you a little background in my education and everything. I'm Tyler Barrett. I went to school for environmental reasons, kind of dropped out based on how depressed I was about looking at the environmental destruction that was happening. So then everything kind of ended up pushing me to fungi. So I went to MSU Denver after that. I found a passion for cultivating mushrooms at first, but then I found a passion for actually using mushrooms medicinally in my own life. So I grew up trying to chase a pro snowboard dream, and I constantly was hitting my head. So chronic traumatic encephalopathy is something that plagues a lot of like football players or people that have gotten a lot of concussions throughout their lives. I think that's kind of what originally turned me on to lion's mane specifically. So the lion's mane medicinal mushroom, it's extremely reparative to the brain and the nervous system. So I started to do my own bioremediating in my body based on the damage that I had done. So I was kind of just experimenting on myself, and based on what I felt, I just kind of felt a need to provide this information to other people because it seems like it's still fringe, and being like into mushrooms is a weird thing, but I want to make it a really cool thing. And we honestly need to be nurturing the mushrooms around us a lot more than we are for a lot of reasons. So, like I said, I went to school at MSU Denver, and I have to give a huge shout out to my mentors there because they were really the ones that pushed me into mycology. And I did not get my traditional mycology degree. I actually just found a passion for fungi in college, and all my professors were really excited about it too, and they didn't really know much. So that's really what propelled my education. Well, it was kind of like a self-driving motivation. And I think that's why it's so exciting for me to learn about them constantly, is because I'm constantly interested in the new science coming out, in the progress that we're making in terms of like genetic sequencing of fungi and what they mean in terms of like our health implications as well as environmental implications. So I think, so I got my degree in integrative healthcare because I was kind of trying to go pre-med, and I was just really fascinated by health and longevity specifically. I saw a few people within my family kind of suffer from chronic health illness, and then I started looking at statistics and I realized how unhealthy we are actually as a country. So I don't really want to take this into a negative direction, but I do need to put some of these statistics out there so that people can understand how sick we really are as a nation. So it's estimated now that 60 to 80% of people actually in North America actually now are suffering from at least one chronic illness. That should be pretty impactful. That's literally over half of our population suffering from at least one chronic illness. 80% of us are metabolically deficient, roughly 80% of us. A lot of depression out there, a lot of suicidal tendencies. But I truly believe that we can not only reverse these issues, but make us more resilient to these issues in the future, actually literally just by incorporating fungi into our lives. So in order to think bigger, we got to think a lot smaller. So we got microcosms literally underneath us all over the place. And I'll have my notebook just so I kind of stay on track because I don't want to go on too many tangents. But we need to be thinking a lot smaller. We have these communities of organisms that are interacting in ways that we can't even fathom yet. We need more science behind this, but there's actually a lot of science that has come out about this already. So the term microbiome was coined in 2010 by a scientist that actually started this company called Biome. I'm not here to promote that product at all. I just really am excited about the work that he's been doing. So he actually found out, colleagues found out that we actually have multiple microbiomes. We have a fungal microbiome in our mouth. We have a fungal microbiome in our skin. We have a fungal microbiome in our urinary tracts, as well as our gut and our lungs. So I really want to change the whole concept of the whole antifungal use for fungal infections specifically. I think we really need to be thinking about this in a different direction. So say, this is one of the main motivating factors of why I'm thinking this way. So I hear a lot of people that are suffering from candida overgrowth. It's like a major problem that plagues our society, but when they go to a naturopathic doctor, they're told to stay away from fungi. I would really encourage people to really think differently about that process. There are fungi that are extremely antifungal. If you think about how much they have to have an immune system in order to even get to their fruiting body stage, it's unfathomable, honestly, how much they have to fend off for themselves before they can actually fruit. So they're putting off all of these really antimicrobial constituents. So when we're consuming these fungi, we're actually helping our microbiome, which is then protecting us from other pathogenic and opportunistic fungi. I also don't want us to see pathogenic and opportunistic fungi as bad entities. I want us to see this in a modulatory perspective. So we all have these fungi already present in our bodies. We all have candida. In fact, candida is actually one of the most necessary yeasts for our microbiome. It's super important to have candida. It's even more important to have candida in the right optimal levels. If you do not nurture your microbiome, yeasts, specifically candida albicans, will just override the entirety of the microbiome, especially as you get older. As you age, your bacteria and your yeasts start to far outnumber the helpful fungi and bacteria. So as you age, it's even more important to nurture that microbiome. What nurtures the microbiome? The microbiome is nurtured literally through eating fungi. So we have to stray away from this mycophobic tendency in the United States specifically. And we get approached all the time. Like, we have a mushroom booth over there, so we post up at all these markets, and there's people that come up all the time like, "Oh, I hate fungi." And I'm like, I don't take that personally. I don't care at all that you don't like fungi. I think you're doing a disservice to yourself. So I'm sorry for you that you're not interested in fungi. Because do you like sourdough? And usually they're like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. Well, Saccharomyces cerevisiae is a fungi. So I just want us to start thinking about this a lot differently. I really want us to see these fungi as necessary things that we need to be incorporating into our diet. the statistics are kind of mind-blowing. So 99% of our cells in our body are actually microbial based. Hello?
Sorry, just give me a
Oh, that's
second.
okay. Hello?
He tripped the wire.
Oh,
I'll give this back to you. I thought the battery went out.
back in a sec. Okay, can you guys hear me right now? Yeah, I guess I'll kind of yell for a second.
All right, please welcome Tyler back to the stage.
Thank you. All right, thank you guys for hanging in there. I appreciate that. Okay, so I got to hit this point home because it's really dramatic. 99% of our genetic code in our cells that make us up are literally non-human. So 99% of us is either bacterial, viruses, fungi, or different types of macrobiota. So different types of parasites and stuff like that. Absolutely mind-blowing, honestly. It's astounding how little of us is actually human. So 99% of us is mostly bacterial. That is known as the microbiome. The microbiome is made up of fungi too, though, if we're nurturing it. So 0.1% of those bacteria and of the microbiome is actually fungi. So if you think about it in that perspective, it's a very, very small amount of fungi in the system. But by surface area, they're equal to surface area in the bacteria. So they're much larger in their cell type, and they play crucial roles in our health and longevity, which is really ironic because if you think about it, 2 to 5% of our world's ecosystem is made up by fungi, yet we're entirely reliant on them for our survival. That's a very small percentage of something that we absolutely need and couldn't be here without. So we have to think about us evolving over a certain amount of time with this fungi. We are literally symbiotic with these fungi. If we're not nurturing that microbiome, however, that microbiome is going extinct. So I get approached all the time too of like, hey, this mushroom, this so-called edible mushroom was not edible for me. I got very sick. I really do think it's about how we're synthesizing this. And I do think it's about how much we have nurtured our microbiome versus not nurtured our microbiome. Everybody's talking about the microbiome, but the microbiome is really not getting as much light as I think it needs right now. And I think it's because it's only that 0.1% of the microbiome. So people can't really comprehend that it can be that powerful. But it really is. Science is really showing that, and I'll get into the science a little bit later. I really don't want to bore people with just the science, though, and I want to like get this point across of why I'm actually excited about this topic. Fungi, first of all, need to not be considered plants. A lot of people consider fungi plants, but they're entirely own kingdom, so they need to be respected as such. They can't be equated. They can't be measured in the same way as plants. They're just entirely different. So we have to be thinking of them differently. They work in similar ways, and honestly, they work super uniquely with bacteria, and this is where the science is getting really exciting. So they're working in conjunction with bacteria and creating these microbiofilms that we don't even fully understand yet. So each fungi is interacting with each bacteria in its own way, creating these fungal bacteria biofilms. They think that these biofilms, the new science is showing that these biofilms actually may be one of the most crucial elements to our health and longevity overall. So yeah, they've been absolutely essential in the formation of this life and the formation of this planet and the formation of us as humans. It's no wonder why we're so closely connected. It's an unfathomably ancient entity, and all of these carry an astronomical amount of information in their fruiting bodies, in the mycelium, in the spores too. So I guess I should back up. What do I mean when I say fungi? I'm talking about mycelium, fruiting bodies, and spores. So all three of those life cycles of the fungi, that's what I'm kind of referring to. When I'm referring to fungi for diet, I'm referring specifically to the fruiting bodies, which is the mushrooms that come out of the mycelium. So right off the bat, I want to say that fungi are pretty much across the board immunomodulatory. And modulatory is a term that we really need to push into our popular lexicon right now. We're really anti or pro as a society, and we don't really see that modulatory as much in terms of like the macro perspective of our society. So modulatory is pretty ubiquitous throughout all fungi when we're talking about it. We're talking about modulating levels so that they're not overexcited or too depressed. So specifically, let's talk about the immune system for a second. Say somebody with an autoimmune disorder has an overexcited immune system. Mushrooms are so important to look into because they modulate the immune system. They're known as immunomodulatory molecules. So whether that immune system is overexcited or depressed, it actually is working to bring that back to a homeostasis. There's a lot of plants you can't work with as an autoimmune patient because they're overexcitatory or overdepressive to the immune system. So mushrooms are very unique in that manner, in that when you see that a mushroom is antifungal or antimicrobial, it actually truly means it's fungal modulating or modulatory in a certain way. So I really want to just try to get us to not think in the anti or pro. I want us to think in more of a modulatory term. Whenever we're consuming fungi, we're modulating our health. We're changing it so that we can meet homeostasis. We're not exciting it. We're not depressing it. We're trying to get back to homeostasis. What is homeostasis? Homeostasis is where we should be as a biological entity. That's our healthy state. A lot of us are pushing past that, so we need to try to kind of figure out how to hone that back in and get those immune systems back on point. So as I mentioned, 60 to 80% of North American adults have at least one chronic illness, but the most scary statistic out of that is that 40% of kids have at least one chronic illness. And what this really makes me think about is how much of the microbiome is passed from one generation to another. This is one of the most determinant factors of what your microbiome is going to look like, is vaginal inoculation as you're born. And if you don't have that, you need to do some serious work on nurturing your microbiome so that you can have that inoculum in your system. It's really, really important to have a healthy mother birthing a healthy child through vaginal process, because that is actually how we get inoculated with a lot of our microbiome. A lot of our microbiome actually stems from that birthing process, whether or not we're super stressed in that environment, whether or not, or like the location of that environment, the sterility of that environment. I personally think we're way over sterile as a society, and we need to be thinking of microbes as more modulatory rather than pathogenic. So this is a really determinant factor. But the other key determining factor of our microbiomes is how much they're nurtured through our diet and lifestyle as adults. So this is where it gets really exciting to me, because we all have a say in what our microbiomes are doing. Nobody else can nurture your microbiome or your microbiome for you. You have a sense of duty. I think we all have a duty to nurture our own microbiomes for each other. I truly believe that a lot of us are walking around not even knowing what it's like to feel good. So I want us to start feeling good again so that we can actually be nicer to each other. And I think it's as simple as that, honestly. If we get our people healthier, then we're all just going to be nicer to each other in general, because we're all going to start feeling better. Some crazy statistics about what's made up in our gut is that a lot of our dopamine and our serotonin, those are our feel-good receptors, are literally made up in our gut. Those are produced by microbes if we're healthy. So upwards of 90% of our serotonin our feel-good hormone, our hormone that makes us feel safe and comforted, comes from our gut. If our gut's compromised, how much of that serotonin is not being produced? Like, we're walking around, I don't think we have like intrinsically depressed individuals. I think we have depressed microbiomes. And I think as soon as we nurture those microbiomes, all of a sudden people are going to feel like crazy good. Like to the point that they're like, oh my God, what is this? This is weird. So I've had people take lion's mane before, and lion's mane and reishi are both in our extracts. And I'm not here to promote my extracts. I'm just here to promote mushrooms in general. I want all mushroom growers and just mushrooms to thrive. And I'm really just here to advocate for the fungi. But lion's mane and reishi are specifically modulatory to the microbiome. And I've seen some pretty crazy anecdotal things after somebody just starts taking the lion's mane in terms of what their microbiome is doing. And I do truly believe that they're just producing more serotonin, so they feel high. So they come up to me and they're like, hey, is lion's mane psychoactive? And I'm like, no, you just feel good. And honestly, I just think the majority of people aren't normally feeling good. So when they feel that, they're like, holy smokes, this is too much clarity. This is really crazy. But I think that's where we all need to be, because that's like where my level of excitement comes from. I think it's just stemming a lot from the mushrooms. And I just want to see other people incorporate them in their own lives. I've seen numerous different types of cancers. I can't say the C word, but I can say that I've seen tremendous decrease in both cancers and tumors anecdotally from people that take these with late stage cancers. So I've seen multiple stage 4 cancer reversals, seen multiple late stage tumors that have just gone benign through taking different types of mushrooms, specifically chaga with that one. And so diet and lifestyle, we have a say in most of what nurtures our microbiome. And that's why I feel like it's so important to get across this concept to you guys, because we actually have a say in what it's doing. It's literally our duty to nurture our own microbiomes. So let's see. I talked a lot about the microbiome. I don't really want to bore you guys too much, but there is some statistics in here that I find really interesting. So 100 to 600 million neurons within the gut. I don't know if you guys have heard about the gut-brain axis before, but the gut-brain axis is now becoming a huge source of study in a lot of scientific realms. And it's because we have so many neurons in our gut, and we always thought that neurons were just stemming from our brain. So now we know there's a gut-brain connection, there's a heart-brain connection. I'm pretty sure we're going to understand soon that there's a lung-brain connection, a skin-brain connection, because we have neurotransmitters in all of these systems, and all of it ends up being nurtured or destroyed based on how the microbiome is operating. I'm sure you guys have heard this term also, or this saying before, but Hippocrates said it almost 2,500 years ago now, all disease begins in the gut. I just like really need us to like understand that concept super well, because a lot of people say it, but I really need that to sink in. That's really like one of the most important concepts we're ever going to take in this understanding of this topic specifically. We were talking a lot about rooting forward and community base, and I really love how much this community shows up for each other. I think it's so sweet, and it's something that I've never experienced in any other community really. But are you nurturing your own community for yourself? So we have that community of microbes that I was talking about, and we need to take that community. Like, I love that we're so community centric, but we need to take that into almost more of a selfish realm as well, and upgrade the community within us, because we have this whole community that actually ends up getting neglected. And I think it's just because it's microbial and we forget that it's there and we can't see it. So let's see. Where am I going now? Yeah. Sure, I'll take a question. Yeah, awesome question. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, so fungal diversity matters. She asked what mushrooms specifically we should be eating and in what frequency. There's a really cool meta-analysis that came out, I want to say at the beginning of this year or last year. It showed that cultures that eat mushrooms, and this is any type of mushroom, all the way down from the common button mushroom to the nice chanterelle you'd find in the wild. cultures that eat mushrooms 4 to 5 times per week had at least a 40% reduction in all dementia-related illnesses. So that is just scratching the surface about what our microbiome can end up helping us with. So in terms of the use of mushrooms in our diet, I think as much as possible. It's really hard to incorporate mushrooms into every meal unless you're growing them and have them all over the place like us. But it is really important to try to get them into every meal that you can. And I have to give a huge shout out actually while I'm on this topic to Taro Isakapela, who wrote a book, and I'm gonna forget the name of it right now. So Healing Mushrooms is a book that Taro Isakapela wrote. I'm not here to promote his products either, but he has a dual extract company that's really amazing. But he has tons of different ways to prepare mushrooms in a really palatable way. So he has maitake muffins on there. He has all these different like rishi cacao blends that are sweet mushroom blends that you would never even like guess would pair well with mushrooms. So there's tons of ways to cook mushrooms. Different. One thing I want to talk about is medicinal mushrooms versus gourmet mushrooms. They're really all medicinal, but when we say medicinal mushrooms, they're too hard to eat. So when we're talking medicinal mushrooms, we're saying like reishi specifically. It would be so tough that you could not eat it, but you would throw it into a soup and extract it that way. So there's a lot of different ways I can go with this subject right now. And since I'm on it, I'm just going to tell you guys some of the best ways to cook your mushrooms. So when you get a mushroom from the store, and I would recommend getting any mushroom from the store, honestly, as long as the source is right, I would highly recommend staying away from Chinese grown mushrooms because there's a lot of ethical implications on what they're growing on. Little tangent, mushrooms are bioaccumulators and bioremediators. So whatever they're growing off of, they're hyper accumulating into their fruit bodies. So you actually have to really do your due diligence and pay attention where you're foraging mushrooms, pay attention to who's growing mushrooms, because some people supplement their blocks with conventional substrates that are full of pesticides, herbicides, rodenticides, all types of biocides that you have to be really careful of. So be careful of your sourcing, but for the most part, just buy more mushrooms. Just try to get more mushrooms into the diet. Forage more mushrooms if you can. I really want there to be less fear around it, although it's respectfully so. Like some of them can kill you, but we do need to be eating a lot more of them. And some plants can kill you too, and we don't have that stop us from going and foraging plants. So cook your mushrooms. So one of the main things that people kind of talk to me about is like, can I eat this raw? And I would say yes, but I would not recommend eating any mushrooms raw. Although there's a couple species I'm not even going to mention, but I would not recommend eating any of the mushrooms raw. They're made up of a cell wall called chitin, and that chitin is really good at being non-digestible in its raw form. You have to break it down with heat. So if you get fresh mushrooms from the store, the best way, I think by far, is a soup, because you're getting that medicinal extraction and then you get to eat the mushrooms too. So you have a medicinal soup extract, a water extract there, and you get to eat the rest of the mushrooms too, and they're cooked down. So I think soups are honestly the most medicinal way to do it. But the more you cook your mushrooms, no matter what, the more medicinal benefit you're going to get to a certain extent. So you want to saute your mushrooms down really, really well to actually get benefit from them. I have a lot of people come up and they're just like, they'll just eat like an oyster mushroom raw. And I'm just like, whoa, that's crazy. I love that you respect the fungi that much, but I don't do that. It's really cool that people like have that taste for it and they just feel like they need to eat it. I think it's biological in nature too. Like I said, we grew up around these fungi. We actually require them to grow up and survive. So when we see them in the wild, I've never met somebody that's like, oh, that's cool. Everybody that I meet is just like, oh my God, that's fascinating. And I think it's just hitting biological markers within us. Like, oh, I found food for my village, or I found like, we just know that they're medicinal just by the way that we are. They're just deeply embedded in our biology. So we need to nurture that microbiome. We need to be cooking our mushrooms really well. Soups are great. Gravies are great. Just try to cook your mushrooms on high heat for at least 15 minutes. It's like a good general rule of thumb. Some of them are even carcinogenic. So I'll mention the common button mushroom should not be eaten raw, especially because it has a carcinogenic shell on the outside that can be broken down via heat really easily. But if you don't break down that shell, that agarotine, that can actually be a carcinogen. So if you're eating raw button mushrooms, that could actually hurt you more than help you. That one's pretty specific. Not a whole lot of others are like that. But when it comes down to wild foraged mushrooms, I think this is a huge reason why we're seeing so many poisonings amongst edible species, is because we're not cooking them enough. So a lot of these poisons or toxins, mycotoxins we'll call them, they're actually broken down really easily via heat. So you have to cook some of these compounds out in order to even make them edible. So say an aspen orange cap, a lot of people find that that is edible, but I'd say maybe 25% of people don't find that it sits well with them. They have like extreme gastrointestinal pains. I think one, it comes down to the microbiome, but also two, it comes down to how it's cooked and prepared. So just prepare your mushrooms really mindfully. Don't just throw them in with your veggies, because they kind of have to be, they can be just thrown in with your veggies, but try to think of them differently. Don't think of them as a vegetable and don't just throw them in with the veggies. Try to prepare them on their own and then add them to dishes. One really awesome way you can get a dual extract in your pan is actually a vinegar. So you have a vinegar that's alcohol as well as water. So you're actually getting a dual extract in your pan. So I would highly recommend sauteing up in a wine or a vinegar. That's a really good way to prepare your mushrooms. All right. So as I mentioned, also there's a lung microbiome. So we actually have all of these, I want to say roughly 8 species within our lungs that are protecting us from spore loads. So if you think about how many spores are in the atmosphere, it's literally trillions. There's just like there's just a spore load in the atmosphere that's always there. That's why things mold, because there's always mold spores always around. So if we were breathing those in constantly without our lung microbiome working, we would be getting taken over with pathogenic fungi all over the place. We'd have chronic illnesses within our lungs. And I think we're actually seeing that in some cases too play out. So we need to nurture the microbiome in our lungs too. And ultimately all this comes from being around microbes more. Specifically fermented foods. So I'm going to read some studies about Saccharomyces cerevisiae, which is found in sourdough, sauerkraut, kimchi, all like a lot of fermented products. But this Saccharomyces cerevisiae has been found to be one of the most important prebiotic fibers and probiotics. It's really, really important for the gut microbiome to have the right amount of Saccharomyces cerevisiae. And that is actually modulated through eating other fungi. So not only will fungi feed the Saccharomyces cerevisiae, but it'll also keep it in check. So one thing that I just really want to hit home with this talk is that if we're not eating mushrooms, we're not able to modulate the mushrooms within our body or the fungi within our body. And that's super important to understand. If we can focus on healing our microbiomes and our mycobiome specifically, I think we're actually going to work our way out of a lot of these chronic illnesses. We're finding that healing the microbiome actually ends up improving blood sugar levels. It improves blood pressure. It improves cognitive performance. It improves all of our immune systems, both our innate and humoral immune systems. They're we have actually a multitude of immune systems. They're all nurtured by this microbiome. When this microbiome dies, our immune systems get extremely depleted. So one study specifically shows Saccharomyces cerevisiae, there's inhibitory effects against E. coli. So something we wouldn't really think either, fungi protecting us against a bacteria. So that's a really, really important thing to understand. So there's 3 different pathways that this happens: direct antagonism, competitive exclusion, and host immunomodulation. Host immunomodulation is probably one of the most important concepts to understand, because it's upgrading all of our immune systems based on how they need to interact with the pathogens themselves. They also release anti-inflammatory cytokines. So when we're eating those fermented foods and consuming those mushrooms, they're actually improving our inflammatory response. I don't want to say they're anti-inflammatory, because like I said, I don't want us to think anti or pro. I really want us to think modulatory. We need that inflammatory process to heal from things and various other things, but we need it to stay in check. We cannot have it be a chronic inflammatory process, and mushrooms will really help this be quelled and not turn into a chronic issue. A study posted in the Lancet Microbe showed that dysbiosis of the gut microbiota has been implicated in a number of diseases spanning autoimmune, metabolic, and neurological disorders and cancers. So when I talk about the microbiome being disrupted, it's much more than us just being unhappy. It's much more than us just being sick. It has really, really large implications to our neurological behaviors, to like, I think a lot of us, probably the majority of us have seen people suffer from dementia-related illnesses. If there's something that can help prevent dementia-related illnesses, then I think we need to be implementing that into our diet as much as possible. And mushrooms are actually shown to be just that. Importantly, gut fungi are still largely overlooked in the context of microbiota-based development of therapeutics, and available microbiome findings are not fully honored in clinical practice. This is why I was saying earlier, question your doctors if they're telling you just to stay away from fungi altogether. If you have mycosis or fungal infection, systemic fungal infection in the body, a lot of times they're going to say stay away from mushrooms altogether. Just really question that narrative. Really try to look into the science, because the science isn't showing that if you stay away from mushrooms, that will help. The science is actually showing that if you incorporate more mushrooms, it will end up helping you. So it's really important to keep in mind. So it improves our trained immunity, which is our ability to actually upgrade our immune systems as well. So not only is it upgrading our immune pathways specifically, but it's actually helping our immune pathways to learn the pathogens better, so we can actually be further protected in the future. All of these microbes are containing information. So that information is carried from each microbe in order to either protect us or take us over. So each microbe has its own agenda. Each microbe wants to just survive and take over, basically. But they all know how to play well together if they're in the same environment. If something is not in that environment that it needs to play with, that thing is going to override your system. So let's see. A study posted in the journal Biology or Biological Chemistry showed that fungal chitin induces trained immunity in human monocytes during crosstalk of the host with Saccharomyces. So here in this study, we see not only are fungi interacting with Saccharomyces, like the things that we're getting through fermented foods such as sourdoughs and sauerkrauts and stuff like that, but it's actually the chitin itself from the mushrooms that it's a prebiotic feeding the bacteria. So it's a loop. This is a continuous feedback loop that's just constantly helping each other if they're present in the gut. If they're not, then they're just going to continually go extinct or overrun one another. So that fungal chitin, remember, chitin is the cell structure that actually makes up the mushroom. So that's a really, really important prebiotic to host the microbes in our gut as probiotics. There's some really profound insect models showing that improving the microbiomes of the insects, and specifically the mycobiomes of the insects, upgrades their immune pathways pretty significantly. So Paul Stamets was pretty famous for watching his bees feed off the mycelium in his planter beds, and he realized that they were drinking the mycelium exudates is what it's called, but it's basically like a water that the mycelium will put off. They were drinking that, and they were upgrading their detox pathway to the point that they were actually popping varroamites off their backs. And the varroamite, for those of you that don't know, is one of the main causes of deformed wing virus and genetic mutations within the colony. So it's really, really important to protect the host defense of those organisms all the way down to insects. So even insects have their own microbiomes. Even our own microbiota have their own microbiomes. So this is an area of research that needs profound investigation still, but there's so much cool science coming out about it, about the interactions, about the microscopic nature of the universe. And that's why I was saying we need to look smaller to look bigger, because the fact that these microbes have their own microbiomes it's really like kind of hard to comprehend. Like there's a whole nother universe within the universe inside of us. It's really crazy. So yeah, you have to think about something that a health expert that I listen to constantly talks about is how everything that you eat has its own microbiome. So an apple has its own microbiome. It's made up of a host of different microbes, but it also has its own mycobiome that's going to nurture your microbiome in a specific way. Hence why diversity of food is so important. Let me just stay on track here. Okay, so there's another really cool study about, I love sourdough because we started a bakery and we kind of joked around. So when I was reading all these studies, I was just kind of freaking out. So it enhances the immune response in paper wasps across the entire colony, but specifically for the queen. So all of these nutrients end up like being shuttled to the queen to keep the queen healthy, because basically the worker drones don't need to be as healthy, but the queen needs to be super healthy. So the queen's microbiome is extremely resilient and diverse. Whereas the drone bees, they don't really have much of a microbiome, but it's really, really crucial. All of the healthy colonies, they tested the queen bees and they all have healthy microbiomes. And they do truly think that the healthy microbiome is what's protecting the entirety of the colony from collapsing. So it's really, really important for our pollinators to be exposed to more mushrooms. Hence why it's so important to have mushrooms incorporated into your garden spaces. So something we've been trying to help people with is inoculate their garden spaces so that they can have mushrooms fruit up in their own spaces. Not only is that going to help the soil, it's going to help sequester carbon. It's going to help so many things. Water retention is a huge issue in this valley. When we have more mycelium in the soil, we're going to retain way more water. There's going to be way more of an equilibrium with drainage, and it's just going to be keeping that topsoil way more alive. So let's see. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, that's a great question. So she asked if it matters what type of mushrooms are growing. And I'll see all the time online, people are like, oh, this fairy ring is taking over my garden. How do I kill it? But I would venture to say that you should nurture that rather than try to kill it. So I don't think it matters really what mushrooms are growing. If there are mushrooms present in your space, your soil is building. You're building soil and you're creating a more solid microbiome within the soil. So not only is the microbiome super important for the gut in the humans, the microbiome of the soil is entirely crucial for the health of the soil and the plants as well. So no, it doesn't matter. As long as you have mushrooms popping up, you should be really excited. But the mushrooms that we're inoculating for people are actually edible mushrooms. So it's mostly Colorado oysters that people can actually end up using as food and medicine, which is really exciting. But that's also there's a host of benefits to the insects as well. So it's just helping a lot of the ecosystem in ways that we can't even really comprehend yet. But yeah, more mushrooms are good, no matter what, basically. But although some can kill you, so it's just something to keep in mind. So don't eat all mushrooms, but get excited about all mushrooms. So there's a really important study that came out in the Journal of Science about Crohn's patients, and it says so it was all about Candida overgrowth. And when Candida starts to outnumber Saccharomyces cerevisiae, like I was talking about earlier, there's a close connection to the microbiome dysbiosis and Crohn's disease. And I know a lot of people are suffering from Crohn's, but this is just one illness that people really don't see a great cure for yet that can actually be quelled by consuming more fungi, and just nurturing your microbiome will ultimately really help any type of gut dysbiosis like that. I was talking about the gut-brain connection. So there's the gut-brain axis, and fungi is extremely important for that. So there's a study posted in the Journal of Microbiome, and it says new evidence on the altered gut microbiota in autism spectrum disorders. And this is a really fascinating study. So they found the same microbiome disorders within autism spectrum patients as they did in Alzheimer's patients. They found the same microbiome dysbiosis in Crohn's patients. Almost across the board for all of these things they're studying, they're finding the same microbiota dysbiosis. So not consuming more mushrooms is actually really detrimental to our health. Not consuming fermented foods is really detrimental to our health because we're not feeding our endogenous fungi. So our endogenous fungi are the fungi coming from within and the things that we need to nurture, such as the yeasts that are modulating our immune systems, the fungi that are in there, all the fungi that are in there. Exogenous fungi are the fungi that are coming from outside. And those are the fungi that can be pathogenic or opportunistic, but they're also modulatory. So we need all of this in a balance. We can't find this balance in any other way than nurturing the microbiome. It all just comes down to nurturing the microbiome. And we really need to be thinking about the mycobiome as a super integral role of the microbiome. But it's just not being pushed into our popular lexicon yet. That's why I'm here. So we have a study published in eBiomedicine that shows a very similar dysbiosis in all dementia-related patients. Fungi and bacteria need to be in equilibrium to maintain proper health. They need to be in equilibrium. The fungi already know how to be in equilibrium. It's just whether or not we're providing the right environment. So if we're not eating fungi at all, we're actually not providing our body with an opportunity to even be at that homeostasis level. So an article on Rupa Health published in 2023 says that gut health and medicinal mushrooms exploring the gut immune connection, saying that polysaccharides stimulate the growth of beneficial gut microbiota, promoting gut, immune, and overall health. So they do enhance gut flora and immune system strength resilience directly. It's really, really important to remember. Like I said earlier, mushrooms are generally just immunomodulatory. So we really need to be incorporating these, especially for autoimmune disorders, things like that. If we can get, yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah, for sure. Cool, thank you. Yeah, do we have any questions so far about anything? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's counterintuitive, right? So that's why I keep saying that fungi are their own kingdom, because they have to be looked at differently. So when we reduce plants down, basically by cooking them, a lot of times we're actually destroying nutrients, like pretty easily, actually. Mushrooms are so much different. We're actually releasing more of the medical constituents if we're cooking them down more. Furthermore, it's really interesting because when you dry mushrooms, a lot of their medicinal components actually become concentrated. So in a lot of ways, dried mushrooms are more effective in medicinal uses than actually the fresh ones. But in terms of eating, you obviously need the fresh ones. So when people ask like the best way to incorporate medicinal mushrooms into their diet is, I say a dual extract, because you can find that in either a liquid form or a powder form. And that means that you get a water extract mixed with an alcohol extract. And it's just really simple to get your mushroom medicine that way. You can keep it on the countertop or whatever, throw it in coffee or throw it into soups or whatever you want. That way you don't actually have to eat the mushrooms, because the majority of people that I get told don't like mushrooms, it's a texture thing. So if you can get rid of that texture thing and get the medicinal mushroom benefits also, then there's a win-win. So if you find a dual extract product, it's really important to have that dual extract, because the polysaccharides are going to be in the water portion. The polysaccharides are what feed your healthy gut microbiota, and that's what ultimately will propel like health forward.
So I just want to say we are live feed. So if someone has a question, if you don't mind, I'll hand you the mic so that everyone else can hear your question. You guys can all hear each other, but we just want to make sure the audience gets to hear it as well. Okay, that's all right.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I'll if anybody has a question, just raise their hand and I'll just pass the mic off, or yeah, we can figure it out. Cool. Any other questions so far? Yeah.
Hello. I'm a mushroom enthusiast, and I've I read, I picked and dried some mushrooms maybe a year or two ago, and I took them, and I had some disorder. Now, so your discussion about cooking is a big important part of it, and maybe I didn't cook it enough. But the question I have is, I know that some of the soils in our area here you think you're familiar with. I don't know. I mean, if something doesn't agree with you, then normally, logic says don't eat it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So that's where it's like really disheartening to hear when people have bad mushroom stories, because they just group all mushrooms kind of with that same story. It's a really good point about the arsenic. I do think that what I'm seeing when people are saying they're getting sick from edible species is that they're actually finding it next to mine tailings specifically. And I think what I'm boiling it down to is that they're heavy metal toxicities that we're finding, because there will be completely edible mushrooms that people will pick and be like, I got really sick and the whole group got sick. And I'm like, okay, let's boil this down to where you found it, because this is definitely an edible mushroom. I've never seen anybody get sick from it. Always at a mine tailing. So it's, I think it always comes down to that hyperaccumulation and that toxicity effect that's happening because of that. So it's really important to keep in mind. I think our water down here specifically is really high in arsenic. So that's something to keep in mind. If you're watering with that water, then they could be uptaking a large amount of arsenic. Definitely something to keep in mind. And that's why it's super important to trust your growers. So it's really important to get people growing that know this stuff, that know that you need a clean substrate, that know that you can't have heavy metal contaminants in there, know that you can't be using tap water because there's a lot of heavy metals in the tap water, pharmaceutical constituents and things like that. So it's really important to know your sourcing, really important to know your growers, really important to know that your growers care about organic practices. And that's why we got certified organic, just to like really show people there's nothing that we're hiding in our product. Or anything like that. But yeah, it's something to really think about for sure. Where are those mushrooms popping up? If it's an edible species, should you even eat that? Could it be potentially bioremediating something? That's a really good question, because most of the time they are bioremediating something. They're popping up next to riverways all the time. They're bioremediating the toxins that are getting lost in the river. They're so strong, they're starting to break down plastics. So like now we've isolated a plastic eating mycelium from, I believe, what was a landfill in Kazakhstan. So they found this plastic eating mycelium growing on this bottle. They bring it back to the laboratory. They accelerate its plastic eating ability. It goes from eating a plastic bottle in 20 years to eating a plastic bottle in a couple months. So they can absorb the harshest chemicals we've ever created as humans, which is really hard to fathom. There's some of the first things to pop up after Fukushima were morel mushrooms. Morel mushrooms are extreme hyperaccumulators of radioactive cesium. They can concentrate it up to like 500 times in their fruiting bodies. So if you ate one morel mushroom next to Fukushima plant, you would die for sure. So just something to keep in mind. Like if the microbiome of the soil wasn't nurtured, the mycelium coming out of that soil is probably not going to be safe. But it's also crucial. That mycelium is there for a reason. There's so in human manure practices, it's really common practice to compost your human manure. When you do that, what I've seen from people is that when they throw their human manure out, almost instantaneously, the next like week or two, they'll have shaggy manes or inky caps or coprophilic species of mushrooms that pop up in their microclimates, in their compost bins. But after doing further research, you can realize that those spores are dormant within our guts, and they're actually colonizing our poop as we poop. So like they're staying dormant in our gut until they're actually released in our excrement, and then they start colonizing our excrement as soon as they're released. So it's really fascinating. They already know how to bioremediate feces. They know how to bioremediate all the pathogens within all of these feces. They know how to bioremediate the gnarliest toxins we've ever created, the longest carbon chains we've ever created in plastics. They can start breaking down. I really meant to say this earlier, but our slogan is where there is mycelium, there is hope. And I want to keep bringing it back to that because I just feel that so deeply. When there's mycelium in your microbiome, there's hope for health. When there's mycelium in the soil, there's hope for carbon sequestration and building more soil. And like, that's one of the best things, most divine things we can do on this planet, I think, is probably amplify natural processes and literally build soil. Thank you. 5 minutes left? Oh, dang. Okay. I knew I had a lot to fit in, but I never am able to fit it all in. My main, honestly, I just want to hit home, like eat more mushrooms. Eat more mushrooms. Eat more mushrooms. Don't be scared of them, but also respect them. They can kill you, but they can also nurture you in really profound ways that we don't even understand fully yet. It is so important to be nurturing the microbiomes in the gut. And I literally find it a duty for all of us to do so because nobody is going to help you nurture your own microbiome. You literally have to do that yourself. If you want to get yourself out of chronic illness, if we want to get our nation out of chronic illness, change those statistics that I was talking about earlier, we just change our microbiomes, and I have so much hope that we're going to see a brighter future after that. It really just comes down to nurturing mycelium more and understanding it better. But I'd like to open it up for some questions if anybody has any questions. Yeah.
I came in a little late. Could you refresh? Who are you?
Yeah, my name's Tyler Barrett.
What's your background is?
Yeah, my name's Tyler Barrett. I went to a couple different universities, but ultimately MSU Denver is kind of the one I associate with the most. I got my integrative healthcare degree there. Through a bunch of serendipity, I got into growing mushrooms. I took a botanical pharmacology class there that really got me interested in the medicinal benefits of shiitake specifically. And that is one of the most anti-candida molecules on the planet. If you guys do have some candida issues, I really highly recommend looking into shiitake extracts. Shiitake is a candida destroyer. So yeah, I studied at MSU Denver. I got really interested in mycology through that degree. It wasn't a mycology degree by any standard, but all of my professors were just like pushing me in that direction. They're like, you need to study this, do all your projects on that. And I went with it. So I just read a lot of books, read a lot of articles, and yeah, I'm honestly just really passionate about fungi, and I feel like I need to be an advocate for fungi because there's a lot of people talking about it because it's really exciting right now and there's a lot of science coming out, but I don't think there's enough. And I think we need more focus on mushrooms, more focus on mycelium, and more focus on specifically like what their health implications for us and the ecosystem at large. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, sorry. Any other questions?
I'm not sure if you talked about this yet, but I just wondered what your thoughts were on the benefits of eating mushrooms versus like an extract, like tinctures versus powder or anything like that.
Yeah, I personally recommend extracts when people are trying to get their mushroom medicine in because it's a way easier form. It's a little bit more bioavailable. It's already ready for your body to be converting that. Nice, that was my alarm for questions. So I always recommend dual extracts for people just because the accessibility. But if you have the ability, eat mushrooms all the time. Like the more the merrier, honestly. It's really hard to find articles about toxicities and over-consuming. It's also hard to find contraindications with mushrooms, which is really rare. So yeah, I personally think the more the merrier. There's obviously going to be some things that you need to be aware of, like lion's mane reduces blood pressure quite a bit, so maybe don't take that with the blood pressure medication. But there's honestly not a lot of science about any contraindications or anything like that, so eat more mushrooms, take dual extracts. Yes, yeah, cook your mushrooms really well. And if they're dried, rehydrate them as well as you can. It's really hard to rehydrate, to your point earlier, and cook them at the same time. So if they're already dried, rehydrating them really isn't enough. You need to cook them on high heat in a soup for a long time after they're rehydrated. Yeah. Real quick, broad overview: cordyceps for energy, reishi for cardiovascular support, and honestly everything. It's the mushroom of immortality. Lion's mane for brain and nervous system support. Oysters are incredibly overlooked for medicinal value. Incredibly overlooked. They're extremely modulatory to the microbiome. They're extremely good for the skin. Studies showing that it's way better than hyaluronic acid actually at retaining moisture in the skin, which is crazy. There's studies on skin cancers with oyster mushroom extract specifically. Oysters are super overlooked for medicinal value. So get excited about your oysters. Also, the placebo effect, please work with that. We call the placebo effect and kind of like shut it down. We can use that placebo effect to our advantage, make that medicine 33% more effective. If you are eating something and you're like, I'm not going to get much benefit from that, you're going to get less benefit. If you're like, this is a medicinal power-packed superfood, you're going to get a ton of medicinal benefit from that. Play with the psychology behind it.
Okay, do we have any last minute questions for Tyler? Okay.
Talk to plant efficacy. Obviously, we want to eat the whole plant, the whole food. We want to get the wide, broadest range of constituents. At the same time, standardized extracts, 2%, 5%, 8%. And then they have polysaccharides up to greater than 20%, polysaccharides greater than 50%, and then you've got beta glucans, which is what is beta glucan, a subset of polysaccharides,
Another carbohydrate, yeah.
So in essence, my understanding is beta glucans are the most efficacious of the subsets of polysaccharides, and henceforth the most desirable. So I don't know, maybe you could just talk about efficacy in terms of whole plant versus standardized measured extracts.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so the whole plant is going to be extremely beneficial, but that's why I say dual extract, because you're going to be pulling out the polysaccharides, the beta glucans and stuff like that with the water extract. You're missing out on all the sesquiterpene benefits, all of your steroidal compounds. Those are pulled out in the alcohol. That's why it's really, really important to get a dual extract with your mushrooms. Super, super important. You want a water extract mixed with an alcohol extract. And there's ways that you can reduce it down even further. But yeah, that's the basis. You need the water extract and the alcohol extract combined. Yeah, it's becoming more of a practice in mushroom medicines now to have dual extracts. But there are mushroom supplements on the shelf that aren't dual extracted. There's also various different supplements that have like grain fillers or things like that. I could talk all day about that alone, but just really pay attention to the sourcing, really pay attention to the extracts, like how they're extracting it, and just pay attention to the company as a whole.
Tyler, do you have a booth or somewhere where people could talk to you about your products? I think that'd be a great way to follow up on this talk.
Yeah, so if you guys do have extra questions, I'll just be right over there with my wife at Alpine Valley Mushrooms, that white tent there. So feel free to come up and pick my brain about mushrooms. I talk about mushrooms all the time. So yeah, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
Yay. Thank you, Tyler from Alpine Valley Mushrooms. Appreciate it. And we're going to do a couple announcements here before our second panel of the day, I should say. Did you turn it? We'll stand. Okay, we're into the lunch hours here, but we're going to keep going. So please stay with us here on the main stage. We have a couple announcements. In about 10 minutes or so, right to my right with the yellow top tent, we have the Biodiversity Initiative. This is going to be an update with Peter May and the E3 Ecological staff, and I'll be hosted at their booth right over here with the yellow top. And they're going to be talking about restoring, rehydrating, retaining, and reviving the ecosystem and biodiversity. So it fits right in with our mushroom talk here. And please join them. That'll be starting in just a couple minutes. And Jose Lucero will be there as well. And they are seeking to restore and balance all the elements in our environment. And there's some pretty really important information about some things they've seen with restoring certain parts of the ecosystem right here in the valley and on the Crestone area. I also want to do a shout out to the demo site. Okay, we are about to start the Hempcrete demo down at our demo site by the Pirate Ship with Suzanne Rouget. So anybody interested, please head on down. She's starting that demo now. And at 3 o'clock, they'll be doing Papercrete demo with Donovan Spitzman. And at 4:15, it'll be a bottle brick demo with a number of people. Okay, Donovan, Sean, and Suzanne. So please visit our demo site for natural building right down on the corner at the edge of town there. And we have a whole wellness village, if you're unaware of that. And our wellness village is just down past the Elephant Cloud to the west of where we are now, kind of to the southwest. There are some signs, and we have a number of things going on at the Wellness Village. All right, and today we had yoga to start. There currently is ending the musical Taiji experience, and then there's a return to remembrance that's going to be starting at 1 o'clock with Suzanne Luck. They'll have some rational fasting talk with Dr. Dean Lloyd at 2:15. At 3:30, there's Qigong, Navigating the Vortex with Gina Barrett. And 4:45 to 6 later this afternoon is the Healing Forest with Peter May and Sonic Apothecary. So please check out the boards with all our events. We've got a lot going on around town. We just want to make sure everybody is aware and getting to see what they're interested in here.
Hi there. I just wanted to do a quick plug. My name is Nick Navarez. I'm the producer here of the Crestone Energy Fair. And I just wanted to point your attention, if you have not yet gone to the info booth and grabbed a program for this weekend's event, please grab one. But at the back of it, it includes a invitation to an October fundraiser that we are producing. So every year we start this event off with zero money. And we kind of go from there. And thankfully, we have people like the Swatch County Commissioners and other people who really believe in us. And we're able to get that money raised in the spring. However, we're going to try something different this year. We're going to try to have money beforehand. So we're hosting a dinner that I'm cooking in October at the Sand Dunes Valley Distillery, Sand Dunes Valley, something like that Nick Chambers just opened, and it's a 4-course Indian meal that we will be hosting, and we invite you to attend. So I just want to point your attention to that. Otherwise, please have a lovely Crestone Energy Fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. So you'll see signs for the gala. That's what we're calling it, this fundraiser in October. So if you're able to join us, it's a donation for the dinner that goes to support the Energy Fair. So thanks so much. And if you're able to do that, we would love to have you. There'll be entertainment and food, as Nick mentioned, and drinks. And it'll be a great night. So coming up here very soon, in the next few minutes, we will be having our second panel of the day, which is our very famous and highly recognized and attended alternative energy panel, hosted by Mark Jacoby. We're going to have some great people on the panel, including Christine Kennelly, Tom McCracken, Jan Rose, and Terry Daly. So please join us for that, and we'll be back, and we'll be ready for the panel very soon.
We bow to the chief and to the queen. We bow to worship freely in everything.
Just an update, the Biodiversity Initiative is going on to my right over here at the yellow tent. They're starting now, and this is with Jose Lucero and the Peter May and the E3 Ecologic staff. Really good information about biodiversity in the valley and in the Crestone area. So please join them over at the yellow topped booth. And we will be starting the alternative energy panel in just a few minutes. Thank you.
And to the queen, we bow to worship freely in everything. We bow to the chief and to the queen. We bow to worship freely. We bow to worship freely in everything.
Okay, welcome back to our main center stage. Our next awesome panel is our alternative energy panel. Notorious here at Energy Fair for quite a long time. We've got a great lineup, and our host is Mark Jacoby. Mark is a longtime Crestone resident, and in tandem with the Orient Land Trust staff, was responsible for maintaining the hot springs facility, which operates entirely off-grid and is profoundly affected by precipitation and visitor usage. Mark provided guided hydro tours, active research and educational campaigns that have inspired sustainable living practices for generations, forming a widespread community of tourists, locals, and environmental enthusiasts. Please welcome the Alternative Energy Panel.
Thank you. All right. Can you hear pretty well with it right like this? Okay, cool. Great. Well, good afternoon and thanks for coming. I'd like to start out by iterating something that one of the earlier panelists told me years ago. And it's kind of a good overview for when you start thinking about renewable energy and alternative energy and so on, is that if you think back to what we know archaeologically, we began by making stone tools out of other stones. And we took those stone tools and turned up copper and smelted that and made copper tools. Used the copper tools to dig up tin to make bronze tools eventually. Bronze tools dug up iron that made those kind of tools. And iron became steel. Steel got turned into machinery. And we eventually tapped into oil and coal. And so we've been moving our electrons with carbon-based fuels for a number of generations now. And we've seen that the downside of that is that there is a carbon footprint that is becoming a bigger and bigger footprint. And so it seems to me that our next iteration and our next evolution is to take the technology that came before us and put it to use for our future. So in other words, we are in a position of transition at this point in time, and it's going to be a little bumpy. There's going to be some research and engineering and design and all of that. There are things that are in conflict with each other for a little while. But if we keep in mind that the goal here is to keep the electrons moving that we happen to have discovered and that we've put into our service, if we figure out other ways to move those electrons, and well, if we do it right, we'll get to the next iteration, which may be beyond that point. Who knows? But at this point right now that is supporting this next iteration, there's a lot of resistance from the oil and gas industry, as there always is. And it's not something that you have to take personally, but it's important to remember, in my opinion, that everybody's trying to provide a better life for most people. And that's to be applauded. Now, if we can do that a different way, a better way, a cleaner way, I think that if we can agree on that, we can actually move forward with a little less resistance from the companies that have made a lot of money over the years and probably are having a hard time letting go of that. And that's okay. I mean, it's just this is if we look at it on a larger scale and not an adversarial way, we can, I think we can put our best foot forward and find better solutions to making our lives more comfortable to the point where we can approach a better future. So with that in mind, I'd like to put out who we have on our panel. Jan Rose is from Colorado Citizens for a Livable Climate, Energy and Climate Change, legislative analyst and spokesperson. Tom McCracken, raise your hand. There you go. Tom McCracken is our Saguache County Commissioner, currently developing solar facility regulations for Saguache County with the Planning Commission. Part of that transition thing. Terry Daly, thank you, Terry. Electrical engineer and manager of San Luis Valley Rural Electric Cooperative that is pursuing grid upgrades to facilitate renewable energy, including hydro and solar in the San Luis Valley. And Christine Canale is the director of the San Luis Valley Ecosystem Council, participating with San Luis Valley communities using public comments to educate about electrical grid and renewable energy transition since 2004, when the Colorado Renewable Energy Ballot Initiative was passed. So, without too much further ado, I'd like to flesh out that, Terry, if you would, Terry didn't have a bio ready for the thing, so if you could speak to your background a little bit, please.
Yeah, I'm basically an electrical engineer by training, now in a management role at the REC. Kind of got into the utility world right out of college, just loved it. Kind of my niche, I guess. I think anybody my vintage, newer, definitely has an interest in renewable energy if you're in this field. So different levels as you go. It did strike me that I'm probably the least alternative of the alternative energy panel here. I probably represent the establishment. Essentially, the REC, we're a wires company. We take the power from the generation to the end consumer. But that's really where a lot of these recent initiatives, I think, have come to be placed. And so the REC and XL, our counterpart, have a big role working with the consumer and trying to interface these pieces and make it all work. So we're interested, excited to see how this all pans out, and always watching to see what's new and coming around the corner.
Yeah, and I think it's important to remember that at this point in time, most of us are relying on an infrastructure, like you said, wires. And so it's actually a good thing to have an engineer who understands how that all works to be part of this whole transitionary era. So thank you. Okay, Jan, would you like to say something about yourself?
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having me up here. It's a beautiful day in a beautiful community in a beautiful valley. I'm an ex-Salida resident, so it was great to head over a few passes from the Front Range and get back to the flatlands in the high country. I work exclusively on state legislation that affects climate, the environment, energy, and pollution. So that is all I do with my retired time. I spent my entire career in high tech. So I have a lot of experience in the evolution of things. I was there when a personal computer weighed 35 pounds. I was there when a battery weighed 14 pounds. I watched the birth of the computer age, and then I cashed it all in and went online. And that allowed me to move to Salida and get off grid and become an outfitter and work on websites and generally live the Colorado dream. And so when I came back down to the Front Range, I wanted to make a difference in our state and in our country because I'm a lifelong backpacker. And so my idea of a dream vacation is to be where there are no people, no sounds, no aircraft. You know what I mean? That's my idea of a good time. A cruise to the Caribbean is not my idea of a good time. So I was watching the climate change before my eyes. And I think all of us who have lived here have our favorite places to camp, our favorite places to fish, our favorite places to hike. And we have seen those change over the course of decades, primarily for me in loss of bird song And in loss of habitat, beetle kill really changed the forest. As an outfitter, we had to move our base camp and get a different hunting permit because we lost in the Collegiate Peaks Wilderness so much wood to beetle kill that we didn't have a suitable place to bring hunters from out of state anymore. So when I moved back down to Denver and was close to the state capitol, that gave me an opportunity to get involved in legislation that would help us protect and preserve this state we all love. And so that's what I'm here to talk about today, is what's going on with the energy transition, because you guys are at the heart of the energy transition and you are engaged in a number of battles about how you are going to manage your energy usage and your energy distribution to other places around the state. And you have options now that you didn't even have 2 years ago because of legislation that we have passed. So I hope to be able to spend a little time talking to you about that today.
Thank you, Jen. All right, Tom, would you like to just give a quick overview about yourself?
Sure. Thanks everybody for coming out. I moved to San Luis Valley in 1979, and I had been a tree planter with my late wife Lillian for about 7-8 years there, and then we became farmers. Been farming north of Crestone here now for about 10 years, and over in Swatch 27 years before that. My farm here in this area is completely off grid, and we've been certified organic since before there was a program. Been a county commissioner now for 4 years, and I'm running for re-election. The county is currently developing standards for large solar installations, and the Planning Commission is working on that as well, and can use as much input from the community as possible.
Thank you. And then Chris?
Yeah, I'm hoping I can be a bit of an orienteer today. First of all the stuff that we're going to be talking about, because it's a lot of stuff coming down the pike. There's 25 copies here if people want to take a paper copy. There's also a sign-in sheet. If people just want to sign in, you can get it all electronically. But there's a lot happening. Colorado has been aggressive in acquiring electric co-op work with, just along with 2 other co-ops, almost $1 billion, billion, to retire 2 coal-fired power plants and transition to renewable energy. Yeah. Jan was the center of a lot of that, making that happen. The Valley, and I'm sorry I keep bringing this tired old map, but this map is really important. It's literally all the sensitive resources that have been mapped in the Valley, with the golden diamond, which was basically identified in the 1970s. And everything within that golden diamond has some of the highest radiation potential in the Southwest. The Southwest. What did I say? Oh, solar radiation. Well, I think we're all feeling it right now. But it is radiation, and it's big time. And why? Why is that? Well, because we're at 7,500 feet above sea level. It's cool at night. So it's optimal conditions for solar and solar panels and being able to convert that energy. So that's why solar companies are interested in coming here. But there's an issue. We have 2 transmission lines coming in. So one of the things that this map does is it maps all the energy grid that exists right now in the Valley on top of all these sensitive resources. So we've got 2 lines coming in, and these are all the center pivot irrigation systems. And then there's a proposal now that Alamosa County just received to study 3 transmission corridors to create redundancy and reliability in the valley. Because right now the lines come in over Poncha Pass. So those 3 areas that are going to be studied is a transmission line going east to basically Walsenburg, going south to Ojo, and not quite sure yet whether that's going to be through San Luis or along Highway 285. But now we have a national monument, yay, in New Mexico. So that may change things. The other option is along Cochito Pass. So that's basically Saguache to Gunnison. Okay, I want people to understand the context of all this because it's going to be really important moving forward.
Okay, so I'd like to start out by throwing some questions at different panelists. Jan, you're up. What does Colorado need energy-wise? 15 gigawatts for Colorado. We need 4.5 billion of new transmission built. Does that sound right?
That sounds very low, like half as much as what we are planning for. Just yesterday, I read an article that Xcel is planning on 25 gigawatts. That's just Xcel. That's not Tri-State. And Xcel and Tri-State are the 2 biggest electrical suppliers. So what's happened in Colorado in particular is that in 2019, we passed a law that required that all energy on the transmission grid be 80% renewable by 2030 and 100% renewable by 2050. Because of investments that the state has made in wind and solar farms, we are going to reach 84% renewable electricity in Xcel's territory by 2030 and 89% renewable electricity in Tri-State's territory by 2030. That's 7 years from now. That is a huge amount of growth. A lot of that growth has taken place on the Eastern Plains, but there's 2 areas of really substantial growth that we have passed laws. And as a result of passing those laws, we have received in the last 12 months in the state of Colorado, nearly $2 billion with a B to decarbonize and electrify the entire state. So we are swimming in Inflation Reduction Act money that is rolling out, in particular to environmentally vulnerable communities. And there are 19 of those in Colorado. Saguache County is one. Castillo County is one. There are several others, Rio Grande, Mesa, Delta, etc. So you guys are really at the epicenter of energy growth in the state of Colorado. But rather than doing what we're doing way out on the Eastern Plains with these 20,000 acre solar farms and miles of wind turbines, in the high country and in our valleys in particular, we are moving to a model of distributed energy resources. And in that way, we don't need to build giant 20,000 acre solar farms. We don't need to build utility scale solar because we can put enough residential and commercial solar on rooftops around the valley, on barns, on ag buildings. And we can hook together, if you know your RAP, there is a thing in the electrical community called NWA, which stands for something in the RAP world, but in the electrical world, it stands for non-wires alternatives. And that means you don't need a big transmission line. You can hook together a whole bunch of off-grid resources and make a microgrid. And the microgrid can tap into the main grid to deliver extra power that you're, and it can also shut itself off of the main grid. We are hoping I am hoping to run a bill next year to create a microgrid off the Crestone school and set up about a mile radius microgrid for the community of Crestone. And we passed a law in May that allows you to put 200% of the electricity that you use on your roof or in your yard or wherever you want to put your solar panels and sell that excess electricity back to the grid at wholesale prices. So you can actually make money. And we created a new term in law in the state of Colorado to create energy prosumers. So you will no longer be an energy consumer. You will be able to generate enough electricity to become an energy prosumer and sell your excess back to the grid. And in that way, avoid an enormous solar farm on the floor of the San Luis Valley. If Terry will let you.
We'll go to Terry on the.
Follow that, Terry.
Oh, that's a pretty interesting spot to be in. Thanks. Yeah, that all sounds great. And, REC, we're a member-owned utility, so.
Up a little closer.
Yeah, you're going to have to.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's all great. The REC is a member-owned utility. We're not here to make money for shareholders. We're here to answer to the members. So we're all about renewables, whatever the state legislature mandates.
A little closer, Terry.
Oh,
There you go.
okay, thanks. All right. Yeah, we're here. We're owned by you. We're here to do what the members are looking for, keeping in mind, good engineering principles and reliability. Everybody is eager to save money and have renewable as long as the lights are on. When the lights are off, that is the most important thing. So I guess I see myself as the realist. All these things, these initiatives sound great. We have to be the ones to figure out how to make it work and keep the lights on while we do. Jan, you did mention the non-wires alternative. When you talk about selling back to the grid, that inherently means there's wires connecting to the grid. So, I think the way the power plant originally evolved was it was cheaper to build central station power. When you have smaller neighborhood areas, just inherently there's more cost, there's more complexity. Not that modern technology can't improve that, but that's what we're eager to see and certainly hope we can do all this. One thing Tri-State is working on is their Electrify and Save, part of that grant. They've got a number of different initiatives that are rolling out in this coming year, looking at how can we work with the end consumers to, if you have an EV charger in your garage, can we charge that from midnight till 2 a.m. if you only need 2 hours worth of charging? So working collaboratively with the members to make the grid work more efficiently for everyone's benefit. And of course, we as the REC are eager to see that happen. Probably from my view as an engineer, storage technology, batteries is kind of the generic, but that'll be a game changer, a world changer as far as renewables, which tend to be intermittent in their nature. Just being able to be used more on-demand, dispatchable is what we talk about in the utility industry. It's available when we need it, as we need it. That's probably the big thing I can mention. I think, Mark, you had mentioned, one thing I did want to bring up, I think we've seen Tri-State has had a very different culture shift over the past 5 years. The REC certainly has as well. We're seeing where everything is going, what the members are looking for, and we're trying to balance all those different forces. There are certainly members who the most important thing is the cheapest price of power. In their mind, that's still coal. That may or may not be true. We're here to try to balance everything and figure out the best way to get things done. Tri-State's new program, as Jan mentioned, I think is 89% carbon free, 70% renewable. They've been saying they're ahead of the state curve, really looking at renewables. Part of that, those enormous grants, I think the New Era funding was to pay for a lot of renewables, getting coal plants retired, which then, if grants take care of that, the energy source, the sun is free. Boy, we're sitting well amongst Tri-State's membership. So some of those distribution co-ops that left Tri-State might be wishing they were back in.
Yeah, to remember, there's an old adage that there's the optimist, there's the pessimist, and so on. The optimist looks at the glass of water, it's half full. The pessimist sees it as empty. And the engineer sees that the the glass is twice as big as it needs to be. So we need engineers, and the fact that we've got people like Terry in the middle of this grid is to our benefit, and we're very lucky. So, Tom, I wanted to include you at this point anyway, and you're in a position right now where, as county commissioner, the commissioners have put in a moratorium. If you would speak to that.
So a number of counties in the state have done the same thing, as there's just an onslaught suddenly of applications to put in large-scale industrial solar. We were totally unprepared with our land use regulations and our 1041 regulations, and our institution of a moratorium in no way suggests that we're anti-renewables. We just want to protect the health, welfare, and safety of the residents of Saguache County by thoroughly vetting these proposals, and some of the things that are going to be considered. And I can't say that this is what we're going to put into law, but the Planning Commission is right now considering things like setbacks, proximity to transmission lines, height restrictions, noise limits, view corridors, wildlife corridors, protection of water resources. Remediation is a huge one. These plants eventually use their useful. We're definitely looking seriously at requiring bonding requirements to make sure there's enough money at the end of these useful lives of these projects that we can restore the land back to its original state. Power purchase agreements. We don't want big scale projects going up if they don't have an agreement to sell that power. Storage. We're concerned that the energy may not be used here in the San Luis Valley. It's going to be exported. And we would like to see more of the energy used here, especially to benefit our own residents if we're going to be making the sacrifices necessary to do these big projects. And there's another whole way to look at this regulations thing. When companies come in here and are looking to build a big project, they need some sort of certainty about the regulatory environment. And so in order to create an even playing field for all the different companies, we need to have really standardized regulations that everybody can count on, and count that we're not going to be changing them mid-course. And so this also benefits the companies that are looking to come in here. And I don't know if you want me to talk about benefit to Saguache County at this moment, but I want to talk about that eventually.
The state recognizes that every county's topography is different, its population is different, its business makeup is different, its access to water resources, its sun exposure, everything, because of how varied the state of Colorado is unique. So we passed a law that went into effect in July, where the Energy and Carbon Management Commission, which used to be the Oil and Gas Commission, but we outgrew oil and gas. So we changed the whole mission, and they're no longer the Oil and Gas Commission. Now they run carbon capture and geothermal and solar and wind and everything. They are going to provide technical assistance for any county that requests it to help them work on renewable energy regulations. And the energy office out of the state capitol is keeping a master data repository of every county's regulations so that county commissioners can go to these centralized sources and say, number one, I need help because I don't know enough about this proposed development, whether it's factoring in wildlife corridors and migration corridors and nesting corridors. There's so many things involved with siting a utility scale facility of some type. So the state, recognizing that everybody was doing it all by themselves in a vacuum, figured there was a great way to put all of what we know together and make that available moving forward so that everybody can share lessons learned and everybody can share their experiences with various sized renewable energy installations. It's important to know that Colorado has contracted with hundreds and hundreds of megawatts of power, but they are still 40% short of what they need to have on the grid in order to meet 80% renewable by 2030. So there is a huge push in the next 6 years to get all of those solar and wind resources online. Question?
I was just going to mention that I've done a U-turn. I'm from Colorado, lived in California, and came back. And where I lived in California, which I thought was brilliant, they took all of the public facilities, high schools, grade schools, put solar panels over the parking lots, and then had EV chargers right there. So I thought they took all of the public parking lots, so high schools, grade schools, put solar panels over there, and then also incorporated EV charging systems right there, which was brilliant because you're also reducing the heat gain by covering the parking lots, and these are lights anyway. And I often think of the White Eagle property as.
I think that's been condemned, but anyway, we are going to get into questions, but there's this one piece that I really wanted everyone to hear today. And I'm hoping that Jan can lead everybody through it because this is affecting you personally. And it's called a virtual power plant. And everybody here and your domicile can become a virtual power plant. So anyway, I want to make sure that we dial in on that.
I kind of mentioned the components of a virtual power plant before when I said becoming a prosumer, becoming someone who generates your own electricity and then makes it available to the grid as though you were a power plant. You just happen to be a micro power plant. Virtual power plants have to become law because otherwise the utility is under no obligation to buy your excess power. So if you produce more power than you use and you don't have a battery, it gets what's known as curtailed. It just disappears. Your watts go into the ether and they have no value to you. So with the growth of home batteries and the growth of electric vehicles with batteries, you now have the ability to generate electricity, store it in your car or on the side of your house, and then run your house off grid or sell that excess energy back to the grid, which turns you into a virtual power plant. So as our audience member was mentioning in the state of California, the Denver Public School District has also implemented this. They have 46 schools and counting. Some have rooftop solar, some have solar canopies. The solar canopies provide solar for the building and for surrounding low-income neighbors. So they drop an average of $700 a year off residential neighbors' electricity bills because they generate that much solar power. And the Denver Public Schools solar canopies have electric vehicle chargers And they have a vocational training program. So they teach the students in the high school to design, install, and maintain solar installations and electric vehicle charging stations. So truly green jobs. And that is what we are hoping to bring to Crestone. That's the bill that I mentioned about solar schools that I'm hoping that will pass the legislature next year. It's gone into drafting. So the lawyers are drafting the bill. We just need to make it a reality and get it passed next year. And then I will be coming back to meet with Terry and Tom. That way.
Let's see, Terry, do you want to speak to something?
Yeah, actually, Jan, I think that's a great move, focusing on schools. Public buildings, I think, is terrific. Virtual power plant can be two things. Number one, just the load control, just the traditional load control, cycling an air conditioner, cutting a load temporarily in exchange for a credit. That's part of managing the grid. The other part is like your EV plugged in, generating back into the grid, net metering, any of these battery type systems. Keep in mind, that's going to increase the complexity of the system, all the communication. And I think public buildings are a great place to start because we can educate students, people, how this all works, get training, and it's a bigger load than when we get down to the individual residences that are, fairly small compared to a school. But then within the residence, we also have the concern about data security. If we're tied into your home thermostat or looking at your EV or monitoring your solar net metering, the solar panels on your house to generate back into the grid, there's understandably some privacy concerns. Think back to the smart meters. When we rolled those out, we definitely got some pushback in some areas. And, we have to adapt to that. But I think starting that education process early, again, as a member-owned utility, we're not here to police anything you're doing in your home. We're just trying to manage the grid and make sure we're transparent with everyone. So.
We're going to be doing some questions in just a few more minutes, if you can hang on. Thank you.
The reason that I brought that up as it was a aha moment for me, and I think that, in terms of the environment, I have my Subaru from 2002. It's got 350,000 miles on it. It's a very efficient car. I feel like using it for as long as possible is a form of energy sustainability. Having said all that, the concept of being able to have solar panels on my house, our house, and even people that are renting houses, and then having that extra go into your vehicle, charge up your vehicle, so now you're not paying for gas, and then whatever's left over ends up going back out onto the grid. I mean, can you imagine how freeing that is for the first time in our lives, not to be beholden to have to constantly pay for all these different forms of energy? We're going to get into the longevity of solar panels and vehicles and having them produced ethically and all of that. But the reality is we're going in a really good direction here, folks.
We're good till what time? Okay, Tom, I think you wanted to bring up something a little earlier. Let's give you a chance now.
Okay, well, I'd like to highlight, first of all, a couple things that the county has done in the last couple of years. We were able to install at no cost solar panels on our Blue Waters Hacienda's affordable housing project in Saguache, and that is now selling power back to the grid. We are also working on the Rangeview Affordable Housing Project, which is a square city block in Saguache, that's going to be 32 apartments. And we are at the first stage of approval. We have been approved at the first stage for congressionally directed spending to put covered parking and solar on top of that. And so we're really excited about that. We also are fully funded to do architectural designs for single family homes for sale that will be passive solar and utilize as much local materials as possible. And this will be in Casita Park. And so, yeah. What this lady in the audience, our attorney, was a little concerned when some of the big industrial proposals. He's like, well, look at these pictures here. All these solar panels are on the medians in the freeways in the cities in Europe. And underneath those panels are bike lanes, totally shaded. But they've been talking about building solar panels over our irrigation ditches to stop all the evaporation that's going on and still utilize that space without losing any ground to further development. And I just think these are fantastic ideas and ought to be fully vetted before maybe that we put in 600-acre solar project. I'm a little concerned about pushback from some of the residents in the county, especially the neighbors to these. And I think we're going to need to be able to sell these projects to our constituents. And our county is in kind of desperate need of revenue. They've been cutting property taxes at the state level, and our valuations are also going down, not up like the ski areas. And a source of revenue could be a small tax on renewable energy that's leaving the valley. And so don't be surprised if you see that on the ballot here coming up soon.
Yeah, I'll springboard off of that a little bit. One idea that's a kind of a pet of mine is that there are a lot of center pivots in the valley. And if you think about it, it's a circle inside of a square. So every corner has a certain number of acres that is just sitting there with potato rock on it. And that'd be a really good place to put solar installations. You're definitely near the power lines because they use it for the pumps on the center pivot. And I think that we came up with about 14,000 acres if you put all of those corners together in the valley. That's a lot of acreage just for solar panels. So that's another way to look at some of this. So you got your own mic, man.
My own mic. On that topic, last year, Senator Cleve Simpson, state senator from Alamosa, and a senator from Denver passed a bill for agrivoltaics, co-locating solar panels with crops and also with livestock grazing. So we'll be putting our first elevated solar panels over a peach orchard in Mesa County to protect the peach trees from those late spring frosts and those early fall frosts, but particularly late spring that'll wipe out the buds. We are putting solar panels over feedlots because those poor cattle getting ready to market are just sitting out on the eastern plains frying under the sun. So we're putting solar panels over those feedlots. Mesa County has a sheep grazing operation that's getting solar. I don't know if you've ever seen the photographs of all the sheep when a wind turbine blade is stationary, all the sheep gather along the shade under the turbine blade. As we get hotter summers, livestock are seeking shade. And the agrivoltaics bill also includes aquavoltaics. The town of Walden put their solar panels on their reservoir, and it reduced their evaporation loss by 20%. automatically cooled the panels on the underside, which makes them more energy efficient because they're sitting on top of water instead of, for example, an asphalt roof, and supplied the electricity for all the municipal buildings in the town off the solar panels. So a real win-win situation. And that's another example of a microgrid. We have 16 microgrids currently running around the state. And we are looking to implement a lot more so that we can really pursue this distributed energy concept.
I'm going to keep you with the microphone for a second, Jen. What legislation is in our state legislature right now that we need to be aware of, and what has been passed recently of significance?
There's a whole website devoted to that because I have to keep it updated every single week while the legislature is in session. So how it relates to us as individuals with homes, there is currently a federal tax credit, a 30% discount for solar panels, and the utility companies are matching those solar panel discounts. So you can get solar panels installed for free. And again, you can rather than putting 100% of what you use, you can put 200% of what you use, and once they hook you up to the grid, you can sell that excess solar back to the grid. So those are important bills. We've expanded a whole bunch of community solar so that you can set up a very popular place to put community solar is on your landfill, because you always have a bunch of fallow land that you're, decomposing. That is a great place for solar panels, and they can help power community buildings, municipal buildings, schools, libraries, rec centers. We passed a decarbonization set of tax credits. So in addition to the federal tax credit of $3,000 off an air source heat pump or a ground source heat pump, the state will match a ground source heat pump with an extra $3,000 off and $2,000 off if it's an air source heat pump. So what we would commonly know as a two-way AC, a heat pump that also does air conditioning, has a big box that sits outside your house, or a mini split that, has a duct that comes into your wall. So those have both federal and state tax credits, but the best tax credit of all is electric vehicle purchases. The federal government is offering $7,500 off the purchase price of an electric vehicle if the battery components are made in the United States, Canada, or Mexico, or another free trade partner, because we don't want to be getting our battery components from Africa. We do not want blood diamonds making EVs, if you will. So you can get $7,500 off an American-made car, and there's a bunch of VWs and Kias and Audis and things like that that are made in America, and the batteries are made in Canada or Mexico. So $7,500 off of that. Then the state tacked on an additional $5,000 off any all electric or plug-in hybrid vehicle. So that's $12,500 off. If your existing car is 2012 or older, they will give you $6,000 to trade that car in for an EV. So that's $18,000 off. And if your car is a Tesla Model S or a Chevy Bolt, an under $35,000 car, they give you an extra $2,500 off. So that is $19,500 off the purchase of an electric vehicle now through the end of the year. The vehicle exchange program, the $6,000 trade-in program, was so popular that we ran out of money and just budgeted $9 million more just to carry us now till the end of the year. So these are going so hot down on the Front Range that you can buy a Nissan Leaf, which has a 150-mile range, for $20 a month for a 2-year lease. because the dealerships have all been paid money, $600 to be exact, to process your state and federal tax return to give you that credit right off the purchase price, right at the dealer lot. So, in addition to all of those electric vehicle incentives, there are two new features that help with distributed energy and becoming a virtual power plant. Electric vehicles are now being two-way batteries. So not only do they take from the grid to charge your car, they return to your house, known as vehicle to load. So you can plug them in and they can act as a home battery. They can act like a generator. My friend who used to work for the National Renewable Energy Lab has a Hyundai Ioniq. And when the power goes out in Golden, his Ioniq can power his house until the next day for 9 hours off the battery on his Ioniq. The Ford F-150 Lightning has a battery that's called V2G, vehicle to grid, where it powers directly into the grid and again becomes a virtual power plant. So you can charge your F-150 Lightning, run all your tools to light up your calving operations, because calves are always born in the middle of the night in the farthest field from the barn, and power your tools and do your welding and all of this stuff off your F-150, charge it up on a sunny day and sell your battery back to the grid at night with an F-150 Lightning. The F-150 Lightnings are so popular, they got about a 4-month backlog to get one. But it's a great next generation electric vehicle with about a 400-mile range. So it's a terrific buy. So that's an example of what's going on in the electric vehicle space.
Okay, we've got about 25 minutes left in this session. I'd like to spend 10 minutes up here still, and then we'd like to have about 15 minutes of questions. So
We could go sooner.
we can go sooner too. Do you? Let's just go down the panel. Tom, do you have anything you want to add at this point?
I just really want to encourage the research that we need to be able to do some of this alternative, maybe off the wall type of development rather than the large scale industrial. And one of the things that hasn't been mentioned yet is that we're drying up land because our aquifer is dropping so fast. And we've dried up like 40,000 acres so far. And each one of those circles, as Mark pointed out, has electrical capacity to it already. And so if we were to start putting some solar panels on those dry circles that the water's not going to come back to, we wouldn't have to build the transmission to get it back to the grid. So I think we need to take a serious look at that.
Yeah, okay. I as an engineer, made notes throughout the conversation. A couple of things I wanted to mention. Microgrids, there seems to be no consensus on definition. Usually, it seems like when it comes up, it's reliability based. It's something in the neighborhood. It can generate back into the grid, or during a big outage, it can power the neighborhood. In reality, the diesel generator on a school is a microgrid.
Right.
So yeah, we have to be a little bit careful on when we throw these terms around, and it's all kind of new discussion, so that's to be expected. The big transmission line that's being studied out of the valley, which would be a boon, I think, for the valley to bring large solar here, ship it out, bring revenue into the valley. Keep in mind, every one of those routes, there's 3 or 4 different directions. Everyone has challenges, Forest Service, land trust, pushback from the community. These are beautiful areas. They are talking about building a transmission line through it. That's why there'll be probably 5 years of study before they even settle on an alternative. That'll be a challenge, and everybody's voice needs to be heard in that, as well as the benefit that line would bring, which would be dollars to ship out the solar as well as use it here, and the reliability aspect. Right now, if a fire goes through Poncha Pass during a critical time, we've only got a little bit of generation in the valley and Alamosa to try to keep everybody's lights on. So a collateral benefit of a big transmission line any direction out, it is another source and would help us keep the lights on in that terrible situation. Jan, you mentioned the legislature mandating the grid buying back at wholesale prices. That is key. When it's wholesale, that's what we pay Tri-State for every kilowatt hour that somebody uses. We add on our percentage to keep the grid running. Bottom line, if we're paying back at wholesale, we as the REC don't care if Tom's rooftop solar is supplying electrons to Jan's house. We're able to keep those dollars in the valley. That's terrific. As much as I love Tri-State, I'd rather keep those dollars in the valley than send them to Denver. So that is key. The big rub becomes when it's at retail rates, which is what net metering right now is. Now you're really not contributing back for that grid that you need to run the system. And I guess last thing I had was on schools, having solar at schools. The other element of education, we need people in this industry, the utility industry, renewables, all of it. So if you can push young people, anybody into that direction, so much the better. Having that kind of program at a school, I think, is terrific to get kids, especially in STEM and linemen, everything. Our industry has been too quiet for too long, and now we're really struggling to fill positions and during this critical time. So I think that's all I've got.
Let me piggyback off of that real quick. I have a friend who's a master electrician, and he let me know a while back that by the year 2040, the United States will be down 150,000 electricians. So if you've got anybody who's interested in taking on a profession, that's a good one. The pay is good. The pay is great. And they pay for your education. They pay you while you're being schooled. There's a lot of benefits to doing that. And I'm just going to put that out there. But
to Terry's and to Mark's comment, recognizing that we have to put so much renewable energy on the grid and that it's going to come at us from big utility scale setups to your car battery and everything in between. We need electricians. So the state funded an electrician apprenticeship program in this session. So we have money to train people. Being an electrician and being a plumber, a pipe fitter, is like huge jobs because all of the homes have to become net zero homes, which means we got to get rid of all the methane lines and put in ductwork for heat pumps to decarbonize and have 100% electric homes. So there are a huge ton of vocational jobs coming at you that are all green jobs. And again, there's $2 billion that have been delivered from the federal government through the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law to help us pay for all of this decarbonization. So for the solar schools bill, the investment tax credit, so schools are nonprofits, so they normally don't get a tax credit, but the Inflation Reduction Act put a tax credit called direct pay in just for nonprofits like churches and schools and other nonprofit buildings, where the federal government will give you a cash payment of between 30 and 70% of the cost of all of your equipment, right down to your electrical panel upgrades, to help you become a virtual power plant. And in addition to the solar schools bill, there's another bill that's also in drafting right now to create a community anchor institution to find a public building that is near a fire station or a hospital or a police station or a jail, some place that has to have power on 24 hours a day, to set up that public building as another microgrid. Because one of the things that we have found, learning from Phoenix, which had 700 people die of extreme heat, and Texas, which had 900 people die of extreme cold when Hurricane Uri shut off their power grid for days, we are learning that there have to be places in communities that always have the power on. And that's why the state is moving so aggressively into microgrids. And the community of Crestone is a perfect community to implement that kind of option. So hopefully you'll see me again.
Thank you, Jan. I just wanted to ask those here, how many have been to a rural electric co-op meeting or an annual meeting? Every June, every year, you get a membership letter. They have meetings every year in June. I highly recommend going to those meetings. You're a member of the co-op if you're a householder that receives electricity. So it's important to keep that in mind. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because myself and several other people have been going for years, decades actually. And I have to say that over time, Tri-State would come to those meetings and they were very proud of their coal power plants. And myself and other women in the Valley would question at every annual meeting, why aren't we making why isn't Tri-State making some sort of transition? How come the co-ops can only produce 5% generation? And now, as of a month ago, Tri-State is going to basically redo their contracts with the co-ops to produce. So co-ops, our rural electric co-op will be able to produce 40% renewable energy. Yeah.
All right. As promised, we're going to turn it over to some questions from the audience at this point.
Okay.
Okay.
Who has a burning question? So if you don't mind, if you're okay with stating your name and then just speaking into them.
Sorry. Karen Hyman, I live at Crestone Baca. This question is for Jan. And you talked about a website that has information on the latest state laws and initiatives on, rebates and so forth. What is that website?
The website is the Colorado Coalition for a Livable Climate, which has the website name of CO, as in Colorado, livableclimate.org.
Thank you.
That's the website that I produced. There's also a link on the handout. So if you want to come and pick up a handout or take a photo of the handout on your phone, there are the listing of the federal website of all the electric vehicles and which ones give you $7,500 off. There's heat pump information and energy efficiency and weatherization information. There's websites for all of that stuff in the handouts over there. And let me take a moment, if I may, because I forgot to mention this. I mentioned that the Nissan Leaf only gets 150 miles and it's selling for $20 a month. It's because it's already antiquated electric vehicle technology. The Ford F-150 Lightning represents the first generation of a new round of electric vehicle technology. So all future electric cars will be either V2L, vehicle to load, power your house, or power the grid. But there's a huge change coming that Colorado is at the center of on batteries. And this is so important because we really want to get away from lithium ion technology. And so I wanted you guys to know that in Louisville, Colorado, there is a startup that has contracts with GM and BMW to provide the next generation of electric vehicle batteries, solid state batteries. So no longer precious metal batteries. And in Colorado Springs and at the Fort Carson military base, we are testing 2 new industrial battery technologies. One is called a flow battery because it moves a liquid between 2 states and the friction generates power. And the other one is an iron air battery where it rusts iron and then it generates electricity by derusting the iron. And those 2 forms of battery technology will be the future of utility scale battery technology. And they are in testing right now in the state of Colorado. So we are really looking bright in terms of, and I mean that, on this sunny day. The future is so bright, you gotta wear shades.
Excuse me.
Also, you can go to the Rural Electric Co-op. They are offering a lot of incredible opportunities that you can sign up for, and at really reasonable rates, and do a lot of weatherizing, transition. It's really worth it to take a look at what's out there.
Okay, I just want to say something. We love you guys to come up and get the materials, but we're still talking. So for the video, if you don't mind, just to the end, and we can so we can see what you're saying, it would be appreciated because we are live. Okay. Question? Okay.
I'm curious, you mentioned feedlots and the solar panels. And I know in Japan, they collect methane gas and use that as a power source. And I'm wondering if that's been looked into because a lot of Colorado has that possibility.
Several things to say about enteric fermentation, which is the fancy term for cow burps. Because contrary to popular opinion, it's very popular to say it's cow farts, but the vast majority of methane comes out of their mouth. So there are a number of things, new food additives that reduce the amount of methane production in the gastrointestinal system by 85%. There's a bunch of work being done on that. There's also work on biodigesters that are being done in dairy operations. It's obviously inconvenient if you're a rancher because your cows are on the move. But where your cows are stationary, there is biodigesters. What's probably more important is that as we're speaking, we are underway for a landfill methane reuse program statewide so that we can look at how to capture landfill methane and turn that into biofuels. Also important to know that all of these methods of recovered methane require a lot of processing. It's dirty methane. And we don't want to use dirty energy to create the energy to convert the methane into clean methane so we can use it. So it all depends on the fast adoption of renewable energy. Otherwise, the math don't math. Hi.
Yeah, I can certainly concur with that. Landfill methane, conceptually, it's a great use. It is rather problematic. I mean, it's another complex system. The landfill managers typically aren't power guys. And it is a very dirty, problematic source, so it takes a lot of maintenance. Not to say it can't work. Same with small hydro is very similar. It's challenging. A lot of stuff comes down the river. Those systems, they're great. The water is always running. Beautiful to be able to use it, but it takes some tinkering to keep it running. So.
Hi, Madeline. Thank you so much for your efforts. I really appreciate that we're looking into an alternative to lithium batteries. They explode under heat. Teslas are known to have exploded. And also that you're on the commission and you're taking a real look at industrial solar. I urge us to take a few more steps back, including encouraging passive solar design and daylighting first. I said that to a biodynamic farmer elder friend, and he said, wow, We'd only need 10% of the energy we're using in buildings if we do those two things, passive solar design and daylighting. And then I do think it's a mistake to cover agricultural fields with solar panels. I think the plants need cosmic energy. So I hope you take that into consideration. A huge solar plant, also from one hailstorm, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of infrastructure, one hailstorm destroyed in a moment. What are the rare earth materials we're harvesting for solar panels? What about the fetal damage under wind generators that is being experienced? So we use 60 hertz electricity in this country. Dr. Samuel Milham has a book called Dirty Electricity. Most countries use 50 hertz. So maybe we could consider switching to 50 hertz. It's much safer. There are a lot of low-tech things as a permaculture lover. I say let's go more simple, fewer moving parts. Every electric vehicle powering station that is being built along the roads could power 1,850 homes. So let's think about these things. If you haven't seen Power of the Humans, it's a great documentary. I mean, Planet of the Humans, produced by Michael Moore.
Just a comment on agrivoltaics so people know. Agrivoltaics panels move, and they're very specifically designed to follow the sun. They're also designed for annual override because there are some crops like strawberries which do very well in morning sun and very poorly in afternoon sun. So you want to tilt the solar panels away from the strawberries in the morning so they're getting natural light, and then shade them in the afternoon so they're getting partial shade. And Jack's Solar Garden in Longmont is the agrivoltaics learning center for the state of Colorado. They're supported by Colorado State, which I'm sure you know is our big agricultural university. And Jack's Solar Garden grows 29 crops under solar panels to try to figure out which ones do better under what kind of conditions. The other thing that Jack's does that is rather brilliant is they orient the panels for incoming rain, so that the panels will slough all the rain right off the panel and right onto the rows of crops, which allowed them to put in drip irrigation systems so that they could save a huge amount of water. And the state is compensating farmers who shift to an agrivoltaics crop model, because you can't use the old combines and harvesters and things like that because they won't fit between rows of solar panels. So there is specialized farm equipment. Minnesota's huge in agrivoltaics. And so there's lots of farm equipment to help support that effort, but there are really clever ways you can co-locate crops and solar.
Hi, my name's Eric. I am curious your comments about going 100% renewables, and as the realist and engineer, how you see that possible without massive storage capabilities. We reach 100% without massive storage facilities.
You want to take this, Terry? You're an electric guy.
Yeah, no, I concur 100%. I think the way we're set up, unless there's incredible breakthrough, it's definitely going to take storage.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I think that's if you're thinking the problem at all, that's the problem. And I didn't know about this until today, but what Jan talked about was the solid state batteries that are on the horizon is incredibly encouraging to me. And as I preambled this, I'm not sure if you were here or not, but it's a transition, and it's going to take. We're going to have to solve the problems that are on the new technology. So yeah, I mean, concur. So
I also think that, things are happening so quickly that it's hard to even imagine. Oh, is he there? Oh, thank you. Okay. One of the, because we actually tried to write a grant with Rural Electric Co-op, and bringing in supercapacitors and connecting them to the substations here, and even with that, which again, things are changing very quickly, but there were possibilities to be able to, because what supercapacitors really do is they kind of try and take the, and I'm not an engineer, I apologize, but they basically take the phasing and they can actually time it. And so that can slow things down, which basically connected to substations can allow hours of more generation. And I think that's really what we're going to have to start looking at, is those phases of electricity and how to basically find ways to slow it down, speed it up, and then find ways to kind of, neutralize it around substations, for example, so that it can go back up onto the grid. And there's a lot of research being put into that right now. And talking to one of the design engineers, he basically felt like, they were well on their way to storage.
Oh,
Okay, we've got about 2 minutes left.
we've got 3 people.
And this one over here too, I know, so.
Okay.
Yeah. So go ahead, whatever you think.
My name is Gloria, and I feel very connected to this community. And I think we have a common issue or a common generation here, We're connected through the minerals of the mountains, and we're connected through the water of the aquifer. Because this aquifer runs all the way south into New Mexico, into Taos. And so I want to just speak on behalf of the indigenous ancestors, the indigenous folks that are not represented here. So in Taos, we had this person, this developer that was going to make the Tarleton Eco Village, right? The community was very much against it. And they were right up against the Pueblo land, the sacred land of the Pueblo people. They've been there for thousands of years, very firmly. And so I just want to say that was voted down by the commissioners, mostly because it was brought to their attention that during the 40 days of silence, when the people are down in the kivas, they're down praying for 40 days during the winter equinox. So at any rate, I just want to say that maybe we need to ask the mother, maybe we need to ask the water, because there's a consciousness there. There's an awareness, there's an intelligence. Ask the water what her answer is to the problem, because she has a better understanding, an overall view. And for those that can listen and those that can ask, and and we should always ask anyway. It's the native way to lay down tobacco or lay down cornmeal and ask. Always ask permission. And so I just want to say, in addition to that, that my friend Pat McCabe and I were asked to go do ceremony at the Vapor Caves in Glenwood Springs, the hot springs, And it was in June. It was the solar, I don't know which is which, the solar or the equinox. The solar. Yeah, it was the solar solstice. So we went there to do ceremony. And what came very firmly to Pat, the water spoke to her. And the water said, I'm the amniotic fluid that gives life to everything. And so she does have ability to speak. I mean, if you only listen and ask our biggest resource, our mother and our water. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing up water. I actually was going to make a copy of a book that came out, and it's about how climate change is interrupting the hydrosphere. That's really what's happening. We're a water planet, and it really goes into detail about how these systems are being affected right now. And the last speaker was absolutely right. It really is all about the water.
Okay, guys, we're going to try to finish up with questions. We might have people we can't get to. These ladies have been waiting, and I know there's one elder over there that's been waiting a while. So if you have any burning questions, certainly I think these folks will be milling around, and we can continue this conversation because it's crazy important. And thank you so much. So just say your name and...
Okay. My name's Julie. This could be really quick. I heard a couple years ago, right after it was passed, that the Inflation Reduction Act was written in such a way that it will be hard to overturn should things go the wrong way in November. Wrong, in my opinion. Do you guys know anything about that?
So, couple things that are important. This was a well-written bill. It has a floor of $379 billion. It has no ceiling. They didn't put a maximum budget on the Inflation Reduction Act. Second issue is that the red states, the states that voted no on the Inflation Reduction Act, have so far received about 65% of the funding. Because this is what they know how to do, is vote down infrastructure projects and then get all the infrastructure. So it's going to be hard to overturn. That doesn't mean that it isn't a part of every congressional resolution and continuing resolution that attempts to forward the budget. That's why it's important to note that the $2.2 billion that $2 billion, $1.1 billion went to Tri-State Core and United Power, was delivered by the federal government. It is money in hand. So we don't have to be begging for it next year and the year after that. The current Inflation Reduction Act is scheduled to expire in 2032. So in theory, someone can kill the bill between now and 2032, but it's kind of like the Affordable Care Act. It's a darn hard thing to kill when 50 million people are relying on it.
Hi, my name is Angela, and I'm an engineer and also an energy healer. And I just want to say that a lot of times I see things shut down before they're really vetted. And it's really important. The most important thing is not to just get an idea in our heads that something's not going to work, like agrovoltaics, to actually get the right people. And so get not only engineers, but indigenous cultures and everyone at the table to do that problem solving effort. All right, so my question is actually for Tom. In the vetting process that you're going through right now, what are the biggest obstacles or needs to actually complete that vetting process in efficient time frame?
Well, the moratorium lasts 6 months, so we're kind of up against a deadline there, which I think it expires like at the end of the year. So the Planning Commission's working on it right now. We'll be having public hearings, and then they will present their findings to the commission. We will also have a public hearing, and then we'll finalize the regulations. And so that's kind of the process we're going through. And I'm going to say, since it takes at least 30 days to advertise a public hearing, that by the beginning of November, we should be having the first public hearings. So, thanks.
Okay, we only have time for one question. He's been waiting a while. And then yeah. What? Oh, I see. Okay, here you go.
Hi, I'm Catherine. Live in Nabaca, and I just wanted to know more about financing. I was on the CPACE website yesterday, and it said that there's 100% financing for all sort of counties, but Swatch County wasn't on that list. It was in the talks section, like not happening yet. So I want to know how the residential virtual power plants can get funded, number one. And number two, I've been exploring this from a decentralized physical infrastructure standpoint. I'm working with a couple blockchain companies that basically incentivize solar, where you can mine crypto from your solar panels. So there's 2 companies that are doing that right now that I'm in the process of vetting. So that's even further revenue for potential homeowners.
You want to talk about CPACE versus residential?
I can.
CPACE is the commercial financing venue for the state. So CPACE only does commercial lending and financing if you're a business. If you're a nonprofit like a church or a school, then you want to use the Inflation Reduction Act's direct pay funding. You can also use something called a power purchase agreement, which somebody mentioned here. I think in the context of making sure you have buyers for the electricity. A power purchase agreement for your home is a little differently. Somebody else owns the solar panels. They put them on your roof, and then you make monthly payments for those panels out of the reduced utility rates. So a bill we tried to run last year, but it did not pass, we did not have the funding for it, was to actually have have the utility be the lessee, the lessor, the person who owns the panels, and they get their money back on your utility bill. That bill did not pass, but it will continue to come up before the legislature because there are a lot of low-income people in Colorado that simply can't afford the initial cost for installing the solar panels. So there is the direct pay option through the Inflation Reduction Act if you're a nonprofit. There's the 30% tax credit if you're a resident. And then there's the CPACE program if you're a commercial business. I hope that helps.
Okay, I think our time is up, and I'm going to turn it over to the organizers at this point. And I wanted to say thank you to all of you for putting the whole thing together. Seriously, thank you.
And please thank the Alternative Energy Panel. Give us a warm round of applause. And thank you for all your great questions as well.
And a huge thank you to the Swatch County Commissioners who have made this event possible. Thank you, Tom McCracken. Thank you, Lynn. I think I saw you earlier. There you are. And thank you, Liza Marin. I think you're around here as well. You know, you guys are a huge reason we are able to continue growing this event. So please give it a round for the Swatch County Commissioners. And to that end, so how many of you purchased a ticket to this event? Nobody, right? It's a free event. Yes, I know. So if you have it in your heart and in your wallet, we are always looking for donations. So I have a Venmo tag here in your programs that are also free. We have, hold on, let's see.
You can go to Colorado Gives.
Yeah,
we
Colorado
work with
Gives.
that statewide platform.
There is a tag right here to donate to us as well. Or if you have cash, you can bring it right here. Also, here's Lisa Bodie to talk about our October fall fundraiser. So here you go.
All right. So one way we wanted to be creative to engage the community to raise more funds, because most of this crew and everyone is volunteers year round, is we're going to have a fall gala. And that's also going to be supporting the Dune Valley Distillery. This is a new establishment in Mosca. Nick Chambers, another local energy fair hero, is hosting that site. So October 12th, Dune Valley Distillery. It's going to be a Indian themed dinner, 4-course meal, and we're going to have entertainment with Zeraphine and Cosmos. So we'll have dancing, and it's going to be an opportunity to network and meet our crew and all of our periphery crew that's doing everything from our kitchen to vending to volunteers. So thank you, everyone. We appreciate you for being here.
And the tickets are discounted up until tomorrow. So you'll get a 20% discount if you purchase your tickets before tomorrow. So we really look forward to hanging out with you in October and continue to wish you a fantastic Crestone Energy Fair. Thank you, guys.
QR codes on the back of your program. Thank you.
Okay, so please stick around. We're still jamming here, and we're moving on to our natural builder panel or building panel. And we've got Brett Buchanan as our host. We've got a great panel this year, and that's just in a few minutes. I do want to do a little announcement about our other sites. In Wellness Village, we have right now the talk with Dr. Dean Lloyd, Rational Fasting, and we will be having Qigong for Navigating the Vortex with Gina Barrett at 3:30, and at 4:45 p.m., the Healing Forest, a performance with Peter May and Sonic Apothecary, and that's down on the southwest side of town here. And then next to that is our demos. If you're interested in alternative building, please go visit the demos. We've got a building that highlights different building methods, and that's where our demos are occurring. But even just looking at the building and seeing the picture wall and everything about how the buildings are, it's really worth a walkthrough, even if that's not why you came to the fair. Please check that out. And our next up at 3 o'clock is Papercrete with Donovan Spitzman. And at 4:15, we have Bottle Brick Demo with Donovan, Sean King, and Susan Roget. Okay? So stay tuned. In just a couple minutes, we'll have our natural builders. Thanks. Okay, it's time for our natural building panel. And this is a favorite and a long-lasting panel that keeps going with great information. We have Brett Buchanan as our moderator or host of Crescent Moon Construction, and he'll be hosting this panel featuring a discussion about how traditional builders can transition into natural building and to start using natural elements in their building process. Brett has over 25 years of experience in residential construction and is very passionate about alternative building modalities. So please welcome our natural building panel.
All right, everybody hear me? All right, guys, welcome. welcome, guys. Appreciate having you guys on. So this is the natural building panel, and I could read off bios about each one of you, but it might be a little boring and outdated. So I'm going to give the mic to each one of you. So tell us a little bit about how you guys got here, what you guys have been doing with your life, and what led you down this path of natural building.
I'm Lloyd Kahn. I started out building my own house because I couldn't find a place to buy that was in my price range. But anyway, I started building in 1960 in Mill Valley, California, and kind of got in over my head with architectural plans that were. But anyway, the thing that I learned then was if you don't know what to do, start, and you'll figure it out as you go along. Anyway, I got into dome building, gave up on domes, and published the book Shelter in 1973. And since then, I've published about 15 books on building.
I'm Adam Fries. My company's Sun Peak Builders. I live here in Crestone. I started building in 2003. The first place I built was an off-grid straw bale cabin for my family and I. And so then I started, had a real interest in straw bales. Started building straw bales in the Durango, Colorado area with Tim here. And so that was where my natural building path started. Over the years, I'll do both. I build conventional as well. So I really, when I'm really at most home, I'm building alternative, and the challenges of the alternative building materials, what they give you, they're not produced in a laboratory for Dow Chemical. So you have to have that flexibility in your whole approach. And I like that about it, the creative aspect of that approach to building. Recently, I've built Hobbit Home, Earthen Home. I'm working on a compressed earth block house now. And so, but yeah, I have a love of building. And so I have a strong perspective, in my opinion. The natural building actually makes me a better conventional builder because of the problem solving you have to do with it. And so, anyway, that's a little about me.
I'm Tim White. I'm president of a company called Texas Healthy Homes. Calm down, Colorado. All right. I lived for 20 years in Southwest Colorado. Started natural building in the 90s down there in an organization called Heartwood Co-Housing. I don't know if you're familiar with down in Bayfield. They've got a bunch of natural building systems down there. And then ended up moving to Mancos, Colorado, and starting my own company specializing in straw bale, clay, and lime plasters is really what my hobby is, or my interest. And so we've been working with lime and pozzolan reactions with my company for 20 years now. And we're now taking that technology into the hemp lime sector and doing a lot more education around natural building materials. And we've always focused on, since I've ever got into it, is exterior lime plaster systems, clay interior finishes, and we only do adobe floors inside of all of our buildings. So our Hondo project, we did 2,400 square feet of adobe floor. So we look at a project and we look at thousands of square feet of earthen material, and we're like, that's not a problem. When you get to looking at the carbon footprint, and this is the thing for the conventional builders looking at it, and you're looking at the carbon footprint of building materials, when you replace 8,000 pounds of reinforced concrete and steel with an adobe floor, you immediately got rid of about 7 million British thermal units of energy that you did not need in that house. Okay, and so that's what really this is all about, is how do we increase our efficiency of our carbon of our building, at the same time, how do we decrease some of the carbon footprint of the modern construction materials. And what we found over time doing it is that we also got rid of all the toxins in the built environment, and we didn't have to support the corporations. The last 3 hemp houses that we've built, there's no drywall, no paint, no caulk in the whole house. So it's no longer, oh, that would be great. Texas Healthy Homes, we've done it. And the reason we did it is so that now the architects and engineers have to look at it and say, they did it. We need to go in this direction.
Hey everyone, I'm Aircrete Harry. I have a YouTube channel called Aircrete Harry, and I've mostly done experiments making Portland cement aircrete. Now, I've been into building domes since 2016. Like many on this panel, it's the same story. I was looking to build a home. Everything was very expensive with the traditional methods, and I just started looking at alternatives. I looked at a lot of natural building methods, and what I found for me at the time was I had to do all the work solo as far as I knew. I was moving from New York City to Colorado, and I had to figure out how do I do everything myself in a timely manner. So the domes worked best for me. So I make these domes using Tyvek house wrap, and I sewed them into a dome shape. I cut them into a gore, which is a triangular shape. And then I just sewed them up, mount it to the ground, inflate it with a bouncy house blower. And I have a perfect form that I then spray with cement. And so it's a very quick and easy way to build, really inexpensive. And I tell people who want to build natural, who are in a situation like myself, this can be done in 2 weeks. You can build, we're building a 30-foot dome right now, and it's almost finished. It's $12,000 in cement. And I say, if you're going to take the time to build your dream home, and what these fellas build are absolute beauties, especially rammed earth. I'm looking forward to making my own hybrid rammed earth and using the air foam to make my roof because it's so much quicker for me. So I developed a system of building where one person can build by themselves in 2 weeks a structure. And I use different cements mixed with either paper, styrofoam, or just shaving cream foam, aircrete, for making an insulative material. And so that's been working really good. So it's a wonderful, quick way to make a really beautiful structure to live in. But it's perfect if you're doing what I did, moving off grid. You have nothing. You could build a structure that's wind resistant, fireproof. You know, you could lock up your tools in it to keep it safe while you're building your dream home that might take you much longer. And so I'm up here because the air forms I make and the system I've been developing and working on, it's really quick and inexpensive, and anybody can do it in no time. And it's very important to have a place to live because I've moved to Colorado, lived in an RV, and that was a nightmare living in an RV. And so I had to rapidly build my dome, which I did in 2 weeks. And we're still living in that dome 5 years later in Colorado. So it's been working out great. But anyway, that's it. I'm Aircrete Harry. I'll catch you guys later.
Come on, give it up for Harry. Guys, this man did what I wanted to do as a young person, which was just save up a bunch of money and go build cool frickin' stuff, to be politically polite. I'm so excited to watch what you're doing every time he posts a video. He's been posting for years, and essentially it's been like a backyard story of like Harry just telling it as it is. Like, yeah, I did this, and I used a bouncy castle blow up machine for it, and I'm cutting the Tyvek, and everyone's like, dude, what is this guy talking about? And then years later now, yeah, 30-foot dome, easy, done, bam. Like, you called me the other day, and we just had a little chat while you were standing there and they're spraying, And I really was at first turned off because in the pamphlet that introduced me, they pulled a bio that I made for myself more from my art background. And it didn't really say much actually about what I'm doing in Crestone and how my life is now. But I was obsessed with Earthship building and went to the Earthship Academy in Taos, and I created a book when I graduated the academy called Earthship 101, a beginner's guide. And because it was in my bio, I had to let you guys know what this was about. And what it was really about was me wanting to create a paper buildable model of an Earthship so that people could really understand what they were looking at. So I made a set of instructions and a die cut paper model, and you put together a little 900 square foot Earthship model. And as per tradition, because it is the Crestone Energy Fair once again, 2024, we're only getting older. Aircrete Harry finally made it out. I wanted to give you this, my friend.
Cool, my first Earthship.
You can build it in 30 minutes. So do I get this dome inflatable? No, I'm just really glad that I could be here. And I appreciate, Brett, you being open to having me here on the panel. I was moderating these panels the last 2 years. I took a step back this year, and I am so blessed and grateful to have these new faces who I wouldn't have met otherwise and to be a part of this discussion. Thanks again for coming out, because I have been waiting to meet you. If you guys want to see a really cool YouTube channel, go check out Aircrete Harry. And if you want to see the adventures of Eric and Pops, what we've done here in Crestone, and our friends who built some incredible houses, one of which is on the cover of the Crestone Energy Fair flyer and booklets for this year, Matt Evers and Goldie. Give it up for Matt Evers and Goldie. We got Pete, we got Tom, so many faces in the house that have done incredible work in this community, but now it's time to relinquish the mic to the masters.
All right. Thank you, guys. Okay, so I have a terminology question for all of you. You know, we hear a lot about green, we hear a lot about alternative, we hear a lot about natural, conventional, even conscious building, but how do you guys think about terminology? What do you guys, I mean, how would, Lloyd, for you, what would you call your style of building?
Well, in the 70s, we were trying to, the phrase green building and natural building came later. We were just doing it because we wanted to save materials and be ecologically responsible. So what was the question?
What would you call your style of building?
My style of building, my style of building after a lot of different permutations has gotten around to stud frame building. But that's just me. And I haven't kept up with all the materials like that I saw on the tour this morning. I mean, there's so much going on around here that, I mean, I'm out of the past really. And when I talk later on today, I'll just go through my trip through building all these years. But mainly what I've done is go around and interview builders and take pictures for about 50 years. And I'm just thrilled to see what's going on around here. I don't think there's any place else in the world where there's this much happening. And it seems to be on materials. It seems to be the main thing seems to be materials. So, but it occurred to me one time that we didn't call it natural building or green building back in the 60s. We just were trying to do things as best as possible.
My style of building, yeah. I would say, well, for one, the terminology in green building and sustainable building, it's so overused. And so I think it's, you know, my approach to building, it's the energy you put into it. Each project has a life of its own, no matter what building material you use. For example, in a number of straw bales in the Durango area, I'd take a potential client, take them through the straw bale. They're like, well, this building material isn't exactly for me, but I want it to feel exactly like that did when I walked in there. That was unbelievable. I've never felt anything like that. Like, that's the material you're feeling. That's the whole energy body of the project that was put in there. It's meaningful that, you know, the subcontractors and the crews that are working there, how your whole attitude is about the approach of it. And so, but my style of building, you know, it's even with a conventional building, if the details are right, the architecture is right, super efficient. You can make a super efficient conventional building. And so, you know, the embodied energy that home consumes after the life of the building, after it's built, is significant. It's more than the building materials going into it. And so, you know, when I approach it, I want to use as many low embodied energy materials as possible. Cost comes into it. Cost can become a factor. If you hire a general contractor and say you're responsible this is a turnkey from very start to finish, and I'm going to hold you responsible for a warranty for this project, that's a whole different mentality
I'm probably going off on a tangent here, but that's a whole different mentality than how few materials can I use, how many natural materials can I use. If it cracks, if the plaster cracks, that's okay because I'll go repair it. Well, it's the relationship, the approach that the builder and the client has in general. I don't know if I'm making sense and where I'm going with that, but it's super important, and that comes into the whole energy of a project and what the expectation is of a client and a builder, what the expectations of each other are. And so anyway, I don't know. There you go there.
That's great, Adam. That's great. Brett, thanks for putting that bamboo back underneath my fingernail hair. I've been in this for a long time, and I remember when green building came along. And during that time, I was vice president of an organization called the Southwest Natural Builders Guild. And there were some of us said, we need to separate ourselves from green building as natural building. Our green building and LEED programs around energy efficiency will take over. Well, fast forward 20 some years later, and that is what's happened. When I talk to people in Austin, Texas, I say, they're like, oh, you're a green builder. You build with natural materials. And I was like, well, green building is not necessarily natural materials. And so in another MBuild Masterminds organization that I'm an instructor, we had a guest architect come in, and she was an older lady, and she had her architect degree, and she saw a green building, and she's like, I know I can do better. So she went out and did a COB workshop and really fell in love with natural building. And she put it best. As her viewing herself as a green builder, she found that she needed to step up to natural building. And so I've always been looking like, how do I compare that? And so green was always supposed to be a beginning for us to create a conversation. And they always said at the very beginning, this is just the first step. There's going to be another step. Well, now we're to that next step of stepping up to natural building. At Texas Healthy Homes, a lot of people are like, what your company does is green building. And we're like, we're so green, we're actually blue. Because we're looking at the whole gamut, and sustainability, green building, it's really not moving the needle. In this conference I attended up in Oregon around the industrial hemp aspect of it, we were finding that sustainability wasn't moving the dial, green wasn't moving the dial to move us in a more holistic way or lowering our carbon footprint. And that really what we're doing is we're creating healthy spaces and healthy homes with healthy materials. Nobody wants a tumor. Nobody wants their kids to have asthma, and so we're starting to gain the consciousness in society to be able to look at the different materials. So I really view the dial of what we do and our systems approach as we are actually Texas Healthy Homes. We're making a healthy environment. And once you make that healthy environment with natural materials, you start to change the way people feel about themselves. You actually start to change society, and that's really where we need to go. So that's how I view what we do.
So I would say my style of building would be more of a hybrid, because I've taken a bunch of different workshops. I've done tons of research. And after experiencing building, I've done maybe 8 domes to this date. My practices have changed, and incorporating more natural materials, especially rammed earth walls, is something I'm really going to be doing more in the future. So the future domes will have rammed earth walls, probably up to 6 feet high, and then it'll have my traditional cement roof for the dome portion. But something else I'm looking to do to get into more natural materials, and I've learned today at this show from the geopolymer guys that some of their mixes are using 80% aggregate and only 20% of the geopolymer cement. So I think this is really incredible. I'm looking to do some experimenting myself. I recently got my own samples to play with, the geopolymer side of things. But that's a natural cement. It's one of the strongest, has a lot of benefits. One of the ones I like most is that it's waterproof, and because that makes a big difference. And this is why I'm looking to really incorporate that. Now, another thing that was mentioned is energy. I'm big into energy as well. I make torus coils, right, which are energetic. But one thing I've been learning a lot, and mainly from Dan Winter, you can look him up if you're not familiar. He talks about a lot of biogeometry and about sacred spaces and how to build these. And so, one easy way for me is an egg shape. An egg shaped structure energetically is very positive for the human body because there's a push pull effect having that geometry of an egg. And so I have some airforms made in the shape of an egg, and I have future designs which will be egg shaped homes, 2-story homes made as an egg, and incorporating a lot of natural earth floors because energetically, earthing is probably one of the most important things we could be doing. And to have a natural earth floor that you live on every day and you can be barefoot, it is an incredible thing to help you energetically. And there's a lot that goes into this. That's also why my structures I'm building have no metal in them. Because from, again, the research that I've studied, having any metal in the structure changes the energetic aspect of the home, especially when you're dealing with the geometries I am, spheres and these egg shapes. But I'm definitely hybrid because I like to incorporate the earth aspect. And then for myself, since it's easiest to spray cement onto an air form that's very inexpensive to make, it just works out for me. And it's a great system. And I'm really looking forward to learning more about the rammed earth because those are just such beautiful structures. And the structures you showed me, I don't know what you're going to share today, but Eric's doing some incredible work too with his designs.
Yeah, I feel like the scale, well, yeah. If this was like a scale, respectfully, I'm just saying you did mention that you're coming from old school background and that as we're going this direction, I'm kind of the youngest, perhaps. I'm not sure. But for me, growing up in school, there was this push. Part of why I became who I am today is because there were these people who wanted to go into the New York public school system where I grew up upstate and push this paradigm of, in a way, it felt Californian. It was a lot of like Al Gore, The Inconvenient Truth, and basically making it feel like I was really shitty for being born and that the world is being handed to me and it's about to explode and everything and all the decisions that all the people before you made were awful and that nobody knows how to handle the waterways and they don't know how to build your houses without them being full of toxins. And so it's felt pretty darn awful to contemplate the thing that you're asking me. And now the thing that I'll be the devil's advocate to bring up, and I don't want to say anything stupid here, but the panel that was just before us was about energy. And so if I'm going to mention anything, I'm going to talk about electrification and the difference between the envelope being a breathable envelope or a sealed envelope and having heat recovery ventilation systems versus electrified houses. Because the push for electrification, that's the thing that has been really hot. We've been talking about this and we talked about it last time too. It's not just having metal in your structure. It's not just having adobe underneath your feet. It's not just having a green roof. It's not just trying everything and then finally saying, you know what, wood framing is great and it can be sustainable. It's about a new push to have electrified vehicles that have a battery in them that connect to your home system, which also has batteries, which is also connected to the grid tie system in a microgrid. And then you have your solar panels and then you have your home automation. And then you have electrical wires running behind your bed in your wall at night while you're sleeping. Right? These are some of the factors that if we're talking about definition of the space, the way that we think and the consciousness that we bring when we build something that we call whatever, blue, green, natural, eco, off-grid, sustainable, self-sustainable, homestead, permaculture, whatever all these words are, it's the consciousness that's put into the design. Because even if I buy a house and I have it plonked right here, I want that design to be the best possible thought through thing for the site specific conditions and conditions of all kinds, financial included. Even if the house comes from the outside, if it's in a template form like a plan, if it's something that you buy that you inflate, no matter what, it's about the actual thought that goes through the site specific conditions economic conditions, environmental conditions, personal climate conditions, all of these conditions. And the electrification thing, in my mind, it's the hot topic right now, because you've got the people who are saying, don't do a plywood wrapped box that's sealed. Then other people saying, with an electrified sealed box, airtight envelope versus something that breathes. Something that has maybe passive ventilation or passive solar or what have you. But then it becomes a living organism. These buildings are not comparable. Living organism, passive solar, passive ventilation systems require that you watch throughout the day as the sun moves throughout the building and the angle and where you need to close a window, open a window, put a blind down. The water system is very specific. If you dump your water into your gray water cell and it's recharging your botanical bed, year-round indoor botanical bed, you're not going to pour toxins down that drain. It's not even, there is no word for it. You can only be in these buildings and experience them. And that's a reason to go on the home tours tomorrow, for sure. Because my dad and I say every time we come up to Crestone, you literally cannot describe it when you're in a building like that. And people all the time do the same thing. Walk in, wow, this feels amazing. I'm connected to the ground and it's not just a shitty box with no windows. And oh man, the sun feels good. Are these plants? Boy, the air is fresh. Now, can I get this, but like completely different with the big screen TV and the jacuzzi and the built-in sauna, please? Which, you know, the jacuzzi and the sauna are a nice thing too, but it's the crux of the conversation about the electrification thing, and that's more so me wanting to toss that in the middle for someone else to pick up, because my perspective on electrification is very different from having basically grown up in the regime that wants that anyway. I dreamed of having a electrical car I could plug into my Earthship, you know, roll up into my garage. It's like a ferro cement vault with my electrical car plug in. Am I crazy?
All right, guys, thank you. Okay, so next question that I guess this is the whole impetus of the discussion I wanted to have with all of you today, is we've been talking about, last year Pete and Matt talked about if the only thing you can do is just do passive solar. And there's a lot of different natural things and modalities that we can do with our houses. But the question I have, because I've been a conventional builder my entire life, what is the simplest way for a conventional builder to transition into natural building? And I've talked to Tim about this, and it's not an easy conversation, but if you guys could give me just a little piece of information about what can builders do to get closer to natural building. And there's probably no easy answer, at least not in Tim's eyes.
Go to the demo site at this event and talk to everybody here.
But even with Lloyd, you are an amazing guy. What you have done with reclaimed wood and reusing wood and salvaging wood, I think is just amazing. So even from that perspective, what are things that conventional builders can do to go more conscious building or more eco building or more natural building?
Well, you know, I just sold my publishing company this year, and I may do 1 or 2 books a year, but I've learned so much stuff in the last 24 hours, and I sort of thought, well, that's maybe the end of the line with building books, but I almost see another book available coming on stuff that you guys are talking about here and things that I see around Crestone on not just materials but on energy and another thing that sort of not really directly related to this question, but one of the things that I always looked for in a home was how it felt, and the feeling that I got in when I visited the Steens, Bill and Athena Steen, who wrote the Straw Bale book, was just how great it felt. It was just something you can't quantify. There's no science that's going to tell you why it feels good. The Steens, by the way, got into straw bale building because of a photo in our 1973 book Shelter of a barn in Nebraska built out of straw bales. But anyway, I'm very excited by what I see going on. But I'm not a builder like all these guys are. I mean, I've built 3 or 4 homes, but I've never really worked that much. Well, a little bit as a builder, but I'm learning more stuff than I'm going to put out here.
So for a conventional builder wanting to transition to more natural building, it's definitely about a desire and a commitment, because at the end of the day, it's harder. You have to have more patience. You have to be patient with materials. You have to be patient with subcontractors, for example, electricians and plumbers, that they're used to going through a conventional house, drill all their holes out, run their lines, and they have a system. That's what they do, right? So now you're asking them to do that in a compressed earth block house, or a straw bale house, or an ICF house. And so there's definitely a level of patience and a desire to be creative that it takes for a builder. A process, if you're doing it for clients, that it's an education process for yourself and the clients. There's a lot of hand holding. And so it's a desire to want to be creative, to thrive in that creativity. Because if you're good at natural building, that's being creative and a good problem solver is essential. So that's right, Tim. And so that would be my answer for wanting to make that transition. Yeah.
I would say that there's a whole gamut across there, you know, coming from conventional to being knee deep in it. You know, when you get to making that transition to being knee deep in straw bale, light straw clay, hempcrete, ferrous cement, aircrete, all of those things, it's like, dude, it's terrifying. Okay, it can be terrifying, and that's okay. How are some baby steps? Texas Healthy Homes this last year, we've been from coast to coast and sponsoring events in Chicago, you know, really getting out there in the world and dealing with conventional builders that are like, wow, I see the market developing, but I'm terrified because now I got to start this whole learning curve, and is it going to tank my company? It can definitely tank your company, okay, if you do something wrong. So I've started to approach the conventional builders that I've dealt with that are really wanting to go to hempcrete, but they're afraid, or they want to go in different directions, but they want to incorporate some sort of natural material into their stick frame system. There's a couple of companies that are making a hemp bat insulation. So you can go from a fiberglass or insulation to a hemp insulation, do drywall, and you can do clay plasters. You know, American Clays down in New Mexico, they got a great product. It's American made. You can put that over drywall. You can put that over latex painted drywall. You know, so as a conventional builder going forward and you want to move in a more natural direction, a low hanging fruit that has very little risk in your system approach would be moving to a hemp insulation that's a bat that's beautiful to work with. No itch. My crew, when we had it on our project, they were taking naps at lunch on top of it. They were like, oh, I'm going to throw some out. And they'd throw a couple sheets of it in, and we'd take a nap, and we were throwing it at each other. And then just going to a clay plaster on the inside, which means that you get rid of the latex paint. You don't get rid of the drywall, but you get rid of the latex paint. You get rid of the caulk. And so you start to reduce the products that have VOCs in them inside of the building envelope is really what you want to be looking for. And then when you're ready to go, you know, full Monty and jump into the dang thing, I'm good friends with Bill and Athena Steen since the 90s, you know. We communicate a couple of times every year on what they're doing and what we're doing and what we're finding. And Bill and Athena are super excited with what I've been doing and a couple of other natural builders, because they're like, you guys come down and you take our classes, but you are going out into the world and you're building houses with it. And a lot of the people they have that come to their classes are just looking at it and learning it and then not really applying it into the building system. So if you're going to go full in, be ready to go to different workshops, different natural building sort of conferences. And you're going to have to pick and choose, because a lot of those are geared towards the do-it-yourselfer, and there's very few of them out there that are geared towards the professional builder that wants to build multiple houses. And so a lot of the stuff that we do at Texas Healthy Homes and on our trainings are more like 4 or 5 day training programs on the different materials, because you need that to get the experience of working with the material that you really don't get just in 2 days, you know. And so there's baby steps, and then when you're ready to go all in, you know, give me a call. We're here to help.
So I think the first thing would be being inspired to want to do it by visiting different homes, different style builds. Like you mentioned, going to different workshops is where I started. I took a bunch of workshops before I settled on what I wanted to do. And I think that's the biggest one. They need to be inspired. So when you go to these structures, you go inside, like we're saying, you can feel the energy. You just feel something's different. And that's the beginning. And then it's a matter of what style you want to go. There's a lot of natural earth styles of building you can do that are all beautiful, especially if this is just for yourself. You know, if you're starting a business, you know, that's another story. You need to, you know, visit commercial joints, commercial companies, and see how they're doing it. But for everyone looking to build themselves, you know, to transition, it's just a matter of being inspired. That's number one for me, and the workshops. After that, doing a small model, because that's where I started. I built an 8-foot dome for my first prototype to get my hands wet. So if you're already in the building industry and you're looking to transition, start by building a small shed. You know, that's the best way I can say. And then you, just like this build project here, you can do 4 different walls and try getting your hands, you know, dirty with each method, you know, rammed earth, aircrete, cob, whatever style you're going with. Just build yourself a small place and do each style, because nothing is going to be better than actually getting your hands dirty, because it might be too dirty and be like, all right, I don't want to do it this way. It's too dirty for me. Let me do something a little cleaner. You know, but that would be my suggestion.
Dirty and clean. Which way do you go? Owner, builder, or pro? I don't know. But what I'd say is that there's, once again, a spectrum. Are you interested as an owner builder in how to transition into more from conventional, or are you already a freak and you're basically just like have always wanted to build a cob house? I think that right now the people who I've worked with in the space are mostly interested in really making everything as accessible as possible. I think that's one thing that no matter whether you're a pro or whether you're an owner builder or whether you're an unconventional builder like myself, I visit conventional job sites and check out systems that $1 million houses are made out of that are replicated on mass scale, modular units, hobbit houses, you name it. Earthships are no longer the thing that you have to make out of pound tires. They are something that you can order and have delivered and assembled on site and buried. And when you talk to people like this who are doing these jobs, they're like, dude, this rich guy just wanted a hobbit house. Like, can you tell me what the hell I'm supposed to do to finish this thing off? Because the company says one thing and like you have all this other experience. And I'm like, what is the value exchange between the two? How do we bridge? And the bridge was, well, hey, they want you to buy a gigantic amount of styrofoam to insulate this thing. You're going to have to get a table with a hot knife, basically, which is made of a wire that gets hot, and then you cut the foam. 16-inch thick XPS, gigantic blocks. And they were just going to stack them alongside this thing to bury it. And with Earthships, the way that we're doing it, we have 2 pieces of rigid insulation that is staggered and buried in the berm to create a thermal break from the frost line and to create the thermal wrap and the battery. So like significantly less foam, significantly less caustic, unrecyclable, heinous material. You know what I mean? And he was asking about aircrete. And I would not normally go through the effort to really try to give this man a solution. But because he was like, look, I'm doing the math, and according to this, like aircrete is going to be so much less expensive and detrimental, and we can save materials and all this. And I was like, well, this is amazing, because he's got an incredible home system that he's come up with here. He's working at a much higher level, doing massive developments, 100 units, but he still values the input of someone who's doing an alternative thing. And he's saying, you know, I'm looking on YouTube as well. And he said, I've seen this stuff on YouTube, but can you explain it to me so that I can understand it to use it in this system? And me being willing to sit down and have the conversation was the entire crux of the decision for him. He said, look, this is going to cost a significant amount of money. I don't want to use styrofoam. These builders, a lot of times, don't want to do something they're uncomfortable with, but there's pressure, there's budget, there's time factors, there's client pressures, there's all these different things. And so I really think that education, because Off Grid Guru is an education company where we have sponsored the Energy Fair for many years, filming the building demos, it's my life passion to share these things with everybody. And, you know, some of the people who've mentored me and that have given me a chance and supported me in my career are over by the builders area at the Off Grid Guru booth. And they have created some really down-to-earth information for people at any level, whether it's someone who's in a position of power that is potentially looking at some, you know, codes and in a position to make a decision to okay or not okay a structure. There is a lot of resources for people at that level. At the highest level, if you want to be able to understand the engineering, understand the materials, understand what we're doing, we have it. And it's not a situation of this is not to code. Brett and I explained last time we were up at the panel, we build things to code. We know about safety. We are trying to build healthy, feel-good homes here. And so at the highest level, yes, we can produce the data and the research. In the middle, go on YouTube. Look at what everyone's doing because there is validity in every single thing. You know, and it is sometimes hard to talk to somebody who's coming from the conventional background, net zero, LEED certified. LEED does not even touch the buildings that most of us are creating. It's just a joke. And I was raised to fill out my little LEED check form, you know. It was like we were over there in middle school auditing the botanical garden in New York City, and we had the LEED forms with us, and we're like, oh, well, you got plastic cups in your dining area. That's not, you know, good. And you have this plastic water dispenser and all these things, and we were nitpicking, but the truth is that the designers, the architects came in with their idea. The reality is a completely different situation. The architects oftentimes are designing it from home from a computer without having ever been on site. You know, it's a totally different thing to actually go and walk the site you're going to build on, preferably many times, preferably observe it for several seasons. Go through an entire phase of survey in which you do nothing. Analyze everything in which that you've learned. Go back to survey because you realized through analysis that there was a dead spot there and you don't know this, or why would I choose that material? Back and forth, more data. Think about it, more data, and then finally design. Finally, after looking at all the data, thinking about the factors, where is the rain, where is the sun, where are the trees, where is the view, what is the ground like, what are these materials like, why do I want this? Hempcrete because it needs to be fireproof in this area with the trees. It's a good reason to build with hempcrete in this area. And then after that, once you've designed it, you implement, you build it, then maintain. Yes, it's okay to have a wall with earth and plaster on it. Have a little party with your friends and teach them how to repair a adobe wall when it gets a little crack in it after some years. Your family intergenerationally will be learning these skills and carrying on the tradition of building with the materials that humans have built with for all of time. You know, the Mojave Center is an amazing example of that because it's a family lineage. And a lot of times you'll find that when the parents are showing to the kids that you can build your own home and allowing them the agency to build with them, you have this incredible empowering effect that inspires people. And you said it yourself, like inspiring someone so that they know that they don't have to get every single material they build their house out of from Home Depot is a really powerful thing, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add one thing there?
What's that?
Can I add one thing there?
Sure.
Because the transition from conventional to, you know, going full in and natural building, it can be terrifying. Okay, but one thing that I've learned in that process of being on conventional houses and something's not right, everybody's like, oh, we've got a problem. In the natural building world with natural materials, oh, we have a situation here and we can create a solution. So it's a complete different mentality of like starting out with a negative problem and already tied into the dark side to being like, oh, this is just a situation. We have everything here that we need to solve that situation to come up with a solution. So it's really a shift in mentality that takes place, right? You know, Adam? Absolutely. Yeah.
It's an opportunity.
Yeah.
All right, so here's a separate question for you. Now I'll start with Tim on this one. Here in our county, we don't have building codes. Well, we have electrical and plumbing. And every 3 years, the state comes back and wants us to implement building codes. And there's always a loophole. We're always trying to work with the county to try to figure it out. But what can we do to protect our way of building in this county? Because there's not that many counties in the state that have this. I think 2 years ago, there were 6 counties in the state that had no building codes. And I believe 3 or 4 of them adopted codes. And our county is going to be pushing this down our throat next year or the following year. So it's every 3 years. And what they want to push is they want to push probably the 2021 energy codes, which require electrification across the board to a certain degree. So what can we do as builders, as natural builders? What can we do here in this county to protect our way of building?
Well, it never hurts to pray. And also the building codes that are out there and that they're going to want to adopt, and they're pushed down our throats for health and safety. Okay, so they're mainly going to be looking at structural load and tie down is their main thing on buildings. And then they want to make sure there's an R value. All the natural materials that are out there is testing out there on all of them around R value, from straw bale to hempcrete to light straw clay, adobe, and the whole 9 yards. And with what you're doing with the aircrete, so they want an insulation value. And then when it comes to the natural materials and the historic lime plasters, they really don't care what you do on the inside as a wall finish inside of your house. Okay. So trying to get that code or those inspectors to realize that this is a historic monolithic wall system. Okay. So it needs to fit into those historic sort of parameters. And when you start to go to an historic 3-coat lime plaster system, I built over in La Plata County. And what we were doing over there when they adopted all the building codes is that this is an historic 3-coat lime plaster system, and it's an historic stucco. So the rules and regulations around cement stucco don't apply to it because it's an historic material. And so that's a loophole to get away from the vapor barriers and the house wraps. And at the end of the day, no matter what the code in the county is, when you go to get the permit, the only thing the permit department cares about is if there is an engineered stamp on the set of plans. Okay, so at the end of the day, it's finding the engineer with the insurance policy that creates flexibility for his or her or their insurance to be able to go with the load and everything. And you touch on a really touchy subject for me with codes, because I've been dealing with them the whole time I've been in. And inspectors that you just want to put a claw hammer in their skull sometimes, to the point that we, on this one project, we had to leave as the builders when the inspector came, because that's how much he disliked anything alternative. To the point that the homeowners finally requested that inspector never comes back to their job site because of the grief that he was creating inside of what they were wanting to do. And so there's a lot of that, of finding the different inspectors inside of the county that are more understanding about it. For me, with building codes and everything like that, they regulate the electric, they elect the plumbing. We deal with that all the time in Texas. They're going to regulate the structural, and it's all going to be for health and safety in the building. There is not one single petrochemical toxin that is in the modern built environment that is causing damage to humans that is regulated. None of them. So if this whole building code thing was about health and safety of the human occupancies, those toxins wouldn't be allowed at all in any of the building materials. Okay, that's just it. So you can see I get a little passionate about this as a building scientist. So that's what we deal with inside of what we do with our designs and everything. And I've always dealt with is like, try to find the engineer. They only care about the structural loads is what they're going to be really harping about, and the R value, and upgrading your plumbing and the whole 9 yards there. which is a long pirate ship conversation. But that is really, when it gets down to it, the most frustrating thing about it. It's like, sure, I get it. I got no problem playing with your games. But can we really get down to the elephant in the room? And the elephant in the room that nobody is talking about is the toxins in the built environment and the toxins in the natural environment. Until we get ready to have that conversation, it's going to be this, that, or the other thing.
In Mendocino County, they have something called the Owner Builder Code, and I think the way they did it is they got to the Board of Supervisors, and so that the way it works, they've loosened up on some of the things. And if you sell your house, you have to bring it up to code. But I'll say one thing about the codes. I've seen some places where there were really unsafe buildings that were built where there were no codes, and it all depends on the chief building inspector. When I moved to Marin County in the early 70s, the chief inspector was a former contractor, so he knew what he was talking about. He wasn't just a bureaucrat. In Big Sur, when I built a house, when I had something I didn't want the inspector to scrutinize too closely, I put on Jimi Hendrix record real loud, and when he was so rattled, he checked off on the thing.
I think Tim hit it right. It's about relationships, and it's about finding the right architect or engineer that has an understanding of natural building materials. There was an architect by the name of Jay Lynch in Bayfield, Colorado, when Tim and I were building in that area, and he had a passion for natural building. And if you put it in front of him, he considered it a challenge to get it through the building department with what you wanted to do. And so there are people out there like that. Relationships with building departments. It can be difficult, not always. At the end of the day, this is what the building department wants. They don't want the liability for what you're doing. So if you can pay for that stamp, they're okay with it. There it is. And so that's what I found over the year. But it's about fostering the relationships that you need to get what you want.
Yeah, let me say one thing about dealing with inspectors down in Texas. What I found is that if I got an American flag flying on my job site and a Texas flag, and I got my Marine Corps flag flying, they're like, "Oh, right on, sir. No problem." They'll check all the boxes. The one time I didn't have that, oh my goodness, it was like up one side and down the other. So it's where you're at, and how do you literally manipulate people to feel good.
It's true.
I think it starts really at the whole science of the R value, because that whole R value is a joke. It's all on the lab. I last year spent a lot of money sending samples to be R value tested, and they're not taking into account the thermal mass of the interior, especially building with earth. It's huge. Like, for example, my dome is only 3 inches thick, and it works perfectly. It absorbs the cold at night, and during the day it's nice and cool inside. And while it's heating up, that at night the heat starts to transfer in, and that's not taken into account. Like, they might not approve the dome I'm living in R value wise, but it's perfectly safe and comfortable and everything. So let's get rid of the R value. That's already proved that it's all nonsense. But a more exciting way to get things to stay the same is to build 2 structures. One, any of your style, natural styles, because they're all fireproof. And right next to it, build a traditional stick frame with all the R value they want, and say, which one do you want to live in? Because we're going to burn it. And they'll pick the Earth ship every time.
It always comes down to that. And there is just such a paradigm right now that we live in a world where I have to think about insuring the building because of the potential of sale. We live in a world where I have to work and play by the rules of financing or private financing, but then there's still a lot that comes with it, because essentially it's like if you only have one fire exit and you can't insure your building, which you just spent years making and tons of effort, and it's like they say, no, there's only one exit out of this, so we're not going to insure it. So we've looked into insuring tiny homes. We've looked into insuring earthships. The builders that we're working with figured out this thing about if you build a buried structure and you only have that one passive solar glass face and you only have that one door, simple survival earthship studio style, you cannot then insure that. And an under contract home that was built for a client was built that way. So in Taos, we're facing a lot of the repercussions of what happens when the building department and the inspectors are initially open because of all of the pushback that Mike Reynolds and the community and all the fighting that they did to get rammed earth tires into the conventional there. And so you have a whole wave of inspectors who can go in and inspect an earthship rammed earth tires fine in Taos County. But then you have a whole nother wave of problems that comes after that. And so all these economic factors and things that we have to adhere to, those are the things that I'd like people to be more aware of when they build, because those really bite you in the ass. And if you could just know before you do some of these things, just a little tweak here and there from some of the people who've done it before you, so you don't have to bleed and sweat and cry over the decisions you make making this house, this dream house that you want. There are just these little things that really steer a little bit this way, steer a little bit that way, and there is a way through the code.
I've got one question for you guys. Keep it short on this one, but and Lloyd will probably be able to answer this one best. Maybe you too, Eric. But our county pushed it down our throats a couple of years ago to raise the square footage from, I think it was 600 to 900 square feet. And we worked with the county, found the loophole, and the loophole for the state is 150 square feet. So currently our county is 150 square feet for unconsolidated Swatch County. What is the impetus, or what is the reason behind 600 to 900 square feet? I'm just curious what your point of view is, all of you, because I've got a theory.
I don't mean to hog the mic for a second, but this is the thing that keeps me up at night. We are planning on developing our properties here that we've bought after years of research, and this 900 freaking square foot thing has just made it so that every time I go to approach somebody with the plan, I tell them, yeah, I want to do this, this, and that, but the minimum is 900 square feet. And they go, every time. Yeah. So I've had to come up with something to go around that, and I'd rather show and tell. I'd rather do it. Yeah. But the impetus around it is pretty much what you said, Matt, is they want you to spend a lot of money. 900 square foot structures, I think the idea that someone could live in a 150 square foot tiny home is, from one standpoint, maybe unbelievable, but from another standpoint, completely valid and should not be scrutinized and told that they cannot do that, because we've discussed affordable housing before. The reality, I think, is that a 900 square foot structure means that you mean business. You have to plan more. You have to think more. You know you're going to spend a baseline amount of money to be able to build that structure. And ultimately, when they look at the plans, they want to see that this person is spending enough on what they're doing. And I mean, honestly, Lisa would be the one to rant about this. They denied her for the loans. She wanted to only borrow so much money. They said, no, you have to borrow more. She said, then I'm not going to take your loan.
There's a guy here, if you know Chelsea from the Shaved Ice Cart, her dad is here. I talked to him a few months ago, and I've heard that the comment, it wasn't about the amount of money you want to borrow. You can borrow $50,000. It has to be 600 square foot. But I'm kind of curious to you guys, what is the impetus behind 600 square feet or 900 square feet? Because the bigger house we build, the more resources we have to have, the more energy inputs we have to have. Our tax base goes higher.
You have to be able to live simply. It doesn't matter what you're doing, what you're living in. You always are having to interact with your environment in a way that you live more simply. And the more square footage that you have to fill up, the more needs, and the more, in a permaculture context, if you just take it from a permaculture context, you design it based on the needs of the system. And so the 900 square and 600 square foot, I really can't tell you. I'm just going to give you a flat out, I don't know. And I don't want to be disrespectful. And there are people here who I look to hope to have intelligent conversations with when we discuss developing our properties in the Baca together. I don't have any major gripes with the fact that we have to build bigger, except it's taken me so much longer because I've had to play my chess cards and the pieces just the right way to get enough money to be able to even start. Because the reality is that tiny living, which you have a lot more experience than I do in, so I'll segue that to you, Lloyd. Tiny living.
Something to, I don't know if it's the same here, but where I'm from, the building inspector and the health department, which manages septic systems, they don't get paid by the county, they get paid by fees. And so the higher they can make their fees, the more income they have for their health plans and pensions. And so that's one thing. So like where I live, you have to have a sprinkler in every home, which is absurd. You know, $30,000-$40,000 for a sprinkler system, which makes a lot of sense in a restaurant where they've got grease fires. So, I mean, that's something to keep in mind. Septic systems where I am from are $70,000, $80,000 now. And I think it's all because, you know, bureaucrats beget more bureaucracy. And so you just have to keep that in mind. And I don't know if it's the same here. I don't know if your building inspector gets paid by the county or if he gets paid by fees. But one of the other thing about a 900 square foot place is it occurs to me, what about building a 900 square foot place and then having other buildings that are not maybe subject to code, or maybe you're not saying you're going to be living in them? I don't know if inspectors go around tagging people, but they don't where I live, which is a very expensive area. It's only if your neighbors turn you in as you've got a problem. And so there's, I don't know, I can't count the number of illegal situations in my little town that are going, the county isn't coming in on them because I think for one thing, they don't want all the feedback about, you know, affordable housing.
The only thing that can give a solution, what Sean King said on the panel before to this, like if I'm trying to just not think about the impetus or what the implications are, the consequences or anything like that, but I just think about the solution, it would just be exactly what Sean already said, incremental building. Because that is an intelligent design. That's it. Just incremental building because it's an intelligent design for its own sake. You need to have somewhere where you can have sewage management on site immediately. So they want you to have a porta-john. You need to be able to house yourself, shield from the elements, safe sewage treatment, clean water, shelter, power. The very base things need to be figured out in a way such in this community. And I think that there is a path forward for that. I think the 900 square foot thing just makes you have to strategize a little bit more and understand the needs of your site and your conditions and the incremental building process. We have an amazing guide over at the Off-Grid Guru booth that steps you through literally every single step from start to finish of a build, from, like I said, survey all the way to implementation and maintenance. So there is some literature available if people are interested, because people who've been doing this for 30, 40 years have put everything that they learned into these books so that you can read through it and checklist, and they'll ask you the questions and you can see what you need engineering wise, you know, what to do when you first get on your site and all these other things. But I'm going to try to make it my, I don't like the fact that I have to do it, and I've told you this before, because I always want to just be building with the best materials possible. But I definitely know that if I were to build out here, and I know the way the elements are out here, you got to have something on site fast that you can house yourself with or provide some kind of structure. There's just no question about that. Don't live in a tent and try to do it that way. I've watched people break themselves like that. You got to have something that you can live in, at least bare minimum structure.
Okay, so we'll finish with these three, then I have one last.
There's zero reason for it. You can live beautifully in a 600 square foot. It wouldn't cost much. If you were building my style, it would cost you approximately $10,000 to build. And so it's nothing. We're building a 30-footer right now. It's $12,000, all finished with the structure and installation and everything. Nothing interior.
Hold on. So you're building a 30-foot dome for $12,000 finished?
Structure. The structure is finished. Not in, the shell, the dome shell. 4 tapering down to 2 inches thick in the concrete, and then the insulation is the Epic cement mix, which is going to go on about 8 inches thick, and that's $12,000 for that.
Good job. That's phenomenal.
Thank you.
When you talk about square footage and being developed by the county as a code system of 900 square feet, it feels like you're becoming an HOA. I mean, because that's what HOAs have for regulations on the size of house you can build in a development. I would say that in my experience, it gets down to tax base and what they can charge for increase in taxes for that living space, and resaleable value for county income down the future. You know, a 900 square foot house is more resaleable to more people than a 200 square foot tiny house, you know. And so that's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah, it has to do with money. The fact that they have minimums, you know. But we live here in Crestone in our HOA. It's pretty liberal on what they consider habitable square feet. Just because, for example, you can have a loft. It's really a storage loft. It's not, you know, it's not the, you know, the formula where it's, you know, at least it has to be 5 feet before your head hits the, you know, of height from the finished floor to the ceiling. So it's pretty liberal in that way. So if you, and I've been in jurisdictions, even in a more strict jurisdiction like Durango, Colorado, the engineer was pretty liberal on what they considered habitable space. So there are other ways to circumvent the 900 square foot minimum where you're really not building 900 square feet. So yeah, again, it's relationships in that way, but it has to do with money. Is why it's 900.
So is that conditioned space, or could you include a outdoor porch as part of that 900 square feet would be my question on it. Yeah, is it your rooftop deck? Is it your rooftop? Oh, you know,
I believe it's conditioned space.
Conditioned space, okay.
So here's the last question. This is kind of a side shoot, but with trying to protect our natural building, what's your opinion on guilds or a natural building alliance? Guilds. Guild.
Should we start a guild?
And what are some lessons we can learn from the past on that about how to create some sort of alliance in our county to preserve this way of building?
Associations or guilds are always they're strong if you're organized and you can go to the county and say, or the municipality and say, how about we present these codes to you, or these not codes but these guidelines to you. The reality is the folks in the county, especially here and everywhere, they're overworked. They don't have time to develop a lot of things that are of interest to us. And so, you know, you talk about short-term rentals. They haven't developed guidelines is because they don't have time to develop guidelines. So it's no different than in our county with building. If we were to have a guild or an association get together and propose guidelines, right? Balance guidelines, they would be receptive. One would think, yeah.
Guilds, we tried it down in Southwest Colorado with the Southwest Colorado Natural Builders Guild, and you know, our mission statement was, in the spirit of camaraderie, we were going to work together for the betterment of everybody. And well, that's all great and fine and dandy if everybody's on board. A lot of times it felt like et tu brute in the process, you know. We're working with a number of tribal organizations around the country who want to create workforce development, you know, like a guild type of a thing. And I've been trying to do that with my companies for, you know, over 25 years. And I've got one apprentice who's been with me for 6 years down in Texas, and I've had 45 different workers, you know. And so when you try to create workforce development or a guild, it's all great, but you need to have projects for those people to work on so you can keep the guild together, you know, or the people in the guild together. I mean, the reason the old Granges work so great is because they were all farmers that were trying to get together at the Grange Hall to communicate on, create a cooperative on to sell their product. Well, when you start to go down a guild system, that's assuming already in the guilds that worked in the past that those projects were going to be there in the future. Today, we don't have enough natural building projects to literally develop the workforce because the projects don't exist, you know. And so that's kind of that catch-22 of it, is we can all get together and try to do great stuff, But if we're not getting together to try to do great stuff so we can get more projects together, so we can really build the company, build the workforce inside of it, it ends up being in a stagnant space where natural building has been in since I got into it, you know, and that's what we deal with the hemp and the hemp lime building that we're doing. And we got a lot of those hempsters out there that are like, we need to make workforce development. We need to do education. And I've been like, hey, you guys are a natural building system to start with. And second, this is all fine and dandy, but we need projects, because without projects, you can't create growth inside of it. And so that's the biggest hurdle. If you could come together as a guild, pull in the finances behind people who have the finances and the banks to say, hey, we know this is the future. We want to be at the beginning of it. Will you help finance us for 15, 20, 30, 50 houses? And we eventually want to build 1,000 houses over the next 25 to 50 years, because we want to create a guild system and we want to teach the younger people how to use these natural materials. And we're smart enough now to know that if we're going to do that and create job security and continue the education, that we need the projects. And so it's one thing in my almost 30 years of being a natural builder, I have never had enough projects to keep me and 8, 10 people busy. It's one project 250 miles over here. Okay, now we're off for a couple of months and they wander. And then we got another project another 200 miles away. You know, Adam, when we were building, that was our biggest thing, is getting enough projects down in Southwest Colorado so that we could keep a cohesive team together. And so we all want to get the cart out there and we want to get going with it, and it's on the hill, but we need to put the Clydesdales in front of it to pull us up the other hill and to slow us as we're going down. So projects, 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 projects.
Yeah. So I've never been part of a guild, but I think that's a great idea. Anytime you can get a bunch of people together and be organized, you can make things happen. It's much easier than, you know, a couple people opposed to 1,000 people together, you know, approaching whoever you're approaching, the government officials, about changing rules. So it's about really organizing. That's really what the guild is. It's just being organized together. And yeah, I think that'd be great. I'd love to join a guild that didn't have anything to do with video games. Also, I have a green tarp. My wife, Mrs. Aircrete's there. We have 2 airforms that I sewed for this event in case anyone was interested. So we have 2 16-foot diameter airforms made of Tyvek that you could purchase, and in 2 weeks you can have yourself a dome.
You get a dome. You get a dome. You get a dome. Oh, man. You're going to make me show my nerdy side talking about guilds, but I'll behave.
Keep it short, Eric. We got 1 more minute.
I know. I think engineers are important for the guild. I think that support from the job standpoint and getting big budgets to do developments, Tim, is definitely job security in a guild from the standpoint of the laborer's standpoint. But if I think about the people who need the Ghostbusters they can call when they say, I want to do this natural built house, but there's no like one, you go to Google, you look it up, and it's like the Natural Builders Guild with engineered spec houses and like basically resources that you need in order to get yours passed. And that to me would be a really great thing if a guild could support builders to, because really at the end of the day, what we all just said here was like, yeah, but you got to know the right person to stamp it. And it's like, if it really is down to just generating the documents or knowing the right person to stamp it in certain situations, then it would be a really great resource to be able to have an organized effort that was supported, in which there were affordable, maybe even permaculture sliding scale per job size engineers and specialists that could at least put into the pool of knowledge for those builders who are interested, whether you're a professional builder or an owner builder. Right now, I can't say that there's any one company that I would look to that I'd say like, hey, give me the engineer stamp for this, or do you have an engineer? Because you'll need many different people for all of those positions for each situation, and that gilding up could benefit the ease of getting towards your permit, I think. Just for permitting alone, and then like you said, job security and gilding up for the purposes of the labor force, of course. But getting projects permitted is the obstacle to having projects.
All right, guys. Thank you.
One last thing on guilds,
Okay.
just to remember one thing, okay, is that when you're making a natural building guild, natural builders are automatically incredibly independent and stubborn people. So when you go into it, just understand that all of you have that in common and try to make that your common ground, because that's one thing that you're going to have.
As with most builders too. So. All right, we got 5 minutes for Q&A.
5 minutes.
You tell me, boss.
We can go over because next week, you never push the county, never push things down our throat. We work with them.
Okay. Lisa just want to make the point that our county and commissioners were really trying to work with us once we pointed out the problems or the concerns. And, you know, it's always an ongoing process. So, so we're going to take some questions. And our next speaker, Lloyd, is up on the stage, but we don't want to cut him short either. So, and here, okay, I'll come to you second. And again, if you want to just say your name and the question, would be great.
My name is Eric. Not so much a question, but there is the Natural Building Alliance, formerly the Colorado Straw Bale Association.
Yeah, and it's really great to Building Alliance kind of step into the Colorado Straw Bale Association, the Southwest Natural Builders Guild that I was involved with at the turn of the century. When it went under, its finances went into COSBA, and then now to see COSBA go into the Natural Building Alliance through the Intermountain West. They put on a great conference every year, and it's a good way to network. And so really the networking is the key. And that's what you get to when you start networking and you start to know people. When you come to different things like this, you're like, oh, I've heard about you, or heard about you. I went to a hemp building workshop that Will Stanwyck was teaching in Pennsylvania, you know, and so my crew was like, Tim, what are you doing? You're paying to go to a hempcrete and you've built 3 houses and got awards. And I was like, I want to talk to Will Stanwyck. You know, I want to go talk to this person. And it's that networking that you get at those different types of professional events and do-it-yourself events where, you know, to go from Central Texas to Eastern Pennsylvania and pay to do a class and all of that expense as a, you know, one of the leading hempcrete builders in the United States. To a lot of people, it looks like, oh, that's just insanity. But for me, it was about, I need to network with different people. And I also knew there was going to be about 4 other Lime guys there, and we never get a chance to talk to each other. And so it's that type of thing. Next question out there in question land.
My name is Tristan, and I know there's a couple people in this town who have studied land patents and living privately, essentially. I feel like as a guild member, someone who could contract and work with those people, you could come together in a resource to get approval on things without having to jump through all the red tape of our modern society and how we live and those means. Aside from, you know, still having simple principle morals on health and safety as well. I feel like maybe that would be a route to go, especially for educational purposes. With land patents, you can't sell the land, but if you build on it and you help others educationally living through it and working on it and also sustaining it, I feel like that could contribute to the educational purposes of it.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I feel like a guild could be very helpful just as a good community, county, Southwestern Colorado network of who to work with, of who can I contact about hempcrete, or who can I talk to about clay plasters, besides Tim.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, my name is Wade. I live here. I live in Baca, and 15 years ago, this square footage issue came up for me, living in a smaller, unfinished structure, but recognizing, hey, I don't need 900 feet. So the process was to put it on the ballot. And the problem that we've had in the Baca with changing the covenants, okay, oops, sorry, is that we rarely achieve a quorum in our voting process. So there is a way to do this, reduce the square footage, but in order to get 51% of our membership to vote for something, we're talking about a number of people. We don't ever get that many people in an election. So the process exists, but I guess I would say the method of reaching out to 3,500 members and that will actually vote, send in their votes. We're talking about typically a vote of 3,500 members. We will get about, I haven't checked it recently, 1,200 votes, okay? So I put forth a proposal that got on the ballot, this was like 15 years ago, to reduce the square footage to 700. Well, it passed by a 2-to-1 margin, but guess what? No quorum. So that's what I wanted to share, is that there is a process, but how do we get people involved enough? And this is where I think maybe a guild could be a way to get the word out there. Thank you.
There was, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Mike, and I know we're talking a lot about natural building and everything is amazing. For somebody who has like a 75-year-old home, when it comes to natural remodeling, is that a thing? Do the concepts still apply? Are there people that are interested in that kind of work, or what can you say about remodeling in a natural way?
Yeah, stick clay plasters on your drywall. Take off the wallpaper. It's a low hanging fruit. Super easy to do. American Clay's got great videos on how to do it yourself. The product is great. Got a number of different finishes. You got a number of different pigments that you can choose from. And if you want to know more about just how to do plaster work on as a remodel to get you moving in that direction, join us tomorrow at noon down at the building demo site, because that's what we're going to be demonstrating down there. Different plasters, how to make them from scratch or how to use a bag product. And but when it gets to doing a remodel, there's a reason contractors don't do remodels on a hard bid, because you never know what you're going to get into. So if you're talking about taking the drywall out and there's no insulation, there's hemp block systems that you can put in there, and then go with plasters off of that. If you're just talking about coming into a house that's structurally okay and it's got decent insulation in it, but you want to make it more natural, there's nothing easier than putting clay plasters in, American Clay's plaster with their binder over top of any wall surface system with latex paint. You can't get, you're literally picking the apple up off the ground after it fell off the tree.
Any other questions?
My name is Angela, and I'm a mechanical engineer and project manager, and I've seen structural failures in various industries, and I've also worked on projects where there wasn't a respect for structural from the contractors, and I had some major concerns. And I just want to say respect for structural engineers. I'm not one, but goes a really long way. And if you want more structural engineers involved in the industry, just how we talk about them and what they do, I found has gone a long way on my projects. My question is, as far as project management, if you were to do a guild or on some of your like larger projects, or like what you were saying, where someone's doing a development, what has been the role of project management in the industry, and where do you see that going in the future?
Well, you have different paradigms that you come from in terms of project management. The owner builder paradigm is one, and then you have someone who's maybe material that was so structurally massive and the oversized Vigas that there really is no concern in terms of structure. Now, that's not me saying to you that I've never done jobs. I really cannot even tell you what we did, because I have. And there are houses that are horrendous in terms of what you find behind the walls when you do renovations and things like that. I respect engineers, and their place in project management is something that this conversation is bringing up as a main narrative and a block for people, because it's about having the access to those engineers, and those engineers understanding what we already have been researching as a kind of disorganized collective globally, permaculturally, for many years. But there are globally organizations that can get you this information. It exists out there. And if there are people who are serious who want project management specifically in terms of like support, or even just to meet with a consultant or to join a class that's about project management, I've started to shift my awareness in that direction, because I definitely see that that's a blind spot.
But I think also, as a project manager, I went to school for project management, and I've done a lot of, I'm just new to natural building, but I think from a guild standpoint, you need to have project managers to help manage the more complex projects, but also to bring in the structural engineers when needed, because the last thing that we want in natural building is to see somebody inexperienced fail and make the whole build look bad, or the whole community look bad. And so that's one thing for the guild that we're trying to cultivate, is protect what we're trying to do out here. But by protecting, we have to make sure that we're building it correctly, because we don't want to see failures. You know, it's common to see cracks in walls a little bit, but within 3 to 5 years, no. You know, we want structural, solid buildings.
Yeah, the project management aspect of it, when you get into natural building, and this is one of the scary parts going from conventional to a true natural building system, is that how we set up the process of what gets done at what time is different. It's not A, B, C, D, E, and you know, it might be A and then D and then B and then C. And like when we do projects, the very last thing that we do in our houses is our finished clay plaster wall finish. Normally that would be done in the paint process, you know, and so it's like, no, we're going to do that later. Finish everything in the house. Don't put the toilets in, you know, but finish out all your trim and everything, and your base is done. And then we come in with the clay plasters, and we just treat it like a remodel, because now we don't have to worry about the cabinet guy beating up our clay walls. We don't have to worry about the electrician when he's pulling wires, messing up every single outlet box. When you have to come back and patch every single outlet box, you will finally just say, no, we're not coming till it's all done, you know? And so those are the type of things, if you're going to go into project management in natural building, it really is beneficial to seek out somebody who has been a builder in natural builder, and then bring them on as a consultant for your first couple of projects, so you can see how the different process, so then it's easier to communicate to a conventional contractor. We've dealt with that a lot on a number of projects, and we finally got to the point again. I was at that point in Colorado with my company, to the point that I was after a couple of projects in Texas, to where it was so frustrating coming in and then not being ready for us, or having us come at the wrong time, that we just said, to heck with it. We're going back to doing everything from the ground up, you know, and then we've got complete control of what gets done. And it wasn't because we wanted to do that. It was because our life was easier when we just stepped up to bat and took it on. You don't want to pay the construction liability insurance for that. That's for sure. That's not fun, right, Adam?
We've got time for one more question. And
Hey guys, my name's Curtis Shibe. Some of y'all know me, and I was a natural builder from the 90s till I had to retire last year. And my concern or question is I've seen this industry, kind of going up, but there's lots of dips and valleys in the road. And, I had started doing solar full time right before the housing crash. The housing crash came, and I know everybody shut down, but like straw bale and all these natural building techniques that were gaining so much momentum just stopped. And it seems like the associations, the Straw Bale Association, which I was a big part of for many years, and everything kind of just kind of died away. And if natural building's really going to go mainstream, we need more resilience in the fact when we have these downturns that we don't lose all this knowledge, because I don't know how many guys work for me had to go work somewhere else, and they want to do natural building like you were talking workforce. I've trained hundreds of people and ran dozens of workshops. And what do you think is the answer? Is it a guild? The association didn't hold strong when this happened. And so, my question to you, I'm out of it. I just finished my last straw bale I'll probably ever do. And, because of health reasons, I'm just going to go off and have some fun. But I love to see what the young guys, and how do we get the youngins in this, I mean, you guys are mostly my age, except for maybe the guy on the right there. We need youngins to come in. And in the 2000s and the 90s, it was roaring. That's it. That's all I got. I think it's clear that, how can we weather and build this community?
Yeah, we touched on it earlier. It got greenwashed, man. It got greenwashed. Natural building got greenwashed is what happened. Yeah, greenwashed, greenwashed. Okay, we're going to make a green building, and now we're going to go from 2x4 framing to 2x6 framing, and to meet energy codes and to become green and energy efficient, we're going to throw 2 inches of foam on the outside. We're going to do the same old nasty stucco cement EFIS system on the outside, and we're going to go to a lower VOC paint for our finish on the inside, and we're going to put energy efficient appliances in it. We're going to put this really cool energy efficient boiler in it, and HRV and stuff like that. And so what happened, literally what happened, because we did not define ourselves as natural builders back then, we got greenwashed and wiped us out. I mean, of the 23 natural builders that were in the Southwest Natural Builders Guild, I'm one of the only ones left still building naturally, okay? So I think it gets back to what that architect, though, that said, Gail Borst, she goes, I decided that I needed to step up from green building to step up to be a natural builder. And so what we're really trying to do out there is to get the architects, the designers, the engineers to say, hey, how do we step up to be more natural? How do we move from green as a platform up to natural building? Now, that being said, in every single architecture school in the United States, there is not a 3-credit course in that school that the architects or designers have to take that talk specifically for a semester on natural building. 0. And I've talked with all of them and the fresh graduates. It wasn't even offered. Okay, so that is where it really needs to start, because you go to college to get an education and make a career, and you go to college so you can learn, and then you're going to reproduce it. It's just like the workshops. I'm really conscious of trying to make sure I'm showing the right way to do it during a workshop so that it is being reproduced correctly, And so that's the hurdle. There are a number of organizations out there that are trying to do AIA continuing education credits and to get into the universities. Even for me, with 2 Bachelor of Arts degrees, the universities will not let me in the door. They want a master's degree. And what I'm talking about goes against everything that they have built their career in their higher education system around. And so it's really the shortfall of the higher education system that we have in the United States. And it doesn't apply to building. It applies to our pharmaceutical industry. It applies across the board. Okay, and so that's the hurdle, you know. And how do we take down that hurdle, or how do we build a pyramid so we can get over that hurdle? I will say in the ship of it all that they have let us into the front door of the captain's pit, or the captain's steering wheel, you know, where they make all decisions. And now it's up to them to break our foot off, because we're literally in the control center and people are starting to wake up. So that's the positive note I will. There's hope. There is hope.
I just want to give respect to Curtis real quick, because then he asked the question, where'd he go? Is Curtis? Hey, I just wanted to say thank you. Curtis and I met a couple years ago, and he is a builder in the community who cares obviously a lot about this, and we're going to make you proud. You know, there's definitely a light at the end of the tunnel. There's decentralized systems now that don't need to go through the bureaucracies and the education paradigm. That's why Aircrete Harry and I are on YouTube, is so that anybody can learn. Everybody does YouTube Academy nowadays. I'm just being frank. It is a positive thing, because anything that you want to learn, I've now painstakingly videotaped and put out for free online, so that you can learn about hempcrete, cob, rammed earth tires, earth bags, scoria bags, ferro cement, aircrete, pumice-crete, papercrete. I mean, the list goes on. And now it's starting to get into the real serious shit, like project planning, like being the code, inspections, engineers. It's going up. We're carrying the torch forward. And I just wanted to say respect to you. Please, a round of applause for another builder who is respectfully putting in his... I hope you have a lot of fun at this fair, Curtis, and I look forward to seeing you later. And thank you so much, Brett, once again for hosting and moderating the panel.
All right, guys, appreciate your time here today, and we'll pass it back over to Kim.
So stick around, you guys. Let's give a hand for our natural building panel. And Lloyd Kahn, who is on the panel, is our next speaker. We're going to give him a few minutes break so you can catch a little food and refreshment. And then please stick around for his talk today, Adventures in Building. And he'll be coming on in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Lullabies of winds to fight the moon. Caught a glimpse of all I never knew. Just holding Mother Nature speaking a soul to me. Find all the ways to believe it. It's what she's saying that's a mystery. Yeah. I just wanna live this life forever.